Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Queen's Park, Chesterfield, for this Royal London 50 over one-day competition cup match between Derbyshire and Yorkshire. The game due to get underway in just under 10 minutes' time. An especially warm welcome to those supporters, players, support staff who have travelled from Yorkshire to watch this game. As you'll probably have gathered, Yorkshire have won the toss and they have chosen to field first. The Yorkshire team: Will Frame, Harry Duke, Finlay Bean, George Hill, Jonathan Tattersall, Matthew Waite, Matt Reevis, Harry Sullivan, Tom Lowton, Ben Code, Jack Shutt. The Derbyshire team: Lewis Rees, Billy Godleman, Shang Masood, Harry Kane, Brooke Guest, Anuj Dahl, Matty McKiernan, Mark Watt, Ben Aitchison, Nick Potts and Sam Connors. Spectators may like to know that there will be a raffle today and tickets will be sold around the ground once play has started. We do hope you will take part. Tickets can also be bought at the bar. The prizes for the raffle are 2 tickets to the Royal London One-Day Cup Final at Trent Bridge on Saturday the 17th of September. The second prize, a bottle of champagne. And the third prize, a £25 one-for-all multi-store gift card. And on behalf of Chesterfield Cricket Club, we do thank you for any support you feel able to give. We do hope that you will be generous. The draw will be made during the tea interval. The 5-minute bell today will be rung by the newly elected Chesterfield Cricket Club Chairman, Nigel Mallender. Thank you, Nigel. Welcome to our umpires for today, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Surendiran Shanmuga.
Yorkshire team gathering in a huddle, led by their captain Jonathan Tattersall. And Derbyshire's opening batsman, Billy Goddelman captain, and Lewis Rees.
Second Pete Jerry.
That today, so no Bessie, and back in the side to replace him is Harry Sullivan. Otherwise it's as you were, so Will Frayne, Harry Duke, Finley Bean, George Hill, John Tattersall, Matthew Waite, Matthew Rees, Tom Lowe, Harry Sullivan, Ben Code, Jack Shutter. Code to open from on this end. What are the two ends? Pavilion end and
Lake end.
Lake end.
Belgian Lake. Where all the water fails to drain. That's been the problem in the past. Now everything's been sorted out. That looks pretty green actually, doesn't it? Code's going to bowl to Lewis Rees. And Rees lets that one go outside the off stump. Well up and running. Derbyshire, of course, can't qualify, having been docked 2 points in addition to having that game against Kent rained off. They're actually at the bottom of the table on just 3 points. Yorkshire can qualify, excitingly. Going Somerset away, and that kind of thing. I don't think they can actually, because Somerset played 7 and lost 7. I don't think they're going to make a late charge for the qualification places. Code around the wicket bowls to Rees, and that one just keeps going back in towards him and towards the stumps, but misses them and goes through to the keeper. Good crowd in, as you'd expect. Chesterfield was always well attended this fixture.
It's one of those where at the moment Yorkshire mathematically could qualify for the QFs if they manage to win one of the last 2 games. Results went where, but ideally they'd want to come out with 4 points, and that'll be pretty tough now that Ben Code rolling one wide. Signal as a wide as well by with today's umpires Surendiran Shanmuga, who's pavilion end. Also very low on bouncing through to the gloves of Harry Duke. Getting loose. Well, Friday down at Canterbury. And here's Code coming in once again down the hill, round the wicket to the left-handed Rees. Harry Duke. Change to the Yorkshire aside from that beat Essex on Friday. Of course, I did mean Kent. Beat Essex on Wednesday. They do all kind of merge into one when you're road so much. At the top of this group, 11 points from their 7 Hampshires, 10 from 6. And they're pretty much
having established the connection. I'll now leave Jonathan just for a moment on the online commentary. I don't want to hear the radio Derby place, but there's no other way we can do this. Keep it on the stream. It's Code. On his way, he's 1 without loss after a wide, and that one is striking the pad and not out. Not out. Sliding right. Telling from here, of course, you'll have a better view on the stream. Big appeal, though. Very big appeal. Code fancied that, and I must say it looked okay from here, but Reese is still there, and Code bowls, and he leaves this one alone. It might just have left him a little bit as well, and the first over has come and gone. Yorkshire, having won the toss, Derbyshire are 1 without loss. Their solitary run so far coming from a wide. Shan Masood will come in at 3. Harry came at 4, almost certainly. I'm saying they will progress at 5. Just had the first over here, Sally, and Derbyshire, who were put into bat by Yorkshire when they won the toss, are 1 without loss. Lewis Rees and Billy Godwin out there in the middle. Their solitary run came from a wide bowled by Ben Code. And Shan Masood's playing in this match. First one he's played since Derbyshire announced he was leaving. And he's going to Yorkshire, so it could be quite interesting when he comes out to bat. 1 over gone, Derbyshire 1 without loss.
checking where the field is placed. Mid on, mid off. Cover point, 1 slip in place. Godolphin flicks it to leg first ball and will pick up 4 runs here past the diving Finley Bean, who was at mid wicket. It's not going to race away, but it's certainly got enough legs to bobble over the boundary rope. So on that leg side, Bean in at mid wicket. I mentioned that there is a mid on, and also in there George Hill is positioned catching, probably about 15 yards off the bat. Straight to wicket. Bean the square of it in front of square. Down to our right.
Output.
2 yards away is Tom Lowton down at long leg. Here's Waite, good delivery. Which was a good comeback after beating of Godolphin.
That'll be a decision. I mean, we're in no position to tell, of course,
no.
but they look quite good.
The first shout was pretty good shout. You can certainly understand it because 3 deliveries in a row had just bobbled down around Harry Duke's boots, so it's really not a lot of bounce at the far end. Waiting again.
Some bounce at this end.
James.
Godolphin almost got in 2. We're down at ground level here, folks, by the way. Commentary position purposes, obviously never ideal. And we're probably about half a dozen strips to the right of the one they're playing on. So all in all,
we've got a good excuse. We've got a good excuse.
Yeah, getting LBWs wrong.
Anybody watching on the stream, you've got a better view than we have. Although there is no camera at the far end as well, logistically, it just couldn't be done.
So if we kind of give people out gratuitously, it's just not flying through the covers. Godolphin before Matthew Waite just over pitching. Probably what we think is wide of off stump. Could it say? Later on, in the pocket.
Take cards. Can you take cards West Green fans these days?
There are some commentators on the circuit who refuse to pay anything by card and want to pay by cash.
There are, aren't there? Yes,
Yeah.
I was with him last Sunday.
Here's Waits. Oh, now then, a Yahoo from Billy Gobbleman. Tries the uppercut. Try and ramp it into the pavilion for 6, but misses out. And goes down at third. Third man down to our left, so both the defensive positions, long leg and third man occupied at the moment. It's forgotten one to go on the top straight. Get that sort of delivery, but another one that doesn't really bounce from weight. Gobbleman turns has a quick look at the pitch and what's going on there, he says. End of the over. A decent one as far as Derbyshire is concerned, because they've advanced from 1 without loss to 9 without loss after 2.
Close to a pass score already, I think, Derbyshire on this pitch, but look at it.
74 is a good score.
It's a proper, well, it's a club ground, isn't it? But it's not beat about the bush. So it will not be as good as the headquarters.
How many have you played here in this comp?
This is the first one.
This is the first one. Right?
Yeah, we played. The last time we were here was with the T20 against Yorkshire. Coach to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Lewis Rees. Gets a thick inside edge on that one out into towards square leg. In actual fact, by the time it's fielded, there's no run. So yeah, we had a 4-day game against Middlesex that lasted 3. The T20, in which we had 6 overs a side or whatever it was. And we had an awful lot of cricket here.
So do you normally play sort of 6 days a year? Is that the aim for the club? Or
that's more than they've played in most of my time here, I think. Yeah, it's at least one more. They like to bring a championship match here, and the Yorkshire T20 is always here. It's left alone, that's good leave. It goes through to wicketkeeper Duke. So yes, it would be wrong to say that they were regular. They are regular visitors, but infrequent in the number of days that they play here. It's a bit of a shame, because there is a very large Derbyshire following in the north of the county. So people don't like going to...
when you say very large?
Well, they're both here. No, it is large. There's next deliveries left, and that one moved away. It goes through to the keeper. They always get good crowds here. The good crowds for the championship match against Middlesex. And obviously they sell out the T20. It said it sold about 3,000 tickets. And then there's walk-ups as well. So it'll be a good crowd again today. Despite the ECB continually marginalising the Royal London One-Day Cup.
They hadn't noticed.
Some people don't think they have, but Code around the wicket. There's a big swing and a miss from Lewis Rees, who got down on one knee with a slog sweep, the intended shot.
My car was in danger there. It's just the other side of the metal fencing.
Yes. Yeah, mine's over there somewhere. Hopefully it's there still.
The guy on the gate, when I pulled up in the car, he said, yes. I said, press, showed him the pass, and he said, right, you go as far away as you possibly can from where you need to be down the far end, because I know you have loads of heavy bags to carry.
Yeah, well, all the next delivery is... Oh, that rises on Lewis Rees and hits him quite awkwardly, and he doesn't look massively happy. Now there are 1 or 2 players, including Code, looking at the pitch. He's going to have to come out, or the physio's going to have to come out and just check Lewis Rees, and that reared up, hit him in the grill. That wasn't very pleasant at all. Billy Godman deep in conversation with Tom Lowton before he goes down to check on his teammate. Interestingly, waving for the physio. The physio will be on his way down. If it's on the balcony, it's a fairly circuitous route to get down into the field of play. The interesting thing I think about the parking arrangements is that all the stewards park closest, and then everybody else has to fend for themselves, basically, because obviously they're here early.
I'm all right, Jack. It's that sort of thing.
Potentially.
Potentially. Obviously, I'm telling Porky's folks, they don't actually say you can go park at the furthest point away from where you need to be, but we know they're thinking that when they go, well, just go down there, mate, and then you get... There's another fellow further on, 150 yards away.
Keep going.
Having said that, this is like 3 strides compared to when we went to Old Trafford. I don't know about when you went there for the T20 game. Played at Old Trafford here in T20.
Yeah, we were in the main car park before the extra car park because we were using it. But this year when I went to Old Trafford for the 50 over game, just showed me past, and there was nobody else after I got through the gate, so I parked next to one of the players' cars in that little compound. Headingly's the worst.
I'm going to start getting there. No, seriously, no. Honestly, never in my 25 years now in this industry had to walk 2.25 kilometres with all my kit from the car to the stadium, to the point at which I sat down to commentate. That's what happened at Old Trafford.
I wouldn't be able to breathe at that point. It'd be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon before my heart rate had come back down. Reece has been checked out. He's okay, which is good news. So he will be slightly wary of the pitch now, I fancy. He wouldn't be wrong in being wary of the pitch, because some have kept low and some have bounced. And this next one is a full delivery that he drives out towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Loden. And there's no run. That's the end of the code. Oh, that was really nose. And he conceded one run up with 2 out. That's from wide.
Mark back saying, glad to hear us, but the effects mic appears to be drowning us out, and the crowd cheered. The crowd cheered yet.
I can turn
They did when they got it.
I can turn it down, Mark. How's that? Let us know.
Anyway, so the observations from those first 3 overs made are that this pitch giving the impression that it is unpredictable on the bounce, certainly from the pavilion end. We've seen Ben Code. Anyway, they look like there might be a little bit more bounce. We'll keep an eye on that this over, because Gobbleman is on 8. Just taking his garden weights. Weight is in, and that's lofted out towards mid-off. It's a bit of a scrambling stop by Sullivan.
A little score sheet.
3 for 1. Thank you very much.
No, very nice. I'm interested to see who called the second over.
Yeah, I don't know what I was doing there. Put Gobbleman down, folks, on my score sheet for the second over. He's getting to me. It's been a long season,
Isn't it? And yet we've played so little cricket. It's been going on forever, but we barely seem to play.
So 10 for none. Weight bowling here to Reece. Another one again that just a little bit of skip off the pitch. Didn't play that altogether comfortably, but played it well enough. Soft hands and out into the offside.
When I say we, I mean they. You still play a bit, don't you?
I've played one match this year because of trekking around.
Yeah.
It's not a massive breeze, though. It's a
No.
particularly strong breeze, but there's a bit of rustling in the greenery on the periphery of Queen's Park. Tattersall's just skipped back to his fielding position, having a word. His bowler is in now and bowling. Another one again. It just kicks off the pitch, and that is off the shoulder of the bat by the looks of things. Down to Ben Code at third, and on a single, but this not looking easy. Not looking easy at all. And I've never seen it play like this in games that Yorkshire have been down.
No, it hasn't. It didn't play like this in the 4-day game either. This is a bit spicier than I've seen it in the time I've been coming here. It's usually a pretty good pitch.
No, it really does. I mean, he's anchored at the crease, probably partly on length, but definitely shoulder with that. Gobbleman this time decides to get the bugle out, but can only open the face and run it out to Revis.
I do like that.
Yeah, I asked Will Luxton about it the other day, because at Chelmsford on Wednesday, got a few on the board, and the first delivery from Nidjar decided to get out the bugle, charged him and missed. Was quickly back in the changing room, and then was left out on Friday at Canterbury. Gobbleman drops that into the late side, where Wayne picked it up in his follow through, no run. Whether or not he was left out because of lack of weight of runs, he got 80 odd in the first match, and then hasn't scored anything significant since then. Whether it was that, I don't know. Whether he was rested and Finley Bean was given an opportunity, I don't know. So Finley Bean took his opportunity. 60 odd on his debut. Just inside the circle in front of us. Short, fine leg as Weight comes in. Gobbleman again down the wicket, and going to get 4 runs for this. Rode it towards the outside edge of the bat by the looks of the shot, left it over the top of the infield. And he concedes boundary, 15 without loss, 4th.
to the point where it's almost non-existent. This email that I've just received says, "Hello Dave, I know you won't read this out." No, I won't read that out, you're absolutely right. Disappointed to see. Well, we'll talk about Shamrosood later. Well, Black Mally's coming back in. In fact, I've been speaking to somebody at the backroom staff today, and he's going to be bowling soon. Code to continue from the pavilion, then bowls to Rees, who just taps it out into the leg side, and they pick up a single as Matthew Wake goes around to do the fielding. 7-16 that was.
My score sheet's got quite a lot more on it than yours. You don't know who's batting on your score sheet.
Oh, it is. There's no Derbyshire into that. I know who's batting because they're out there. And the scorecards, you know, the scorecard, and it's, you can fill in the number of what the total is at the end of each over. I sort of forget to do it after about the third over, and that's it. And you have to count back.
There occasionally I miss one, and then I've got to go back into the commentary thing and just school by it.
It's 2 slips in place, not surprising, and he's launched this one down towards third man. There is a man down there, and he does well to kill. Because he has kept it in play. We're going to come back to the second. He's that all the way down there in distance. He did very well. It's a long way away there.
Good question.
Yeah, he did well.
Binoculars in the car. I think body language, running style looked like it was jack shut.
No, it was an excellent piece of fielding in the end, because it was never going to reach him on the full, so he had a decision to make, and in the end sort of got his body in the way. It spun off him, but managed to keep it from going over the boundary. So Godman picks up a couple, moves on to 15, 11 deliveries, and it looks like he's just going to hit everything, or try to hit everything. He just taps this nicely into the mid-wicket region after the mid-wicket had been put back on the boundary, and walks through for another single. 19 without loss in the 5th.
Andy Walker says, morning Jonathan and Fletch. Clean smart looking splendid. It's always special when Derbyshire and Yorkshire meet there. The crowd is large and animated. I'm not sure it's as animated as anything like as animated, Andy, as it is for the T20 games here when Derbyshire always beat Yorkshire.
Slightly more sedate, isn't it? This next one is they're pacing themselves. Pushed down towards the third man boundary again. It is Jack Shot. That was excellent work for you, by the way. Jack Shot.
Thank you. You've got to make sure you pronounce that correctly as well.
Yeah, Jack. It's a tricky one. Just about there. 20 without loss. 2 balls of the 5th over to go. Code. Well, Godwin charges him and then fiddles at it outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. That was Billy Godwin in a nutshell.
That was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, charged and then thought, I'm not in a position to hit this, so I'll just try and feather it through to the keeper. Which has been the way he's been getting out throughout the whole of the season, really, out the keeper or the slips.
You do that on a Saturday afternoon in a club game, you'd be absolutely pilloried by the opposing fielder. Bowler would be glaring.
Come on, lad, walking wicket. 16 to Godwin, out of the 20 that Derbyshire has scored. It's caught bowl. Trying to play the ball into the leg side, they're leading out, and it was the simplest of catches for Code. Barely had to break stride as he took it waist high, and Godwin has gone for 16 and Derbyshire at 20 for 1.
Yeah, and no great surprise given the way I think the pitch is playing first and foremost, and the way we tell him that they go. Missing the stumps actually, trying to flick the leg, it's a leading edge, just an absolute dolly of a catch.
Yeah, didn't have to break stride, did he? And another failure, I'm afraid, for Billy Godwin, the Derbyshire skipper, who's missed the last couple of matches with COVID. Back in the side for this one, the skipper, and this might bring out Shamrosood. What kind of kit will be wearing? It is Shamrosood, but he's still wearing a Derbyshire kit, which is nice for the moment. This time next year, he'll be here at Chesterfield getting dogs abuse from the Derbyshire supporters.
The government was called both by Ben Code for 16.
Another county.
The incoming batter for Derbyshire, Shamrosood.
That's a good round of applause from the Yorkshire travelling supporters, their new skipper.
The 2 Derbyshire people
He's been excellent this season, and you will enjoy working with him. You have to speak to the captain a lot after matches. He is magnificent to talk to.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, should he come to Yorkshire, that would I look forward to that.
No sugar about it. Yeah, no, he's got a very analytical mind. In fact, he can remember things that have happened in cricket, on a day's cricket, that suddenly go, oh yeah, I meant to ask you about that. I'm glad you answered the question that I haven't asked you. One question will get you enough material.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling to Lewis Rees, who's shouldering out to one wide of off stump, and there's no run. Well, should he make his way to Yorkshire, and should I still be making two assumptions here? One that he's on his way to Yorkshire.
Actually, I'd forgot about the second assumption there. Yeah. That is perhaps assuming rather a lot, but Masood will definitely be there next year if you still are. You'll enjoy it. Because he won't play in the 50-hour competition anyway.
Into Rees, who drops it into the pitch, no run.
What colour the superchargers were, actually. Not a watcher of that other competition.
I should point out, ladies and gentlemen, that Fletch is saying this without any confirmation from Yorkshire County.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no confirmation from Yorkshire. I don't know why they haven't announced it yet, really. So we want to get
another one.
Get it out as quickly as possible, but
sometimes things sort of speed those processes up, don't they, David? And so Waite's in.
Yeah.
Rees shouldering out again through to Harry Duke, no run.
And there'll be a full.
We had a phone call yet from Yorkshire County.
Well, should I expect one?
Just asking.
If he ends up in Surrey, I'll apologise next season, but I don't think there'll be any apology necessary.
You seem very confident about your information.
I am supremely confident.
So Matthew Waite up the incline towards us. Another delivery that dies here. It's also dying down the leg side. Harry Duke does well to stop it, but prevent one going on the board because Steve O'Shaughnessy gets them. 21-4-1. He's very quiet today by comparison to those T20 matches.
I went to turn it off and see the effects microphone. All we can hear is the fan coming out of the kitchen in the pavilion.
I'm enjoying the bit of calm though, because normally when we're here for T20 matches, it's madness, isn't it? And Rees shoulders arms to another delivery. When I say madness, you get the music blaring out all the time. We had that relay announcer with us, didn't last time as well.
Yes.
Behind us on the balcony today. Yeah.
Well, the announcer's the scorer. Not sedate. No music's always good, isn't it?
It's no kind of not half pump because here's one for the crowd over the southwest corner.
Come on, Derbyshire fans, let's hear you.
Wait. And Rees pulls out a plain shot again.
The train's going in the park, though, just disappearing in the far distance. You'll hear it tooting. Puffin Billy, the little train. Miniature train, I think, little train, I think that's what it's called.
I love the fact that we have a boating lake. Yeah. I mean, the lake end sounds like very grand, like the Chesterfield Lake in the background. It goes on for miles.
The rolling hills.
Yeah. The boating lake. Has anybody been hit on number 47 as they've been pedalling around or whatever?
I don't think so, no. But that fence is very high at the far end.
It is. But it's definitely clearable by players of this ability.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps these days.
Ben Stokes would have any trouble clearing it.
No.
If he ever played in the ball.
Waite flicked off the legs. Round the wicket there, Matthew Waite flicked off the legs by Rees, but no further than been end of the over. He's now 6 complete. Derbyshire 21-1 on a bit of a sticky wicket out there. Ali Maiden pops his head round the corner. Maybe he fancies a chat. Ali, you going around to see us?
It's probably just cocked the head from there, hasn't it? Everybody, well, I want to say everybody.
He wants to know what's going on out in the middle, so he's popped round to listen to the
Yes.
So I can never mind his 2 points.
Absolutely no idea what's happening. Mitch Wagstaff has just come on with Interestingly, the umpire seems to be carrying him. Is he the standing umpire? Oh no, we've got another big bat, have we?
7 bats coming off the field.
Well, 2 with Mitch Wagstaff, the 12th man, and 1 with the umpire.
I was disappointed with most this season, forgetting all that, is that you weren't the nominated person to model the duck egg blue kit. I think you on a photograph splashed across whatever cricket media that we could have seen would have been fantastic. That would have been priceless.
Yeah, that's all with me. You've seen me in lycra, now look at me in an athlete's cricket gear. Yeah. I was thinking that, and I do own replica tops, but they're all very, very old now, because men of my age shouldn't wear replica tops, is my firm view.
Is it?
Yeah.
I see why not. Not that I've got some, but I actually barely ever wear them. But it's a leisure statement these days, isn't it? It's nailing your colours to the mast. Although you're such a turncoat that you've probably got kit that's split into several different parts, haven't you?
Code bowls to goal to Masudi's edge behind a court. Does he? No, must have hit either the thigh pad or the pad on the way through. Well, that would have done Code's chances of getting in the Yorkshire side next season. That'd be good if Masood dismissed first ball.
Contract could have been torn up as well.
I think so. I think Ben, have a word with yourself, mate. Have you seen who's batting? Delivery, another good delivery from Ben Code, who's
what has it hit? It must have hit his pad.
Well, I was convinced it had hit that because it moved a long way, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Thank goodness for that one. He's played a missed at that one. To pieces now. He's now rejected a new contract with Derbyshire. First man in the country to 1,000 runs in the county championship this season in just 12 innings.
Do somebody a good job in the future.
He would, yeah. Perhaps a first division team, I don't know. Now I can hit music. I think it's coming from my other eyes. Yeah, in goes Code again, bowls. That one is it. He's got bat on ball, even though it looked like he got bat ball from the first delivery that he faced, and he pushes it back up the pitch. There's no run.
Steve says, please can you turn the effects level down? It's very, very loud, thanks.
I can't even hear it, can you?
No. Mind you, is that we had a bit of mixer on. Yeah, each other.
I've turned it down as low as it can go. Virtually off. Oh, thanks. He's covered. Then again, balls. Oh, and he's played and missed it. That one too is Shan Mercedes having a very good time of it out there at the moment. Thinking a poke springs to mind at the moment. 21 with it. 21 for 1.
It's definitely, without question, the most interesting pitch that Yorkshire I've seen Yorkshire play on this season.
It's good to have an interesting pitch now, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 o'clock finish.
Absolutely. Full praise to Queen's Park Ground staff for that, I think.
Still 2 slips. The man at mid-wicket has gone out onto the boundary. Bowls and tickle that down to fine leg for 4 runs. So nice shot. He's not going to miss out on stuff like that. And he's off the mark with the boundary. And Derbyshire moved to 25 for 1.
Reece. When I've watched him play, you've seen him play a lot more than I have, but it's not one for around. It was 3 from 22 deliveries here, Fletch.
Absolutely. Ball is the Code over. Balls to Masood, who plays and misses. That's more like it. End of the over, 25 for 1. Derbyshire has been put into bat by Yorkshire, but he got the man out for 16.
Wait, it looks as though he's going to continue from the.
25 for 1, Derbyshire. 7-0 is the man out for the goal in the rest of the season. It's Slippery. He played the last 2 matches because of COVID. And he was caught the ball by Ben Coat, the leading minutes, dismissed for 16. It's a very interesting pitch here at Chesterfield. The ball is either keeping very low or bouncing extraordinarily high. So it's very difficult for the batsman out there. Shamla Sood, the new batsman, is on 4. Has played missed it. He's almost caught first ball by the wicketkeeper. Lewis Rees is on 3 from 22 balls faced, which is very un-Lewis Rees. Yorkshire won the toss, put Derbyshire into bat, and Derbyshire currently 25 for 1 in the FA.
Mid-off and mid-on. This is Sullivan and Ship respectively. Have a look at that. Matthew into Lewis Rees. He's got a quickish outside edge on that. That's a very good catch down the forward by Jonathan Tattersall. Just back at a point. Excellent effort from him. And it's 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. Lewis Rees has managed to add to that 3. Again on the replay, yeah, angled in, it was straight, you've got to play at that. That's a superb catch by Tattersall when you see it for a second time. Diving forward, as I say, out at point, backward off. 25 for 2, but I don't think we'll be going massive on the celebrations at the moment, the way this pitch has played so far, because you might find yourself in peril a bit later on as well.
It was a nice catch though, wasn't it? You can have the celebrations.
Lewis Rees is caught by Jonathan Tattersall. Off the bowling with Matthew Reed.
That's what they were celebrating. He came.
New batter for Derbyshire.
Batsman
Harry
to join
Kane.
Shamla Sood. Bit of a jump on here. Well, Derbyshire at various points in this competition have lost their top order quite cheaply. They were 6 down, I think, down at Essex in one of the few games that they've won. And went on to post their 11th highest List A score. So their in-form batsmen of those who are playing today, Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal, still to come. I mean, you don't really want to see them in the power play.
They posted their 11th highest List A score.
23, 11. Another high scoring side.
No, but the 11th highest.
Yeah.
Is that significant?
No, it's the one after the 10th, but that's where it was in the listings.
25 for 2 then. Matthew Wade continuing at the voting leg end. Who's coming number 10, and Lewis Rees did just that. Right before Kane, who's shouldering out to this one, wide of off stump.
I just get fed the stats and read them out blindly, really. None of them.
Is that Chris?
Yeah, none of them are mine.
Around the ground somewhere, snapping.
He was there a moment ago and kind of gone far. He didn't move particularly quickly.
Provides each with a piece of what I'm sure will be delicious pork pie at some point today. 2 slips back in place here. Yorkshire throwing at first and Hill at second as Wade bowls over the wicket again, and Harry Kane gets an inside edge that could have gone anywhere. Hangs up, chasing it down to short fine leg to field it. It tells you can't have been too far off leg stump. So Shamla going to have his first look at Matthew Wade, a player he definitely won't be playing with next season.
Unless he signs for Worcestershire.
I don't know, you tell me he's leaving this club. I'm not quite sure where he's going.
No, Matthew Wade.
Oh, Matthew Wade's going to Worcestershire.
Yeah. That one's been announced, hasn't it?
That has been announced, yeah.
I heard John Curtis get very excited about it. Good signing.
He's had a good competition, actually. He's definitely one of the success stories for Yorkshire, runs and wickets. And he's bowling here to Masood in the Chesterfield sunshine, if you believe. Short of length, drops it into the pitch. Hill fielding. Delivery and turnover of the right arm. He hasn't bowled in this comp yet. Out of that blow he took on the toe for Jamie Overton Yorker to be wicket championship match in Scarborough back in July. It's tough going out there at the moment, folks. Very tough going. Spicy sort of a pitch. Interesting cricket as the day wears on. There's Waite, Wellington Masood. They've just brought Hill back in second slip. So pinged them really right out of the middle. One of the few that have been hit in that part of the bat by any of the 4 batters we've seen. Got ball to complete the over. 26 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, it's nice to see the ball hit the middle of the bat. After 8 overs. Many more to come. He's using a new ball at either end, and use a ball at either end on this the number of overs, and the ball is still relatively new. If it's going to do anything, it'll do it in the laughingly called power play. It's going to come over the wicket too.
What's the 11th lowest Derbyshire score from the first power play?
I don't keep records like that. Very irrelevant. Bowles Kane pushes it out back of the square on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I just think it's in all the games they've played, because they've been playing List A cricket in its various forms since 1963 or whatever it was. But that to have been even in the top 20 of high scores, and it was only in the 8th. It seems quite remarkable to me. Which is why I mentioned it. I'm sorry I did that. Mr. Code bowls to Kane, pushes this up to cover. By Matthew, and I'm going to get his surname wrong. Revis.
Hold on.
Thank you. Wayne Manson's number, so Nance can't go up to Headingley anytime soon.
One of our colleagues at another station recently said before the day starts, I want to get this right. Is it Revis or Revis? And I said Revis, and then they spent all day calling him Revis.
Yes, well, I thought it was Revis, but I wasn't sure. I was too. Hurricane fairly down towards Johnny Tattersall fielding at backward point. There's no run. 26 for 2 in the 9th over. Which hasn't been put into bat this morning. There are clouds around, but nothing menacing. There's no rain in the forecast, which should ensure that it chucks it down at some point. As Kane waits and goes back into his crease. Plays this next delivery from Code square on the leg side, where it's fielded by Finley Bean. Go through for a single. Moves on to 2, does Kane. Derbyshire to 27 for 2.
Jack Dutton suspects that the sound level complaints are from those watching on the YouTube stream. He says the balance is fine on the audio stream.
Which is all I'm really bothered about, if I'm entirely honest with it. So thank you for that. If the stream's got it wrong, it's not my fault. I do occasionally get messages about the stream. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, other than supply. Well, yes, but that wouldn't go down. Code around the wicket to Masood, struck on the pad, big appeal, not out.
That was plump from him.
Yeah, it was only on the knee roll, wasn't it?
Absolutely stone dead from 6 strips away to the right.
I didn't really watch it.
No, we're going to get it as it was live, just about 4%.
Not strike when
Not sure what's wrong with that.
it looks close. It looks close, doesn't it? Close, as they say. Clipped into the leg side. I was shooting for a single down towards the backward square leg. Well, it's not hitting leg or off, is it?
No.
No.
Definitely not going over the top.
It's not hitting either the legs. 28 for 2. But I've been hitting the middle one about 2/3 of the way up.
Hit him outside the line, did it?
Yeah. He didn't get any back on it.
No, that was a goal after.
We can't, well, yeah, but we can't tell because we can't tell if it's back on it.
And Gerald will consider himself pretty unlucky not to have a wicket
Yes, 28 for 2 at the end of that.
Super.
It's never 28 for 2. Single to Masood.
What was he on then? 4-4. His weight to Masood, who's looking up his length. He'll be. Lots of asterisks there. Harry Duke.
Asterisk.
No, that's all asterisks. We've got maybe the one there. Going up the back of his.
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah.
Decided you could be his sidekick.
Obelisk. You enjoyed that one, didn't you?
Yeah, you could see as Masood drives weight up to the off. No run. Really got going to the step, and that's because of the difficulty of scoring runs out there.
Masood's 101st list A game, this. His average is 57.
Right over the wicket to Masood. To mid off. Again, Sullivan feels it's no run. Scratches something out from the commentary box. I think that's inverted commas. Glorified gazebo.
Rated pressure is
well, right.
better than T20 gazebo, isn't it? I can't
It
back
is
that on
actually.
the ceiling.
It's been
Good structure.
it's upgraded, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Up a notch. His weight. Back at Matthew Weight by Masood and dropped. So, charmed life here for Shan Masood. Very, very. So, code. Very good shout. Now he's hitting straight back at the bowler. Let's put it down. There's no chance to see this again. Yeah, one of those and you follow through. He's had a snatch at it. It's very catchable height, and all the rest of it would have probably catch that 8 times out of 10. But that was one of the 2 where he didn't. Next delivery, the rise, just past the outside edge of Masood's bat. It's tricky.
Is it? What?
Out there in the middle. With the batting, it looks like it might have been a reasonably good toss to win.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to change that much, is it? The sun isn't strong enough to bake it. I'd suggest. Well, friends, just ask for some scissors. I think.
Here's Weight again. Masood over the top of that. Into the offside.
See if he gets some scissors here, Will Frank. He's coming out now from slip in the door. Yeah. Yeah, they want scissors, or he's doing an impression. One of those impressions that you don't like a crocodile, you know, the shadow puppet thing.
Not doing rock, paper, scissors for the next wicket, is he?
It could be, yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. That's the end of the power play. We made 2.8. Obviously, they've had 10 overs. I don't know why I said that. That was pathetic. It's the only bit of maths I'm going to do all day. 28 for 2 at the end of the power play. The code, understandably, having bowled 5 overs, 1 for 12, is going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling 2. Where he came. In the VIP area. Cover's in. Leaves that one alone as it leaps and goes through to the keeper. That was an extravagant lead.
Yeah. Pulled the bat back as if he was pulling back a sort of axe and he was going to lock a bit of wood or something like that. So much that goes on around here in the Derbyshire Forestry Commission. Players' pre-season fitness programme, perhaps?
That's more than Nottinghamshire.
Is it not?
Forests. Talk about forests on the Radio Derby. His code makes his way in again. The cable gets wrapped on some part of his body. Oh dear. We should just abandon the game.
It's definitely tricky out there.
It's not a day for batting, a morning for batting. I was asked by an old former colleague and his wife and their son here today, and I went across to see them before, and he said, he expected plenty of runs. I said, oh yeah, loads of runs to that small pitch. Small outfield, decent pitch. His next delivery managed to get his bat on it as Harry Kane pushes it no more than a couple of yards in front of him. Matthew Revis comes in to do the fielding. There's no run.
Just think Revis. You hesitated there.
I did hesitate. You could tell I hesitated.
It was good, but you came down on the right side of the pronunciation, having hesitated. So
just think of the sitcom Rev. Bowls, that's beaten him and taken the edge and gone through to the keeper, but not out. It hasn't taken the edge and gone through to the keeper. It's just missed the bat completely. Well, we can't do a chance at that. This is a big hedge. Harry Kane's waist height, which isn't necessarily waist height to anybody else. It's quite diminutive. But
yeah, it jagged back sharply.
Did it?
Probably might have connected with a pad flap or something that went through.
He connects with his bat, he defends it out into the onside, and there's no run. Looks like Derbyshire playing for the draw here. 28 for 2. There's been a run for 11 deliveries. But you're right, it's that somebody's got to bat second on this surface kind of thought in the back of your mind, isn't it? Code turned in to complete his over. Back into his crease goes Harry Kane, pushes it out into the onside. It's Finley Bing. That's another maiden. Ben Todd. 6 over 2 maidens, 1 for 12. His figures now down. 28 for 2 after 11.
It's just one of those pitches where if you have a fielding side here, you've already been realising, understanding that you just need to keep the opposition down to as little as possible, because we're really chasing anything requires a score. Not at all.
And as a Derbyshire bats, when you're basically thinking, right, let's hang around, because if you do hang around for 50 overs, you're probably going to score 150 runs, aren't you?
Yep.
Bat through the full 150. It might not sound a lot, but it could be enough. The scissors have been brought on, taken off.
And there's also the possibility that I accept what you're saying, and it's not baking hot running every day. So how much easier can it get? We've got a wicket here, Matthew White, and he's got on Shamma Seed. He led the charge live, didn't he? Thought Ben Code had it. LBW a couple of overs back. Then Matthew White putting down on his own ball, and this time he's got an outside edge on it, and that has been snaffled by Harry Duke, diving away to his left. Very good catch. 2 of those. So far as Derbyshire. To be perfectly honest, out of all the delivery we've seen, Chesterfield doesn't really need to have a flick out, but he was drawn in to having a little push, and he did just that first offering of a bit of width to play with. Well, it's gone for 5.
Yeah, perhaps his mind's elsewhere. It's Brooke Guest. One of the success stories of Derbyshire this season in all forms of cricket, really. He's been terrific. Keeper batsman bats at 3 in the
John Missouri was scored by Harry Duke. Off the bowling is Patrick Went. For 5.
Half it, yeah.
Incoming batter for Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's just about the sound.
Yes.
Horror. He's aggression. It's a train strike today, like when he's down here. No idea what he said then. Yeah, Brooke Guest. Only Lewis Rees has more runs than him in this competition. He's got 4 first-class centuries. He's been terrific this year. He and Anatol have been they call it the engine room. I don't. That's what they call it. But how the engine room is going to cope with this pitch is anybody's guess, really, isn't it?
With a bit of difficulty, you would imagine. The greats of cricket. somebody like a Joe Root going in here and having his work cut out. Richards still be handy though, like to see even at his age now, be walking out there.
Yes.
Well, not for Derbyshire, obviously. For Yorkshire would be good. Matthew Waite's
Who's signing him as well next year?
Yes.
Is he going to up the bowl? Is he going to up the batting with Sean Rasood next year? Is he? What do you know? What do you know, guys? You tell me.
Well, there could be an announcement of a signing tomorrow for IVA Richards.
Be something on that.
First.
Yeah, that will be something.
Matthew Waite from the Boating Lake End. Inside the line of that needs to get 2 slips here. Why wouldn't you? You've got 3 for 28 off 68 deliveries. Risk of repetition. It's not easy out there. That in perspective. So Yorkshire will want to keep the pressure on here. So they're going to have to chase them. Not coming waiting again. Surely announced to this one. Sun shining brightly on this signing. Perhaps. There's a bit of a breeze. There's a Ukraine flag and a Union flag. Building, yeah. Ukraine flag blowing horizontally. Slightly small, but curious that the Union flag. Just the way the wind blows around there in Chesterfield. It's waits in. See. Guest trying to turn that to the leg. It's leaning again back to Waite. No Robert Sutton.
You'll be saying it a lot next year. It's interesting that Waite's got him out though, of course, because the rest of the bowlers all breathing a sigh of relief that a man who isn't going to be there next season has got him out. So they're all blameless.
Turns again. Oh. Now that he's one kicked off the pitch again here, it really has bounced sharply on Broadcast, who's dropped his bat behind him. He's got it away for what he's officially been given a leg by. It was nowhere near his leg. It was somewhere on the arm.
Oh. Physio will come on. That was horrible. And that, what did it hit?
It looked like it might have been just above the elbow on that bit. Bit that most of us who don't go to the gym don't have much protection, which we do have reflect when I look at your arm.
Go to the gym.
That sort of bit. No, that's why mine's so long.
I'd cancel that. I'd cancel that. I found a way you can save a couple of quid, don't you? Cancel that subscription.
You have to go on the energy bills.
Yeah. Get much gas out of it.
But it really did take off, that. Innocuous delivery, wide of
because he was trying to lead it, wasn't it? Yeah. And I thought it hit the end of his bat handle in his head. But the way he threw the bat down was great. The physio's been waved away.
You just think of things, apart from it just being the surface, which I've never seen one like this before at Queen's Park matches I've seen. So if
there's a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Tom Floaty.
Well, it has rained, yes. Of course, the last week had rain on and off. I don't know specifically about Chesterfield because I don't live anywhere near here.
Correction, no change.
On Wednesday at Derby, absolutely chucked it down on Tuesday.
Tom, you're going to have to get back on it.
Just didn't drain away. Rode into Broadcast, plus inside edge into the inner that paradise. Dear, oh dear.
I don't think the remaining batters in the Derbyshire
I wouldn't be looking.
Will be forming a queue here.
No. Imagine Dahl will be next. Good luck nudge. Then Matty McKeon. And then the 4 number 11s that they've got in the side today. Mark Watt, Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Nick Potts. Should do well to get to 100. The surface, as Cody's in, and he's decided to take matters into his own hands here. Broadcast and takes 2 steps down the track, plays a defensive shot, trying to get to the ball as it bounces rather than allowing it to bounce and hit him. to the offside. It's, well, I think we could probably best describe it as tricky.
I think I might have used that expression 15 times already. In the first,
another one.
Sticky dot.
13th over. It certainly hasn't rained today. Well, it's been uncovered. This next one is down the leg side, up wide. Williams gratefully received 30 for 3. Derbyshire in the 13th over.
And code. 5 and over 31 list day matches. He's taken 34 wickets. 37. Probably very well in the main since coming back into the team pretty much for this competition.
Delivery is allowed to go through, possibly by Brooke Guest. It's certainly very extravagantly brought the line of the bat inside the line of the ball as opposed to the keeper.
Probably had his worst day actually on defeat against Kent on Friday, not for 63. And went for a few, but prior to that, taking wicket a match and just keeping it very tight. Just keep saying the commentaries, you know, once something you can work with, you know, to devastate the opposition with loads of wickets and keep it tight, other people pick it up as well.
Towards mid-on where it's fielded by Tom Lowton. Guest. Maybe to journey back from Chelmsford?
Well, yes and no. I didn't go back from Chelmsford, I went on to Canterbury. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
We were discussing the furthest ground from home, and for some reason I thought Canterbury was. I thought somewhere like Taunton was, but that's where Canterbury is.
Yeah, it's a long way. Anyway, when you get around the M25, it's still a long way. Oh, that one grubs along the ground. Dear, oh dear. He just holds his arms out and says, what on earth am I supposed to do? He shakes his head, Brooke Guest, and wanders off towards square leg. This pitch is not going to last 100 overs. That one didn't bounce at all.
I'm not sure what George Hill is saying, but he's having a good chat with Brooke Guest at this stage. Maybe he's saying, right, well, just try and play a few shots back.
Well, I think that might be the way forward, to be fair. But they haven't really got any big hitters in the side. Derbyshire don't have big hitters. Yes, that's what bounces a bit more wide of the old stuff, and he has a go at it. Now, you may have heard David Griffin in the background there saying, cancel lunch. I think that's another way of describing it. Lunch will be cancelled kind of pitch, because this isn't going to last long at all. The ball is doing all sorts out there. The bowlers are good, but the pitch isn't, and that means that the bowlers will be on top. Yeah.
Just difficult to know what to do as a batter here, but as I say, I mean, that might be the way to go. If you play a few shots and you're going to need a bit of luck on your side here. You definitely need some of that.
We have a change of bowling at the low
going to find a delivery by the looks of things sooner or later.
Matt Revis.
So maybe it's just.
It's also going to make it tricky to predetermine a shot, isn't it? Because you think, right, I'm going to slog sweep this one, and then it grubs along the ground or leaps at you when you're kneeling down. You've got no chance.
Imagine getting down to do one of those ramp shots. I mean, I can't imagine myself ever getting down to do a ramp shot, but if you did, if you were good enough, and one just takes off from the length that you need it to be at, you'd take it out. So Matthew Revis coming into the attack for the first time today. His first delivery since that last ball against Kent on Friday disappeared out of the park for 6, but this time pushed back by Harry Kane. Dot ball to moans and mutters from the social media keyboard warriors
Really?
on Friday.
It's really such a positive place, I find, Twitter.
Yeah.
But not on this occasion. No.
He is again. Kane driving that one up to mid-on, no run. You know, actually, there wasn't loads, but there were some just saying terrible delivery and gave it away and all those sorts of things. And you just think, yeah, I know it came down to that last delivery. Clearly didn't execute it as well as he wanted to do because it went for 6. But
Well, didn't mean it, did he?
he's again. Really takes off. Goes by Harry Kane. Harry Duke having to take that jump up high and take that high above his head. Not the tallest, I know, but still. come
That
out
was
with.
still going up in Kentucky.
Unbelievable. So,
Wow. Look at Will Frank. Yeah, this is where
yeah, he's got a bat on this. He's opening the batting
what
for you.
are we supposed to do?
It's not good. Not there. It's not good at all. So, yeah, and you just think, you know, 300 ball innings. There are many other things that have gone wrong to get to the point where the opposition needs 6 to win off the last ball.
Absolutely.
So the focus of blame with some comes down to the one person who can affect that, the bowler.
And the flip side of it is the last over of the game down at the Oval.
Yeah. Here's Revis again, this time similar sort of length that just goes through to Harry Duke you could normally expect. So, yeah, so with respect to Matthew Revis.
Revis against balls. That's not really replaced the ball. Ball at 2 forwards against the head of the pitch, really. Revis again, his forwards driven straight back at him on the bounce by Harry Kane. This is not shifted over from him, made over to the Derbyshire, who are putting to bat a 30 for 3, and much of that is down to this pitch, which is providing some variable bounce, shall we say. Billy Godman caught hold for 16, Lewis Rees is out for 3, and Shan Masood, the latest to go, he made just 5, but one ball will
There we do have a change at the beginning end.
to bat out there. Yorkshire
Tom
will put Derbyshire
Layton.
30 for 3 after 14 overs.
Move themselves a little bit closer to qualification against, I should say, closer to qualification in the face of the chances of 3 other clubs ahead of them.
I don't think I've seen Tom Layton.
He's here now, right in front of you.
Oh, he's there, he is.
Tall
I've
figure.
I've seen him now.
Not of the world.
Is he? Good man, mate.
Pocklington.
Is he?
I believe he's from Pocklington.
No arms and legs on his approach, and that one leaps a little bit on Brooke Guest as he goes through to the keeper.
I keep describing him as a javelin thrower. Watch him in.
Yeah.
There's a little skip at the start.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going to launch it.
Well, you need to be tall for that. I don't know. I mean, I love watching the javelin. Watching it was it last night, the night before, the men's javelin final of the European Championships. Women earlier this week.
Won it, did Jan Zalesny win on Steve Backer?
Yes, no, Steve Backer was commentating. We've moved on. Next delivery, so he drives at that one. He's broadcast wide of the off stump and misses it. He goes through to the keeper, but he's generating some bounce from his, what he must be 6'2", 6'3".
He's
Perhaps
tall.
even taller, yeah, he's tall. He's got very long legs. That's quite a long body as well. 30 to 3.
Yeah, he was born in York.
Congratulations to him. Is he an old Pocklingtonian? Go to my school. There's the skip, and he's in. Bowls, and this one is beating the edge of the bat. That's a really good delivery. He's pitching it exactly in the right place to extract the maximum from this Chesterfield surface. Always flying through.
Let's check on his school days.
Oh, Pocklingtonian, it'll do for me.
Yeah, Pocklington School, he did, yeah. That's right, I thought he had.
Pocklingtonians. Let's go and say hello to him later. He probably went there after I left. He's in now, bowled, and that's left alone by Guest outside the off stump.
I would think you probably crossed over in the 6th one.
Do you think? Yes, yeah. Yeah, he was born in 1999 and I left school in 1982. Or 81, one of the other, I can never remember. 81.
Gosh, we locals call it pop.
Yeah, no, we used to call it. Yeah. Guy Willett, former headmaster of Hopkinson School, former Derbyshire man. Chairman and president of the club is next one. Guest is just looking at the pitch now. He's sort of leaving the ball and looking at the pitch every single delivery. That was another good one from Logan. Managed to sort out the fact that it was Revis who bowled the previous over now on the computer more than everybody.
I'm not saying it's tricky out there, but in the last...
Been many runs, have there? I've just looked at this row of grey dots on my computer screen. There's been a wide and a leg by. This next one, oh, that one keeps it a bit low outside the off stump. Not massively low, but it was quite wide. Or at least batsman Book Guest gave the impression that it was quite wide. They kept it a bit low, and it goes through to the keeper, and Lowton begins with a maiden over. That's the second successive maiden following an over in which a wide was the only run that was scored. And that followed an over in which a leg by was the only one that was scored. So it's going pretty well here for Derbyshire. We're 30 for 3 after 15 overs. Came has 2, and Book Guest, who I continue to say has been one of the revelations of the season, has got 0 from 17 balls.
There's been 5 runs scored in the last 8 overs. Here we have Revis continuing from the voting leg end. Number 77, wide of number 4's off stump, but he watches it go through. Would you prefer a peddler, or would you be one of those canoes?
I'll go on a pedalo if you pedal. I wouldn't want to go on anything.
It'd sink if you go on a pedal. Well, especially if I go in with you. Here's Revis again, wide off stump. Okay, well, watches it go by, and they're just stuck here. I mean,
yeah.
in all seriousness, they are stuck out there in the middle. They can't. They're scared of playing shots now. I mean, clearly credit to the bowlers in terms of getting it in that horrible so-called right areas, because they're not bowling any obvious rubbish that the batters are able to get their hands through. But still, I mean, look at that. That's a cracking delivery from Revis. It's just short of length. And there's almost a feeling that Harry Kane doesn't want to step into it like he would do normally on the pitch, where he's confident of the bounce. He's hanging back almost as he tries to play through that. Goes past the outside edge on the rise through to Harry G. If he does play a shot, where's he going to go? He'll just go aerial. Revis again. This time it dives as it goes wide. So it's just very, very unpredictable. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that Tom Lowton, who's out to our right there, will be able to find a straight one in his next over. Not taking the bait.
And a straight one. So I'm still getting messages about the distortion on the stream. It's nothing to do with us.
Here's Revis again. Standing ovation almost as the game works into the leg side. The scamper through for one.
Being drowned out by the play.
Listening to ball by ball commentary. Sold away. BBC Radio Derby and all the Yorkshire stations. That's for the website. Ready to the latest delivery. Yes. Off stump brings the end of the over to the top. 31. For the loss of 3 wickets. We've got on correspondence.
Yes,
Legal point to you.
Yeah, no, well, I can check when it leaves one box and goes to another that it's perfectly fine, because it goes from this box to that box. It's no good for people on the radio, I know, or even on the stream, because you know I've got a camera in here, and it's fine when I listen to it on the other box, which goes back to Derby. They haven't said anything. It's once it leaves that box and goes up to the mixer upstairs that the problems are arising. And if you want to continue to watch the stream, I would suggest that you turn the volume down and put the BBC Sport website on, because a number of correspondents have said that it's perfectly fine on there. Lowton is in and bowls, and it's past the inside edge of Harry Kane about this time as he tries to play an expansive looking shot.
Well, just at the moment, the players are now have no confidence in the pitch,
No.
and they're not moving their feet, because I think there's probably partially a fear they're going to get hit.
Yeah.
Tom Lowton, high 70s.
And it's coming down from the road. I'll say that. He skips. He's in, balls, again, swinging the bat from Harry Kane to the keeper.
So as I was saying, Middleton's good morning. One start by Yorkshire, doing well. That's close to Friday. Mark Banks says, okay, I'm going to agree to YouTube streaming issues. Put up the volume as you need to.
Exactly. What a mark.
Andy Walker says he's done what you've just suggested, sync the BBC audio.
That's the way forward. That's the future. That's the future. Here's Lowton. And again, balls back to his crease goes. Kane gets back on and pushes it out into the offside. There's a bemused look on David Griffin's face as we look at each other. This pitch is it's an unusual pitch for Chesterfield. Would you agree? They're not usually like this. Yes, they would. Michael Bowler probably did something and not Bowler, I think. It's been known to them. As Lowton goes on and balls off, fishes that one outside the off stump and then disconnects. It's not it. It's got anything to do with it.
Yorkshire lads also done his sinking. Well done to you, Mikey Marriott, pulling all over for Yorkshire. Looking for a Yorkshire, still cannot get over the defeat to Kent 6 on the ball.
Was it defeat?
Do you want Yorkshire to lose this all way?
Low balls, and that was probably the stop this time. Allowed to go through to the keeper, blocked by Harry Kane.
Martin Rose says, your PA system sounds a bit dodgy. It's Cleggy doing it.
Somebody even overhauled than Cleggy.
Cleggy. Good player. Still.
It's an electrical stuff. Like balls, there's a swing at that one, but it's Kane and it goes through to the keeper. Second electrical stuff.
Tony Burbank says, sorry, no, sorry, external ground pipes. It's probably better than that. You won't be able to ever say that.
Kevin Hartley says the commentary does a bit altogether. All I can hear is crowd noise, the train, wind, players talking and clapping. All okay on the BBC Sport thing, which again goes to prove my theory that it's nothing to do with it. So any correspondent should be dressed in Derbyshire County Cricket Club.
6 runs in the last 11 overs.
It's slow, isn't it? That was the end of the latest over in which a run wasn't scored. Lowton's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. 31 for 3 at the moment.
And Matthew Revis to continue towards us from the coating lane F. Good guess. As we walk down the pitch, maybe something you've got to do it. Maybe further out your crease, trying to take the ball earlier, just trying to. I guess at the moment the batters are damned if they do and damned if they don't, because if they give their wickets away now, having more time on the clock, it's going to be a bit disquiet among the spectators. Hard to play an attacking shot at the moment. As Revis bowled again, he gets tempted to mid-on away fields.
Partnership's 3 from 37 deliveries. The rebuilding.
I think we should have a sweep. What we're going for? 52 for 8.
Up to 50 overs.
Revis in the game. And another one this time. He climbs on this and he shakes his head because he knows that's a very similar length with quite a few other deliveries he's already received from Matthew Revis. And some of them bounce through as you expect. Just again, one like that and takes off again. Been hit once.
Much as a payoff, you can either have a decent gazebo and the pitch will be a little substandard, or the pitch will be good and the gazebo can be substandard.
Revis in. Some dies on this. It is Bertie Bassett territory out there, isn't it? Vicarage also.
It's impossible. Impossible to bat this pitch. Against good bowlers. But you might get away with it in a club game, I don't know. But standard club, certainly the top end of the County Premier League is good, but I wouldn't mind having a bowl on this now.
Once again, this one again takes off. Brook guessed it somewhere near the unmentionables.
That's pretty good off strike there, Wilson. Yes, one without loss in the last 5 overs.
Ready snakes at the moment.
So far, I describe it as a favourite. That 16 is probably worth about 110. See Reed's got 3, Sue 5, Harry Kane's got 3, Destin 5, we got off the mark. 24 ball that he faced. Here's Tom Lowe. Ball's not he's guided down towards third man by Harry Kane for 1. He can come back for a second, he will come back for a second. 2 players that are on the shoot this season. Tells you all you need to know about what's happening out there at the moment. It's low. Yeah, no, it's all inside edge, down to 5 legs. A bit low, tries to squeeze it in between.
Yeah.
Very wide. Signal wide. Shanmugam. 2 for 3. So a lot of good ball. 2 overs, 2 maidens. It's very expensive. 2 for 4. First 3 balls, so 2 that he's missing himself and sets off again. Turns this nicely into the late side. Signal the ball. Double figures, would you believe, down there. big wicket by Finley Bean. He did well actually because he went over the artificial pitch as well. You can see on grounds, club grounds. See less and less of artificial pitches. Take a nasty bounce off of those as well. He cracks this one. For a similar kind of shot, right towards the cover boundary.
It's a bit like you would have thought you play straight here, whatever you get when he takes off the back of the play on void, or you maybe get too low. To the next pitch assessment.
Digging 47 one thing about batting second on this pitch is that you know ball one, certainly what it's going to be like. So down the clock,
yeah, so got some playing knowledge of still got to deal with it. Coach bowling in the right areas there.
But I'm with you, Bob. Stuff.
When you get on the bottom ground, you know that you make great things. You don't know. sixes and dots. 20. It was the 5-3.
However, they've been scoring recently, so things are on the up.
Oh yeah, they went from 25 to 187 to 45 3 to 18. Then the 20.
So just a couple of those from Tom Rowe.
Returning to goal, Ben Code.
So just moving to arrest the flow of runs potentially. Two slips back in place, Code bowled nicely. His first spell. Doing it, bowls that one straight away beats. Move his front foot, he's moving back foot.
You've got to continue to bowl with the usual discipline, I think, on pitches like this. It's easy to get carried away because of some
Should have figured him out where he bowled. But he not. This one where Code is just bowling it straight.
Yep, Tony Tudor, photographed by facilities, responded, luxury, that luxury. Now we're not waiting, mate.
Towards mid-on.
They don't both it though. Swim is there. 3 people were sat on me. I would actually look after her. 3 luxury.
Got up half an hour before I went to bed. Spot on Monty Python when they did that sketch. It's an enduring sketch as well as Code bowls, and it's defended by Guest. Back to the bowler once again. Good over this from Ben Code. He's 8th, 1 for 13 in his first 7, 2 of the maidens. So his economy rate 1.8, something along those lines. It's 1.7 now. Derbyshire remain on 55 for 3 as he strikes the pad. Big appeal gone. That one didn't bounce. He stood no chance, and Code returns to take a wicket. It's Brooke Guest who's gone 12 from 32 balls, which is very Brooke Guest-like.
That it was out. Clearly didn't have a spot-on view, but just looking at the replay, yeah. And to be honest with you, I don't see what the difference between that delivery and the one that was given not out against Masood.
Yeah.
That was probably clearly a bit lower in terms of its bounce trajectory, but yeah, there's no.
It looked out, didn't it? It
Yeah.
looked down from here. Oh dear. Yeah.
Nothing that the umpire can do but raise the index finger, and so a 4th one goes for 55.
And as Brooke Guest is passed by Anuj Dal, he shrugs his shoulders, presumably mutters under his breath, good luck. Dal had a pretty good time of it in the Royal London so far this season. High score of 46, but then again he does come in, he's actually coming in slightly higher than he has done for most of the tournament at 6. He's very much a number 7 in the championship. Couple of wickets, but nice and economical as well. So we'll see him bowling later on. I've got to go. Sorry, I'm going boating.
You do that. Luxury boating lake here at Chesterfield, and
I'm here. Code has got, I think, one delivery left of this over. His 8th, and he bowls to Dahl, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And the ball goes through to the keeper. Code 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13. Economy rate 1.63. Matthew Reeves to continue, 4 overs for 9 runs so far, and he's in and bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Next delivery is defended back to Revis by Harry Kane. Train on another circuit, the far end of the ground. Puffin Billy.
Sun peeking its way between a fairly thick cloud cover overhead.
Next delivery is defended again by Kane. Another dot ball. Yeah, well, Dean, the potty plotters might want to come and dig this pitch up, because at the moment it's not playing like any pitch I've seen this season, and not for some time at Chesterfield, to be honest. Yeah, they need something. There's a chance of a run out there as they take a quick single. It's not successful. 56 for 4, Derbyshire, but it's not just the fact that it's 56 for 4. We're in the 22nd over. They're scoring at around about 2.5 runs and over, which in white ball cricket is exceptionally slow, mainly because this pitch is offering variable bounce. One will keep very low. The next one will shoot past. Brooke Guest, who's the latest man out, led before wicket to Ben Code, was struck. Lewis Rees was hit on the grill of his helmet. It has been an absolute shocker, I'm afraid. And at the moment, Derbyshire are really struggling. They're just picking up singles where they can. There was another opportunity for a run out there. Johnny Tattersall couldn't hit the stumps, and it means that Anuj Dahl is off the mark with a single. He's out there in the middle with Harry Kane, who's got 15. Godleman for 16, Rees for 3, Shan Masood for 5, and Guest for 12. The men out, and they will do well here to post any kind of target, Derbyshire. But then again, Yorkshire have got to bat on it as well, and it's unlikely to change too much over the course of a one-day game. So if Derbyshire's bowlers can put the ball in the right areas, as they describe it, bowl it straight, and let the ball and the pitch do everything else, and then there's still half a chance. 22 overs have gone, and Derbyshire 56 for 4.
I'll pick up our commentaries loud, or commentary loud and clear on the stream, as well as on the BBC audio, which I'm sure is good news all round. And Fletcher's back to talk you through Ben Code's over.
This first delivery is pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dahl. Both batsmen have, I think it might have been the same batsman who survived 2 run-out attempts there, but it was certainly 2 run-out attempts.
Yeah, he was gone.
Yeah.
He gave it up, didn't he?
So the lunch has arrived, which is always useful, isn't it, when the lunch arrives with 28 overs of the innings to go. Unbelievable. I've just had a question posed to me. Want any sausage rolls, cobs or crisps? As this next one is pushed out to the offside by Dahl. Backward square. They've run one. They're thinking about coming back for the second, and they are going to come back for the second because he's very quick between the wickets. Is Anuj Dahl.
Do we get a choice?
Two. Yeah, I'm just going to put whatever you can bring through. We'll take. That seems fair, doesn't it?
Yeah, as long as it's got meat in it for me.
Yeah, me.
Bit of ham salad, something like that would be nice, wouldn't it?
No. Ham might be.
Not the salad.
Here's code. I'm starving. Ian beats Dahl outside the off stump. So I think what we should do is I'll send that. He'll bring some stuff through. You can have yours, and then I'll have mine, and we'll do it like that. Otherwise,
I'll be able to last a while longer yet because
you had a large breakfast, didn't you?
Fantastic bacon and egg.
Yeah, you did. I noticed that.
Butty from not far away from here on the way. Yeah, on the way in, I was looking for a chain food outlet and saw this independent local one. I thought I'm going to support that. Screech to a halt. Well worth doing.
Next delivery just keeps a bit low, and Dahl gets his bat on that, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Matthew Revis. Nick says, what's going on with the middle of this pitch? It's bouncing like a Jamaican wicket in the 1990s, jumping up from a good length, almost impossible to play. That's certainly what it looks like from here. Impossible to play. I'm not sure I could do it. Thank you, Nick. Nice to get an email that wasn't about the stream, to be honest. It goes code and bowls, and that one is defended by Dahl back to the bowler. There's no run. So they're 59 now. If they got to 140, I think they'd probably regard that as some kind of major achievement. Going along at 2.5 runs and over, as they are at the moment, and with just McKeon and Watt, Aitchison, Potts and Connors to come. And I say just, with good reason. This one's left alone by Dahl outside the off stump to go through to the keeper end of the over. 2 runs from it, 59 for 4 after 23. So a couple of overs away from being halfway through. And I don't think we're going to see some spin fairly shortly because Harry Duke's just called for the helmet. So he's going to stand up. We are indeed. Harry Sullivan, he's a spinner, is he? I've not come across him either.
Yep.
Okay.
You remember his brother Josh playing here last year and getting several wickets?
No.
3 or 4 in the 10-over slog. You've banished that one from the memory, have you? Because Yorkshire won.
No, I can barely remember what I did yesterday. I should be slightly concerned about things like that, but I'm not. It makes me live a much more enjoyable life if I don't think about anything.
So that's a fair comment.
Yeah.
So 59 for 4 after 23. Yes, 23, not 8 or something like that. And Harry Sullivan is going to bowl his left arm spin.
I remember when his television programme was on ITV at lunchtime, but I don't remember seeing his brother.
No, the Sullivans, yeah. Not Harry's game.
Or Harry's game, no. But I assume he's not an Aussie, as the Sullivans were.
He's not.
Well,
it's the 2 Harrys at the moment. Sullivan to Kame, who's pushing into the onside for Harry Duke. The 3 Harrys. I think there could be a boy band in there somewhere, don't you? The 3 Harrys there. It's not that catchy, is it?
not like the 2 Ronnies, the 3 Harrys.
Sullivan bowling to Kame, and Duke is out from back of the stumps again. Although Tattersall does the cleaning up. I suppose it could be Sullivan, Kame and Duke. Firm of solicitors, maybe, something like that.
Yeah. DCS, that's what they call themselves.
Sullivan in, and Kame driving pleasantly up to long on, where Matthew Revis, who's got a very, very good arm, just effortlessly finds the gloves of Harry Duke. And they get a single. One of these days, it's going to be a sensational run out, I think, induced by a Matthew Revis throw from somewhere out near the boundary where somebody takes him on. because he really does fire it fast and flat. Sullivan in, and Dahl pushing into the covers. And at the moment, it's a bit of what we used to call in the street, bit of tib and run.
Yeah.
With an occasional flurry of a boundary or two in and over.
But the balls will be getting a little softer as well now, won't they? From banging into the middle of the pitch.
Sullivan in, and Game pushes up to long off. Where Revis fields, and they get a single.
Bit of a loopy throw that time. What's he doing? You need to calm down, Jonathan. You need to calm down. Use one at each end.
So
What is your problem? That one was driven very pleasantly by Dahl up to mid-off. And they go through for a single. See, tuna salad? No. Oh, yeah, ham salad. I don't want tuna. Is there another one of them? Yeah, please. Thanks very much. I can't eat fish. Oh, either. Yeah. Yeah. The legendary ready salted, apparently. Well, they bring the lunch round at this time of the day. Madness. Cucumber. Blimey. Sausage rolls and all sorts in there. As soon as you finish laughing, I'm going in there to raid the rest of the food. So that could be in about 5 overs' time by the look of it. 24 overs gone, 26 to go, almost at the halfway point. Oh, there come the sausage rolls as well. Look. Sensational. You're very kind. This is next delivery goes straight through. They're warm as well. They're warm.
Graham Hardcastle does a far better job
As a waiter.
being a waiter than he does of his
he does.
writing skills on the Yorkshire website.
Those trousers are too tight for him, aren't they? He can barely walk. 62 for 4. Next over, I'm eating that sausage roll.
Okay, I've recovered my composure now.
Goodness for that, 62 for 4. Code is in and bowls, and that one strikes the pad. Did it strike back? No, says the umpire. They've run one, they'll come back for a second. So 2 more to Kame, who moves on to 19 untold riches from 49 deliveries. Derbyshire to 66 for 4.
James Green asking any idea what would be a decent score on this wicket. I think
80.
64 for 4, probably a decent score on it. Yeah, it's tricky, James. It's
tricky.
Very tricky.
That's the very word I was thinking of then. I don't know what just sort of popped into my head. Code. In, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Kame, and there's no run.
You can honestly, I mean, look at it now. Even though these are professional cricketers, you think with the bowling skills they've got, if you could get to 150 on here, that would be a pretty good effort.
I think so. If they got to 150, they'd be quite happy.
So, I mean, we're not sure, obviously, but we're just guessing. But they're bowling well, using the conditions well.
Educated guesses, the one.
Difficult.
Proper educated guess. This next delivery from Code is, he sort of plays some. I couldn't really say that it was a shot out of any kind of coaching manual because his feet didn't move and he dangled his bat basically outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So, yeah, it's one of those where 150 is probably worth 250, if not more. And Yorkshire will knock, 150 off in 17 overs. what the fuss was about. It's got that feel to it already. It's Kame weight, still 2 slips. That'll tell you what kind of pitch it is. That one is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kame, and there's no run. You wouldn't expect to see 2 slips in the 25th over, would you, of a white ball game?
No, you wouldn't expect to see 1 slip in the 20th.
No.
James Green also saying, has Best been rested? Yeah, mentioned at the top of the day that he's having a rest today. I think he has got a little bit of a niggle knee, something like that. But obviously he's been playing through it, but he's having a day off today. I think they're hoping he'll be okay for Tuesday.
That one kept a bit low on Harry Kame. Just as I was reading a message that had come in from his dad, Peter, that says sporting wicket ... exclamation mark and 2 laughy faces. 64 for 4 at the halfway stage, Derbyshire. Everyone is going to have a drink now out there in the middle. 17 to Kame, 4 to Dull, the men out. Billy Godleman caught and bowled by Ben Code for 16. Lewis Rees caught by Johnny Tattersall after bowling of Matthew Waite for 3.
Looks like they're declared.
Shan Masood was caught by Harry Duke off Waite for 5. And Brooke Guest, LBW to Code for 12. Wickets falling at 20, 25, 28 and 55. So, drinks interval.
There's a raffle going on as well today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh dear. Norman Graham says, in reference to digging up the square, which I mentioned on Radio Derby, his father dug up the square in the 60s when he was the groundsman before Norman took over. For years after, it won him the Groundsman of the Year award, and it also benefited, and I also benefited from it in 1979. Now it will have layering and thus shallow routing, so needs doing again at least every 50 years. Harry Bryn did the same at the Oval in the early 80s. Nice to hear the background noise has gone. Excellent news. That's Norman Graham, the ex-Chesterfield and Chelmsford groundsman and not the Kent cricketer, he says.
Sorry, I was zoned out there. What does it need doing again?
Digging up.
Digging up, right, okay.
Pretty much, I think that's it. And this sausage roll supplied by Fredericks, who are doing all the catering today, I understand, which is excellent news.
It's interesting you got a,
still
did you say a phone message from Harry Kane's dad?
A message on Twitter, DM. Yeah.
DM. And Suzanne Luxton has just followed me on Twitter. So hello, Suzanne, if you're listening.
Hello, Susan. I'm at Fletch Sport, by the way, just in case you wanted to follow me.
You don't want to follow him. Talks absolute rubbish. This is where it's at, Suzanne. I'm assuming Suzanne is a relation of, who knows, parent of, auntie, sister of Will Luxton, who's just walking towards us now, actually, with a drinks bottle.
Well, give him a shout and ask him.
Yeah.
Anyway, the drinks interval is finished.
He's given us a wave, but that's not an indicator that...
Well, clearly it's not, because you waved at him and he waved back.
Well, let's ask him.
Yeah, go on then. He's going to ask. John.
Suzanne. Relation?
New over beginning, incidentally, in the background. Sullivan bowls. And the ball is pushed into the offside by Anuj Dal. You could have kept the headset on because we could hear you anyway. Is it his mum?
It's his mum.
Excellent.
What about her, he says.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside. 64 for 4. I know this is your over, but it's up
no,
to
you do it.
I'm not bothered either way. I just thought we should do the ball by ball as well as finding out what relation Suzanne was to Harry.
These are essential parts of the broadcast.
Yes, they are. Well,
here is Sullivan. That's Anuj Dal pushing into the offside. Tattersall fielding. No run. Tony Berthorn says, come on, guys, talking lunch when with no commentary till app 20 minutes ago. You should be able to go another hour and a half at least. I'm with you, Tony. Kind of, as Dahl induces a roar from my colleague who's eating something, because that one turned sharply on the batter. What are we doing?
I'm trying to get on air. Turned an absolute mile.
Sullivan again, and Dahl driving this one just to the right of Tattersall, who's at a shortish extra cover. And, having gone past him, they'll be able to get through for a comfortable single. Takes the score to 65 for the loss of 4 wickets. Sullivan again, this time to Kame, who flicks it off the legs down to Ben Code at short. Fine, and they pick up another single that will complete the over. 66 then for the loss of 4.
Get that sausage roll down here, it's beautiful. You get one? Yeah, perfect.
Russell Walker said, afternoon, Jonathan. No stream required with the word picture that's currently being painted by yourself and Dave. The cricketing education of the young Tykes continues with their Kent and Essex experiences every day, the school day, so to speak. enjoy lunch. Well, I will at the point that I get to eat it. My colleague's already gone big on his, and I mean that in the fullest sense of that expression.
Get that sausage roll down you.
Matthew Revis, change of ends. He's going to come on and replace Ben Code at this pavilion end for over number 27. And he came on 18. It's been, how can we put it, painstakingly, in many ways, put together. 18 off 54 so far, and 5 for Anuj Dal. Partnership worth 11, which in the context here is the third highest of the innings so far. Partnerships have been worth 20, 5, 3 and 27 so far.
And speaking of mothers, Denise Aitchison is in the ground, here to watch Ben. Becoming quite a habit. She was down at Worcester. New Road when Derbyshire played Worcestershire. She's also listening to the commentary though by the sound of it, so to be miles behind. Revis begins a new over and it's clipped nicely by Came out towards square leg. They pick up a single as Tom Lowton does the fielding. It's all very sedate, isn't it? For a white ball game, a game of white ball cricket, this is very, very sedate. It's gone quiet. Here's Revis again, bowling to Dahl, who gets one that just keeps a little bit low on him, but he gets the full face of the bat on it. In fact, he looks at the toe end of his bat and then goes to prod. I don't think prodding this pitch is going to make a whole heap of difference. I have a recollection back in the day when I played village cricket that you would bash the pitch with the back of your bat. Was that just me, or did you do that?
No. Well,
back in the day?
I don't think I personally ever did that, but
that one's driven straight to the man at point by Anuj Dal, and another wicket goes. It was a full-blooded shot. Might have been Tattersall there who took the catch. It was the skipper, and Dal goes for 5, and that wasn't a shot as a result of the pitch. That was just a poor shot, really. A little bit away from his body, and he's crashed it straight to Tattersall. Yes. 67 for 5 now.
Yeah, you just got to applaud the batters at the moment for being out there and sort of facing the stuff they've been facing on a sticky dog. It's been very difficult throughout, and they're just having to try and put together what they can.
Yeah, I think
when they can.
Trying to push the score along, wasn't he, Dal, as much as anything, and has perished as a result of that. From just 17 deliveries, he got 5.
Yeah, to be fair to him, on this occasion, it was there to play, wasn't it? It was a bit of width about it, and he's just not quite got close enough to the pitch and not been able to control it as well as he would have liked. So 5 off 17, 26.3 overs in, 67 for 5. That 150 looks a long way off at the moment.
Yeah, the 100 looks quite a long way off. Matty McKiernan comes out to bat with what I assume is a bat that's the correct size. It's just been measured by the umpire. Now, a bat was brought off by the umpire earlier. I wonder if that was a bat that was measured and rejected. I hope not, because Derbyshire haven't got enough points to have more deducted.
Did he seriously go and measure that?
He just measured it, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's a great piece of humour from the middle.
Yeah, the umpire went and measured it. He's probably got the nod. When McKiernan comes out to bat, make sure his bat's the right width. There's no tape on this one that I can see. Tape was the problem, apparently. Revis will be a happy man after picking up his first wicket. 1 for 12. He's halfway through his 6th over. 1 for 12. 1 for 12 off 1 over would be quite good in this form of cricket, let alone 5.5 of them. And well, it's no longer rebuilding, it's just accumulating as many runs as they possibly can now. As Revis is in again, and McKiernan off the mark, first ball, dabbing it down towards third man. 68 for 5.
100, strike rate of 100. That's one.
Best in the match, I think.
Definitely one for the record books today. Dahl, no boundaries in his 5. 24 minutes of survival before he disappeared.
Game flexes his legs, Revis bowls to him and beats him outside the off stump. Ball through to the keeper. Nicely done. 68 for 5 it remains.
It's weird, isn't it? Because there were some days earlier this season where you sat there for a session almost and never said those
like
words.
Yeah,
where he's beaten.
Yeah,
Just,
desperate.
It wasn't happening.
Well, we had a match at Derby in which 3 double centuries were scored. I think that's only happened something like 10 times in the history of cricket. Revis bowls again. That strikes the pad as an appeal for leg before wicket. It was a very half-hearted appeal, though. And as a result, the umpire wasn't particularly interested. Revis ends his over. Does he end his over? Yes, he does end his over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. And Derbyshire 68 for 5 with Kame still out there. 55 deliveries he's faced for his 19. And Matty McKinnon 1 off 1.
Yep. Derbyshire just limping along, really, wicket by wicket, adding a few. Tough out there, and they've still got to try and find something. Even just to get to 3 figures on the board is a little bit of a tick at the moment. Ben Crossland says, "Morning, chaps. Loving the double act with Fletch, JD. A slight correction to Fletch. The 4 Yorkshiremen sketch was originally created in 1967.
Yes, it was for the Fringe, yes.
By Feldman, Brooke, Taylor, Cleese and Chapman for their TV series At Last, the 1948 show. Not Monty Python, your pedantic pal."
No, I think you're right. No, you're absolutely right to correct me. I think it was it not done on the... it was the Fringe, wasn't it? The Cambridge... No, Cambridge Footlights, that's what I want. That's the word I'm looking for.
Here's Sullivan bowling to McKiernan, who's beaten, wrapped on the pad. There's a solo appeal from the bowler, but not given by umpire O'Shaughnessy. Luxury, that was, lad, luxury. Sun's out here, luxury. Sullivan round the wicket, driven into the offside by McKiernan, who's making it look easy out there at the moment. Pushes a single to Revis. 69 for the loss of 5 wickets. Comes again. Oh, good delivery. And he's got him. He's bowled him. It looked like at first Harry Duke was trying to whip off the bails, but in actual fact, that is the end of Harry Kame, who has been bowled. It is Harry Kame, isn't it? Yeah, bowled by Harry Sullivan. The off stump has just been tickled. And that's enough to remove the bail. And the 6th wicket has gone 69 for 6. Very good delivery on again. Clearly a bit of turnout there as well as what's going on with the seam bowlers.
Yeah,
and it just holds its line and takes his off stump. Well bowled. Harry Sullivan, 69 for 5 after 27. Sorry, 69 for 6 after 27.2. And yeah, I'm not sure I'm quite going to get to lunch here.
Yes, I'm with you. The two Derbyshire batsmen who are out there now is Mark Watt, wearing the wrong number on his back, of course, because they forgot that he really wore 51, and they've got him down as 50. He's the left arm spinner, and Matty McKinnon is the leg spinner. So if there is turn, and there clearly is turn out there, as well as variable bounce. It's like a piece of corrugated iron they're playing on at the moment. Anything could happen at any moment. These two will be very interested in it, I'm sure. Scotland international and McKiernan, who's from Lee, so therefore can't play for Scotland. Unless he's got Scottish parents, but I don't think he has.
Has he
visited Scotland? I don't know.
Can he do a good Scottish accent?
We don't do accents. It's an absolute minefield. It's more of a minefield than the pitch, I think, doing accents, isn't it, these days? Mark Watt is the first of the non... I mean, he can bat, don't get me wrong. But he's the first of the players who don't bat, really.
He can bat, but he doesn't bat. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's He's got a high score of 37 in 66 matches. He's got just shy of 400 runs at 14.5, so he can sort of bat, but you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, Sullivan bowling to him, left-handed then, and he pushes it back to Sullivan, left armour to left-hander.
Always left-handed. Except when he plays golf. Plays golf right-handed. Rights with his right hand as well.
The depths of your preparation never ceases to amaze as Sullivan's in, and there's an appeal because what pushing forward at that was wrapped on the pad.
He's also not very happy about with the number 50 on his back either, because his number's 51. There's a story behind his number.
Oh, this controversial.
Well,
Sullivan to Watt, who pushes back past the bowler, but no further than Waite at mid-off, and that will complete a wicket taking over for Harry Sullivan. 28 overs now complete in this Derbyshire innings, and they are in a lot of trouble at 69 for 6.
so he wears 51 for Scotland, and when he came to sign for Derbyshire, he took up the number 51, which was available. And he wears 51 because he's a huge Hearts fan. And Hearts beat Hibs 5-1 in the Scottish Cup final, and that's why he wears 51, just to tick off the Hibs fans who may or may not support him playing for the national side. He's just been playing up in Aberdeen against the United Arab Emirates and the United States.
The Jam Tarts.
Indeed. The Revis to continue from the pavilion end. I can't see the batsman at the moment because Mark Watt is blocking my view of him, but that one was wide outside the off stump. He had a go at it, I think, Matty McKiernan. Another run to the total, and Derbyshire up to 70. 70.
We're going to be looking for Derbyshire's lowest total here, aren't we, in List A cricket? It's probably gone.
It might be the 11th lowest by now.
Griff will know.
Griff will know.
Derbyshire's lowest List A total.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside.
Derbyshire's lowest List A total. Oh, sailed past.
Excellent. Excellent. So they've gone 60 and 61, and Griff was there for both, of course. Griff says he was at Canterbury watching that game. Derbyshire bowled out for 60, and he was home before the end of the scheduled close of play. His Remis in and bowls to McKinnon. That one spits up at him. He has to take his bottom hand off the bat. Wanders off to square leg. Nasty delivery.
I dare say a few hours in a local hostelry back at home, and you know, or the cricket club. Appreciate it for a change today. If they can just oblige me, please, with a few quick wickets and get the runs rattled off.
I imagine Griff was in a pub at some point during that day's play. I'd be surprised. I'd be a major shock if he wasn't. Revis goes in again. Last one spat. This one's turned into the leg side by McKinnon. They've run one. I think they'll just take the one. What, he's not built for quick singles. And it's 71 for 6.
Russell Walker tweet again in response to my photograph of the commentary facility, just like NASA.
Yes, it is a bit.
It is
NASA with wooden tables.
Unfortunately, not Nassau. That would have been nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Although you'd probably have been moaning it was too hot for you.
I would. You're absolutely right. How well you know me.
Random female asking if I'll get to eat my sausage roll before Derbyshire are all
Well, I've
out.
offered him the opportunity to eat it, Random, and it's up to him now. Revis bowls. That one's left alone by Watt to go through to the keeper. 71 for 6 it remains. If he doesn't take me up on that offer, that's his lookout. Mine was warm, though, so I do like a warm sausage roll.
Mm.
Hopefully a ham salad with tomato, onion and cucumber.
Yeah.
Mine has tomato, cucumber and onion, so mine's completely different.
Well, I mean, you know, these are serious questions about cricket teas, aren't they?
Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump.
How do you layer up your ham salad when you're doing the cricket teas?
I wonder if they
is it ham first, followed by lettuce, followed by sort of egg and tomato?
Layered differently, because I've got tomato, cucumber and onion in that order, and yours is onion, then cucumber. So I always find cucumber a complete waste of time.
Yeah, me too.
It's just like a plant with water in it.
Gives you heartburn, that green stuff on the edge, I think.
The skin.
Is that what it's called?
I think so. I think it might
I
be.
prefer green stuff on the edge.
Revis bowls, and that one is wrapping above the pad, and he limps away. Oh dear. It's a little bit higher than above the pad, I think.
I think that hit him on the fourth bridge.
Yes, he's just taking a breath. It's the end. Is it the end of the over? I think it is the end of the over. Is it? Yes, it is. End of the over. 71 for 6. What yet to get off the mark? McKinnon has 3. My laptop is a long way behind at the moment for some reason.
It looks like it's about 1997, something like that.
It's a very good laptop, but it's yeah, look at that touch screen and everything. It's not mine.
Okay, well, what to say at this point? 21 overs remaining. The facts are that Yorkshire won the toss this morning and chose to field. They went without Don Bess, who's
Just
having
missed
a breather.
I missed me 1 o'clock.
Oh dear. And
Apologies.
Harry Sullivan is the man who's replaced him, and he's bowling at the moment, having taken a wicket recently. And he's bowling there to number 21, Matty McKinnon, who turns it, or drops it square on the leg side. Harry Duke quickly dashes round in his usual enthusiastic, feverish manner to pick the ball up. Not a lot being feverish about this match so far today. Sullivan's in, and McKinnon pushing out into the offside. Tattersall and Duke just keeping each other entertained by sprinting towards the ball to see who can get there first. Here is Sullivan again, and back foot this time. A punch by McKinnon up to mid-off. No run. You were going to say?
No, I'll be getting a nasty email now. Third one I've missed this season.
It's about being professional, David.
If I only had 2 a day, I'd be all right.
Here is Sullivan again. That's flicked off the legs by McKinnon. They're going to get 2 for this. I think. How many 2s have there been today? Not a lot. Not many at all.
Not many.
No.
Is what I would go for.
Yeah, few 2s.
Yeah.
But that was one of them, and that means they moved on to 73 for the loss of 6 wickets. Actually, when you've only got 2 updates to do, it's more difficult to remember. When you know that you're doing them all the time, like I used to do.
Yeah, no, that's right.
You're just constantly thinking, when's my next one? But you relax when you've only got a couple. Pushed into the offside, this latest delivery by McKinnon. Fielded by Tattersall, no run.
On this
Liz
occasion,
Green today, two with Liz Green.
We've got 2 with Liz. Say hello to her
If
for
we
me,
get to the 4:30, that is, we'll get to the 2:30, I think.
Done many
Either way.
a breakfast show with Liz.
Sullivan again, left arm round the wicket. McKinnon drives. Tattersall runs across and over it. And Luxton, who's out there subbing fields again. Dot ball to complete that over, from which there was that rare specimen during this innings of 2. And they're 73 for 6, the Derbyshire Falcons. Sporting duck egg blue and feeling probably a bit like duck eggs as well.
Certainly feeling blue.
Losing 6 wickets so far.
You know, when you get followed by people, you look at it and it says, so-and-so followed you, and you go, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I've just been followed by somebody with the best name who's ever followed me. And I thank Pat Noodle for doing that. That's a great name on Twitter. Pat Noodle. Marvellous. Well done. Cheered me right up. Oh, we had a delivery.
Yes.
That's gone through to the keeper. 73 for 6. It's just nothing happening.
No, there is some cricket on here, folks.
It's just nothing happening. I need it to be. They need to reduce it to 16 overs and 4 balls, and let's just get on with it.
We can talk about other stuff if you like. I mean, what's on your shopping list for this week, Fletch?
I don't know. I've not been at home for a fortnight, so I've got plenty. I would have thought Revis bowls beats what outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Definitely going to need some sausages, bit of mince. That's about it, really. A couple of bottles of lemonade. That'll see me through the rest of the week. 73 for 6. I'm living the high life.
Where's your final fixture?
Northampton on Tuesday.
Northampton, yeah.
Yeah. Old man Rad will be there with me. This next delivery is driven for 4 runs by Mark Watt. Slightly unconvincingly, but 4 runs nonetheless out to the cover boundary. He had to reach a long way to drive that one. Managed to get all the way to it. Just about. And he's off the mark. 77 for 6. I call him Old Man Lad. That's his name.
That shot was the forward hoik. He was heaving it somewhere else.
He threw everything out. Oh, was he?
Oh no, actually no.
He was. But he had to reach a long way for it, didn't he?
He did.
Had to reach a long way for it. Revis is in again, and he's bowled him. I think he was trying to play a defensive shot there and has played inside the line. That's a fairly ordinary shot from Mark Watt, but then again, he's not a batsman. And Derbyshire, after that boundary, moved to 77. They're now 77 for 7.
Yeah, good delivery, good comeback. Saying, to be fair, ball before it wasn't the worst of drives actually when he saw it for a second time. It just looked like he flayed it straight through the gate, full and middle and leg knocked back. So the end of Mark Watt, the end of the 7th Derbyshire wicket. And, well, the end of the world as we know it.
Commentator tries to shoehorn REM lyrics into a commentary. Mark Watt looks a bit disappointed in himself there. Ben Aitchison comes out.
I tried Bowie on Friday. Changes. Yeah, Ben Watts was alongside, and he outed me. He said, "You just brought the lyrics up for Bowie changes."
Yeah.
I thought it was a bit unfair. You wouldn't do that, would you? Just let me find the lyrics for REM.
The end of the world, as we know. That probably was that it was called The End of the World, wasn't it? The song, I think.
Don't know.
From Automatic for the People, potentially. Anyway,
don't know that either.
Ben Aitchison's the new batsman. Mum Denise is in the crowd, so she'll be wanted him to stay out there for a short while at least.
She won't want him to get his whites dirty down.
I'm fairly sure she doesn't wash his whites.
Oh, really? Well, Harry Brook still takes his to his grandma, as he mentioned on one of his post-100 interviews, yeah.
Oh, well, I would have missed that.
She loves washing my whites, he said. And if she says she doesn't, she's lying, because she loves it. This was a few weeks ago.
Actual whites, or is he talking about all cricket attire?
Well, the word whites was used, so I can only go by what I heard.
Revis to Aitchison, and Aitchison gets a full-length delivery that he pushes up towards mid-off, where Matthew Waite does the fielding, and there's no run. Thank you very much. As Puffin Billy goes round again. Busiest miniature railway in Queen's Park, I would think.
What's it cost for a ride?
I don't know. No, I've never asked. I'm not sure miniature railways are my thing. I've seen the size of me. That would slow it down considerably. Revis bowls and off the back foot, pushed out into the offside. Ben Aitchison will pick up a couple of runs here. Nicely done. So he's off the mark. 79 for 7.
When this is over, we could go catch a train.
When this
together.
is over, I'm going home.
No, we could do that. That'd be really nice. That. Are you saying no?
I think you'll find that I'm pretty much saying no.
But wouldn't it be lovely to go with your fellow commentator for a ride on a little train?
No.
We could say things like "choo choo" together, you know, as it moves away from the station or something.
I'm sure one of your Yorkshire colleagues would be more than happy to oblige. 79 for 7. After 31 overs and 19 to go.
You could even video it for social media and put it on there, David.
Mate, no, don't go down the social media video, and we'll be taking a photograph of your lunch next. Not a bad shout, that, actually.
79 for 7. And facing up here is McKiernan. Sullivan bowling to him. Revis fumbles, but is able to compensate. And we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that Derbyshire are in a lot of trouble at 79 for 7. Sullivan here bowling to McKiernan, who drops it into the leg side. And there is no run. Yorkshire won the toss and put them in. And, well, the story so far is it's been very difficult on a very, very unpredictable pitch out there. 20 they'd made for the first wicket when Billy Godalming was caught and bowled by Ben Code. Sullivan bowls to McKiernan, who has driven that to Johnny Tattersall, who's claiming a... Is he claiming a catch?
I think jokingly he was claiming a catch. Yeah, and because it was a joke, everybody next door's laughing.
So 79 for 7. Sullivan in again. And McKiernan gets one that turns sharply through to Duke, who flicks off the bails, but there is no run, and their appeal for stumping is turned down. So Gottleman first out, he made 16 out of the 20 that was scored at that point. Second wicket went down on 25. That was Lewis Rees. Caught Tattersall bowled Waite for 3. Shan Masood, who'd led a charmed life. We thought it was LBW to Ben Cote. It wasn't given. He was dropped off his own bowling by Matthew Waite, as Sullivan is going to be hit for the first and only 6 so far today by McKiernan over mid-wicket. A full toss, couldn't land it. Derbyshire racing along. I understand what you're saying.
Take the pitch out of the equation. Season.
85 for 7. Masood eventually caught behind by Harry Duke off Matthew Waite for 5 off 17. So that was 28 for 3 as McKiernan pushes his latest Sullivan delivery back. 85 for 7 at the end of the over. The fourth wicket, well, they'd moved on to 55 in the biggest partnership of the match so far, 27, when Brooke Guest was LBW to Ben Cote for 12. Then 67 for 5 when Anuj Dal was caught by Tattersall off Revis. That was at point. 5 off 17 for him. The sixth wicket, 69 for 6, so just 2 runs added when Harry Kane was bowled by Harry Sullivan not so long ago for 19 off 57. Again, just showing you how tricky it is out there. And the most recent wicket to have fallen, the 7th, Mark Watt bowled by Matthew Revis, having just driven him through the covers for 4 the ball before he lost his middle and leg stumps. 4 off 10, 77 for 7 at that stage, and now 32 overs complete. 85 for 7. Matthew Waite bowling from the pavilion end.
I think he's going very well. We knew that, John. Matthew Waite's coming on, as Jonathan said. Jonathan Dodge and Dave Fletcher at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. Beautiful setting, dodgy pitch. And Waite is in and beats Ben Aitchison outside. When I say beats him, Aitchison was sort of wandering around his crease by the time the ball arrived and hung his bat in the general direction of the ball, missed it, went through to wicketkeeper Harry Duke. It will be interesting to see if Derbyshire's bowlers can match the majority of Yorkshire's bowlers in putting the ball where it can do the most damage, which has generally been straight. It's been in variable bounce from minute 1. That's thudding into the pads of Ben Aitchison, but going down leg side. 87 for 5 it remains. Yorkshire can qualify for the knockout stages of the Royal London. Derbyshire can't. Rain off last week against Kent, followed by the deduction of 2 points for a bit of tape on Matty McKiernan's bat, which made it too big to go through the bat measuring gauge. And a bat has been taken off by an umpire today, but I'm not entirely sure what that was about. I'm going to try and find out at half-time as Waite is in again, and bat on ball by Ben Aitchison, who looks like he's on hot coals out there at the moment. He can't keep still. When a lot of batsmen haven't moved their feet, and he's moving his too much. For some reason, he's just sort of wandering around the crease as the bowler comes into bowl.
Yeah, it's a bit like an episode of Strictly. One of the early episodes where they don't quite know what they're doing.
Yeah. A colleague of mine, Jack Tammer, we were talking about Puffin Billy, the miniature railway, before, as Waite is in. Oh, and that goes grubbing along the ground again outside the off stump through to the keeper. 2 balls left in the over. Jack Timon said he paid good money to see me shoehorned into a miniature railway. Well, when you come up with some money, Jack, it might happen. But until then, I'm not doing it.
They don't kind of, I mean, they usually have a little chart, don't they, at the side of these things. And if you're over a certain height or under a certain height, you can't go on. But they don't have a fatness sort of chart.
A width.
Yeah, width.
Over a certain width. Here's Waite in and Boz, and that one, well, he just didn't move his feet at all that time. That was as poor a shot as we've seen all day. 85 for 7 it remains.
If you're over a 40 waist, you can't come on.
Oh, well, I can't go on then. I keep wondering why these 32-inch waist trousers are cutting me in half. Latex,
circulation any good?
Latex.
Latex.
What an invention latex was. And jeans. Magnificent. There's Waite. It's a complete what will be a maiden over. No, it won't. The ball's been tickled down to fine leg for 4 runs by Ben Aitchison. He's no idea, I've no idea. He moves on to 6. 89 for 7 at the end of the over. 33 have gone now. Derbyshire get the 3 figures. That's as good as they can hope for here. It's Nick Potts and Sam Connors. And they will be currently fighting in the changing room to see who comes in at number 10 and number 11.
And for those 5 Sports Extra listeners joining us more recently, we mentioned the pitch has been difficult. It's just been very, very unpredictable. So, for example, Brooke Guest, I think it was, got a regulation good length ball which he was trying to leave, took off and hit him probably around about the elbow sort of area. We had a little stoppage for that. Billy Godleman earlier than that had taken one on the grill.
Reese took one on the grill.
Oh, sorry, Reese,
yeah.
And that was the one on the grill was from bowling at the pavilion end, at which we're sitting, and then there's been several from the same end that have pitched and shot along the deck, so it's just been alarming in terms of the indifferent bounce, and so very difficult for batting here. So you're looking at a score probably thinking Yorkshire must be bowling brilliantly and Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble. They are 89 for 7, but you'd also have to say that against professional bowling on pitches like this, it's got to be very difficult from a batting point of view. And Yorkshire's still got to get him here, and it looks like it's going to be a tricky one trying to get
That's
there.
the word. That's the word I've been looking for.
They might have to come out and just play very positively and try and take their chances. They're going to need a few as McKiernan drops one into the leg side, and Harry Sullivan beats Harry Duke to the pickup. They get through for the 1. James Green says, think you're correct about the bowling on the wicket, Jonathan. From a batting perspective, probably best to have a swish rather than wait until you get one with your name on it. Jack Dudman says, perhaps Dave needs something to look forward to when doing the updates to help him remember, like the lovely banter JD has with Reamer at BBC Radio Leeds. Yeah, I do have lots of lovely banter with
very
Reamer.
Nice. No, I have banter, but that was in the news bulletin. There's not much banter going on in the news bulletin.
Now here's Sullivan to Ben Aitchison, who pushes out to the offside.
And I have apologised to everybody.
That's unlike you and out of character, but very noble. Sullivan in, and Aitchison pushes at that one, beats the outside edge, and there is no run. Edward Harland has emailed in. More in a moment. 90 for 7 here. Sullivan bowling to Ben Aitchison. Flicks it into the leg side, but it's not going to take a run. That will complete. No, it won't complete that Sullivan over. O'Shaughnessy was walking away in that way that umpires do at the end of the over.
These chairs are unforgiving, aren't they?
They are a bit. It's, yeah. Numb, I think. There's certain parts that are numb at the moment, and Sullivan's in, and Aitchison pushes back to him, and that will complete the over at 90 for 7. So Edward says, JD, 60% of the sound is background wind, and spectators 40% commentary.
Me.
After doing a head count of what is regularly talked about, 9 Yorkshire players are on England call-up or 100, or in the 100, plus Gary Balance and Fisher, making a full 11. P.S. Still cringing from Revis's last ball against Kent. Well, I've been through that one already today. Edward. Pete Darley says, morning gents, looking at the list of shirt numbers in Yorkshire's website, and the following struck me. If you add all Yorkshire shirt numbers and convert to runs scored, they'd rack up 300. Unfortunately, Derbyshire would win with 370. Divide Yorkshire's total number by the number of players wearing dark blue, you get 27. The number worn by Harry Sullivan. We'll expect a big day from him then. Thirdly, if you add both Yorkshire and Derbyshire shirt totals, 670, you get the age Dave Fletcher looked after completing his netball report recently for Radio Derby. Always enjoy the irreverent commentary from Messrs Doidge and Fletcher. Cheers, Pete. Thanks, Pete.
Wait, because it's a new over from the pavilion end, and it's pushed out the first delivery into the offside by Matty McKiernan. 90 for 7 it remains. He obviously didn't see the judo one when I looked considerably older, and felt it as well. That was something I'm never going to do again. I can promise everybody that. They handed me one of the belts. You know, they had different coloured belts, judokas. His weight is on his way and bowls to McKinnon, who gets up on his toes and Pushes it straight back to the bowler.
Did you have to wear one of those dressing gown things?
Yes. Yeah, they found one in my size eventually, and I put it on, and they said, here's a belt. It goes around twice. It didn't. It went round once, barely. It goes around twice.
What do they call the dressing gowns?
I don't know.
I thought you'd have known that.
No.
There will be a name for it, won't there? Apart from
yeah.
dressing gown.
Yeah, I thought so. McKinnon's next delivery keeps really low from Matthew Waite. They want something out there. The Yorkshire fielder's not entirely sure what it might be.
Lunch, I think, probably.
Yeah,
And they can do that themselves. They've got 3 wickets to take in.
Or a plough.
15 overs and a bit.
I wouldn't dig it up before you have a bat. I'd probably do it afterwards.
Is there a heavy roller on site?
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Are they allowed it in a 50-over game, though? This next one is unconventionally turned into the leg side backward of square by Matty McKinnon. That was very strange. And he picks up another single, moves himself along to 13, and Derbyshire to 91 for 7. I don't know what the regulations are. I don't think they're allowed a heavy roller in between innings in 50-over competition, are they? I think it's rolled once and that's it. I don't know.
Oh dear.
They don't want the pitch to break up as well, though, do they? So it's a fine balance between variable bounce and breaking the surface up too, whether it would or not. And for those listeners who have recently joined us, there are now 2 slips again. There have been for a lot of this game. That's turned into the leg side by Ben Aitchison for another single. Trots through 92 for 7.
The only even resemblance of an even track that we've seen in Chesterfield today is the train track at
Puffin Billy
far
down
end
the
of the
far
ground.
end. Yeah, I'm still not going on it, no matter how much you talk about it.
Oh, go on, Dad. Can we?
I'll give you 50p and you can spend it how you want. Here's Waite. That one is pushed by McKinnon back towards the bowler. It's the end of the over. That'll be the end of the 35th over. So 15 to go. 92 for 7. 13 to McKinnon, 7 to Aitchison. Partnership, a whopper. 15 off 25 balls.
That might just get me that cup of coffee that you've not made me all day as the host broadcaster.
Yeah, almost certainly won't though. You know where to get it though, don't you? Because you made yourself one and didn't bring me one. I'm off. I can't afford to miss another one. I'll get sacked.
It's an hour for me yet. I'll try and remember at 2:30 to do what I've got to do. So.
Yes, I'm here this time. Did it all go wrong at 1 o'clock? Ooh. Yeah, 50 overs aside competition this, Dean, and Derbyshire have batted for 35 of their 50 overs so far. No idea how, in all honesty. 92 for 7 they are now. Most recent batsman to go, Harry Kamer, was bowled by Harry Sullivan for 19, and Mark Watt bowled by Matthew Reeves for 4. The 19 that Harry Kamer scored is the highest from a Derbyshire batsman in the innings. Billy Godalming, the opener, made 16, and Brooke Guest 12. They're the only 2 other batsmen who've made double figures, apart from Matty McKinnon, who's on 13, not out. Ben Aitchison's with him. He's on 7, and we're approaching the midway point of the 36th over, and Derbyshire are 97 for 2.
The far end, the Boating Lake end. Pavilion just behind us to our left. As Sullivan's in again, good delivery. With an open face, it's pushed out square on the offside by McKinnon. Jack Shutt, unusually fielding at point, comes in to do the clean-up operation. There's Puffin Billy.
You're becoming obsessed by it.
It's with longing that I say that, as he opens the face here and runs this latest delivery out to Jack Shutt at point, and they get through for a single.
It can't go very far, can it? Because it comes around very quickly.
It looked fairly vacant, I think you'd have to say. Sparsely populated. Puffin Billy, 93 for 7 meanwhile. Back with the cricket. Sullivan in and pushing into the onside this time. Number 21, Matty McKiernan, to complete that over. Just the 1 run from it. Derbyshire just continue to limp along at 93 for 7. They've only got 15 overs remaining within which to set a total here, but we did say 150 would be interesting. They've got 3 wickets left. That's not beyond the realms if they do get lucky, having a bit of a slog towards the end.
No. McKinnon's got to score the runs if they get to 150. The fact that the highest score is 19 suggests that he won't, although he's had a pretty good one-day cup campaign, apart from losing 2 points for a bat that had some tape on it. Bless him, he's had quite the season.
Stephen Brady says a decent score on this Chesterfield track would be Fletch. How many sausage rolls can Fletch eat?
Yes, I saw that. Very amusing. This one is pushed down to the offside nicely by Ben Aitchison. There might be 2 here, and there will be 2 here as the man goes around runs towards the boundary from cover. That was Finley Bean, I think.
Is there a gauge for sausage rolls? I mean, are you talking like a sausage roll-ometer there, you know, the quality of sausage roll, or is it
more of a quantity than quality,
quantity,
kind of man,
yeah.
95 for 7.
We can't kind of do that in a county-by-county sausage roll league table because we get provided a variety of food at different places.
Of varying quality.
I mean, if you go to Northampton, for example, where it's posh, you'd never be offered a sausage roll. The food's posh there.
Is it?
Yeah, you'll need a dictionary to understand what you're eating.
It's wide, short delivery, ducks underneath it. And I'm not sure that was wide. It's been given wide. Surely, the ball that goes over the batsman's head that's unplayable is now a no ball. That was signalled a wide. I didn't think it was unplayable. I thought it was just a good short delivery that Aitchison ducked underneath. Anyway, I'm not an umpire. My back's giving up now.
I'm going to have a look at it again here.
Stand up. It's all right, that.
It's down the leg side. That's the problem with it.
Oh, okay. Right. Apologies to the umpire. That's a leading edge off Ben Aitchison's bat. What a good decision by the umpire that was. I thought it was a fairly good duck by Ben Aitchison. That's the one thing we haven't had, remarkably, in an innings of 96 for 7 is a duck. Apart from that one by Aitchison from that last delivery. Only had 4 batsmen into double figures. 5. And these are 2 of them. That one is pushed out into the offside by Aitchison, getting his eye in now. Big Ben, the big un, as he's known. 96 for 7 it remains. I think I'm going to have to stand up before my hip displaces. Oh, that's better. Now I can't see. Which makes it better. Goes Waite once again. Bowling from the pavilion end here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. And just for a moment I thought he'd feathered that through to the wicketkeeper because he didn't half look behind shiftily. Ben Aitchison as the ball went through to the keeper. That's an absolute rogues gallery to our right of written media. All human life is there. If all human life is middle-aged men. Waite bowls. That's another short delivery. That's another well-directed one this time because it was outside the off stump. It's evasive action taken by Ben Aitchison. The yellow bus, the school bus that's really a bar to the right. It's nowhere near as busy as it will be on a T20. Which makes me chuckle that they put it right next to the VIP tent. Waite bowls. The short deliveries are getting lower and lower, the bounce there, and he almost headed that into the offside there, Ben Aitchison. He did well not to be hit by it. It goes through to the keeper, end of the over. 37 gone, 13 to go, 96 for 7, 13 to McKiernan, and 10 to Ben Aitchison.
Come on then, call it.
Call what?
Derbyshire's eventual score.
120.
Yeah.
You reckon about that?
Yeah, 120, 125, something, yeah.
Not enough.
Because there'll be a bit of natural wastage from actually trying to play a shot, won't there? Because
Yorkshire will win by 3 wickets. With 4 balls to spare.
hopefully not. Please, no. Sullivan in, bowling to McKiernan, who pushes to Tattersall, coming in from a short extra cover. Dot ball. McKiernan 13 from 26 so far, including that one lone solitary 6 of the match from a Sullivan full toss that he smashed away towards my car, which I know is a great description for those of you who don't know where it's parked, but it was over mid-wicket at the time. He's just pushed a single into the onside. Over that way, yeah.
That way, yeah. You're behind those toilets then?
No. You know, when I pulled up, I was hoping that I'd be behind a tree or something, but no. If it just clears the fence, my car could be in danger. McKiernan pushing back to Sullivan, and there's no run. And following on from what we were saying earlier, the steward park as far away as you can down there from where you need to be, and without any cover from the trees in case he gets whacked for a 6.
Seems fair.
Sullivan in, McKiernan, not McKiernan, Aitchison even with a nicely played cut shot out to George Hill, who returns it for the concession of 1. What are the Yorkshire players going to be thinking here? It's just it's just a surreal atmosphere.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Barely been a clap of hands all day.
And yet, that's all that people could hear on the stream earlier was the roar of the crowd. I think they had the wrong track on our commentary.
Sullivan in, McKiernan flicking off his legs this time. Square and Frayne round to field. They get another 1.
I've been making inquiries at the interval to see exactly what was going on before. So if you're listening, Sess upstairs on the balcony, I should be asking you questions.
Aitchison back on strike and driving quite nicely through the offside this time. Revis going round from long off, and there we go.
100.
A rare specimen of a ripple of applause around Queen's Park. 100 for 7. That completes that Sullivan over, so 4 runs coming from it. They've upped the scoring rate, which is currently at 2.61. And I'm going to need to turn the microphone off because I'm about to choke.
Excellent. Someone who knows the Heimlich manoeuvre, please, to the commentary box at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. There are a couple of other games, 3 other games, I think, going on in the competition. I'd go and get that before it goes on the pitch. There it goes, on its way down. It's going to go under the covers, and it hits the boundary rope now. That's Jonathan Doyle's bottle of water. Absolute shambles. Essex 190 for 7 in the 42nd over. Don't move behind the bowler's arm, Doige. Middlesex 179 for 3 in the 41st against Gloucestershire. That's at Radlett. The other game was at Southampton. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 223 for 2 against Durham. The other games going on here. Derbyshire 100 for 7 with 12 overs to go. And we're going to see Jack Shutt come on to bowl from the pavilion end. Been to Edgbaston lately? Shutt is in and bowls to Ben Aitchison, who gets an edge down to a very, very, very fine third man and picks up 2 runs. Aitchison moves to 14 from 28. McKinnon has 15 from 29. The partnership worth 25. Derbyshire 102 for 7. There was quite a bit of exercise there, wasn't it, involved in chasing that bottle of water?
Yeah.
Just move that one before you knock that off the table as well. Put it back there. This next delivery's pushed out to the offside. You're just not safe. I'll make sure the phone's charged for you.
Unhelpfully, it was right at the foot of the advertising hoarding and several feet.
Next delivery from Chesterfield. Slight leading edge, and he sets off for a single, Ben Aitchison, and has to hurry back as Chesterfield's diving down to his right in his follow-through. George Hill just in front of us. Fielding it long on. Shot balls, and that one is pushed into the offside. Bizarre looking shot from Aitchison. They call the Vikings in this form of cricket or not anymore, are they?
Yeah, Vikings, yeah.
Derbyshire is Derbyshire in this.
Oh, really? No longer Falcons,
no. Oh, that's lifted into the leg side by Aitchison and falls shy of Johnny Tattersall, fielding at a shortish mid-wicket. No, just Derbyshire in this, I think. Thumbs up from George. He's having a good time.
He's enjoying the commentary.
Isn't he? Yeah. I don't know. That one keeps low-ish. Aitchison's very tall, though. We didn't move his feet, so it's a bit difficult to know exactly. But shots first over ends with 2 runs conceded. And Derbyshire have moved on to 102 for 7. It's very late to come on to bowl your first over in a match, isn't it? With just 12 to go, but that's what he did.
Yeah.
Just to fool everybody and make you write his name in the... what you need there, they need to be slightly bigger, don't they? So you can...
Yeah. But you know what it's like when you're setting a page.
You run out of... Yeah, you don't want it on 2 pages, do you?
No, if I go with an extra column there, that'll shunt it down a bit.
Yeah, that would be awkward. Let's make it small.
The trials and tribulations of commentary. Here's Sullivan bowling to McKiernan, who has played that positively through the offside. George Hill, who'd moved around to sweep out there, does the fielding, they get 1. So 15, make that 16 now to Matty McKiernan from 30 deliveries. Aitchison back on strike. He's faced more actually of the pair and cuts this away. Timed it quite nicely. Hill once again coming into play.
Looks quite easy to bat now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Apart from sort of the 3rd ball, the 5th ball and the 6th ball of each over. It's easy for the other 3.
The ones that are keeping low are causing a problem.
104 for 7 as McKiernan, well, they're racing along now and run off each ball of the over. He's pushed that one out to Cowshot corner where Will Frayne fields. So 15 and 17 respectively, this pair. It's been a good stand, to be fair, from 77 for 7, 28 runs. It's the highest partnership of the Derbyshire innings so far, and we've got a dot. First one of the over, but Aitchison pushing at that with an open face. He doesn't look the most confident of batters.
Aitchison, now he's got a first-class half-century, can you believe?
And certainly not the most confident of batters on this surface today.
Of this pair.
Sullivan again, and turning it to leg this time. Ben Aitchison, tall figure, isn't he? Must be 6 foot and a fair bit.
Yeah, 6'4".
Yeah.
Known as the big un. He's smaller than George Scrimshaw, but he's still known as the big un for some reason.
Don't they come up with some original nicknames for these players? Sullivan's it again, and the big un pushes it back to him. End of the over, so 3 singles off the first 3. 3 dots make it 105 for the loss of 7 after precisely 40 overs.
It's just better, isn't it, that they call him Big Un rather than H-Y, which I've also heard him called. Matty McKinnon's known as Macca. You know, Mark Watt's known as Watty. I mean, come on, boys. You can do better than that. So, 105 for 7 at the end of the 2nd power play. Super. Derbyshire are going to complete an innings, it looks like, of 50 overs and not score more than 130 runs, which is a terrific achievement. Although it does have an awful lot to do with this pitch here at Queen's Park. It it should be noted. As soon as I took my jacket off, the sun disappeared and it's gone cool. Here is Jack Shutt from the pavilion end. That's turning around the corner down towards a shortish fine leg, and there's no run. 105 for 7 it remains. As Doidge was saying, 28 runs off 57 balls now constitutes something of a recovery for Derbyshire. As this next one strikes the pad, big appeal given, and McKiernan turns around, doesn't even look at the umpire. He actually just put his bat back in his crease because he knew, I think, that he was a goner there. And at the first over of the final power play, Jack Shutt picks up his first wicket of the match. Matty McKiernan goes for 17 of 32 deliveries. 5 for 8 now, so perhaps they won't get to 130 after all. Sam Connors will be the next batsman in. He has got another shot this season, but I'm not sure whether 2 shots is going to be enough to save him out there. Second ball of the 41st over. Matty McKiernan perishes. And now we have got 2 tail-enders. Oh, it's Nick Potts has come in ahead of Sam Connors. Interesting. Although Nick Potts did hit a 6 from the only ball he faced down at New Road. It was the last ball of the innings, and he just helped it on its way for 6. So he can hit the ball. Whether he'll be able to hit the ball on this pitch is another matter altogether, as Mitch Wagstaff is probably the happiest man at Queen's Park because he's a batsman and he didn't make the final cut for the 11 to play. So walking drinks or running drinks is probably preferable to opening the batting, I would have thought, today.
Right, talking of running drinks, Will Luxton and Charlie McMurran making their way off. I think it's the first time, I think I'm right in saying that Charlie's been involved at first team level as the drinks runner. Involved at Methley Cricket Club, the same place as Matthew Waite.
Are they still Central Yorkshire League? Does that
Bradford
exist
League.
anymore?
Bradford League.
Are they Bradford, are they? Oh, when I was at Pontefract and Castleford Express, they were big hitters in the Central Yorkshire League, I think, Methley.
Yep.
So Nick Potts is the new batsman, and Shutt comes in and bowls to him, and he drives it down the ground for a single. Around goes George Hill to do the fielding, off the mark straight away.
Stephen G. Brady says controversial.
Excellent.
What his number. However, he'll be able to watch his side lose to the hoops this afternoon. Brilliant crowd. Goes to show that we all love proper cricket.
They'll be able to watch them if he bowls Yorkshire out. And he's forced into the leg side by Aitchison, who now assumes the role of senior batsman. I'm not sure that sits comfortably on his shoulders. And that one is, off a thick outside edge. Nice grab by the man at backward point.
Ben Code.
Nice grab, wasn't it? In fact, it was such a good grab that Aitchison thought it had got through because he turned and was about to set off for the second when he suddenly realised that Code was already sending it back to the wicket keeper. Aitchison moves on to 16, 107 for 8. Shutt bowls to Potts, who pushes it out into the offside. And it's the end of the over. We've had 41 now, 9 to go. Derbyshire 106 for 8. Just the 1 run. 2 runs, rather, off the over.
107 on the board.
Yeah, well, that's the right. That's because it's right. What did I say?
106.
All right.
Sullivan going to continue. Mark
107.
Beck says, so, you two challenging Derbyshire nicknames, are we? Fletch and Doidge?
No, I'm not challenging nicknames at all. I don't like them, but they're not called the Falcons in this, Mark.
Yeah, nickname. I've just been looking at nicknames because when they sort of started Sullivan in, that's bitten and kicked off the surface, going high past Aitchison as it came through. Nicknames apparently first surfaced in the 15th century.
Did they?
Here is Sullivan again, and he's bowled him. He's got one through.
Kept low.
He did. Aitchison shaking his head in disappointment, but to be fair to everybody on this pitch today, it's very difficult to know what to do as a batter. You're just playing a regulation forward push. Not saying that every wicket has been induced by the pitch, but still.
No, I think only 8 of the 9.
Yeah.
Possibly 7 of the 9. The shot he played. The ball was there to be hit, but he just hit it straight to the field, and it was a poor shot ultimately. A rare poor shot this season from Anuj Dal. What's that, 41 overs and 2 balls. Well, they're not going to get to 50 overs here, by the way. You'll be able to finish off that sausage roll without killing yourself fairly shortly.
Sam Connors, new man?
No, it's the same old Sam Connors. Yes. It can be nobody else. It can be nobody else.
They've not made a late change then and brought in
somebody
good. Kim Barnett not coming out number 11, is he? He said, groping around, thinking of a good Derbyshire batter of the past.
Yeah, thanks for that. Been a few.
Yeah, so on the nickname front, 15th century, first time nicknames were kind of introduced, I suppose. But
yeah.
I wonder if it was a government, decision, or if it was just somebody called the local arrow maker Fletch rather than Fletcher, and it stuck, and that was it. Probably Fletch was the first nickname I would have thought in English history. It was that Connors.
And yet my son was called
into the
Fleck
offside.
by all his mates.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's Sullivan again, pushing into the offside. Connors, no run.
That's one of his shots.
They push into the offside.
Yeah. Might see the other one in a minute. The big swish of the bat. He can stick around, can Sam, but I'm not sure that's necessarily what's required. Pots at the other end. There you go.
Connors tries a sweep here. There's a stifled appeal for LBW, not out. Forever Dormo says, nice spot over the drain cover. Stroke inspection hatch. Hope it's fragrant for you. Last time I went to Chesterfield to watch Yorkshire, it rained all day. After waiting outside for an hour or so, hundreds were inside the ground. I decided to cut my losses and took wife to Chatsworth House. Very good. Sullivan into Connors, who pushes into the offside. That will complete another over. 42 of them hath now been completed. And Derbyshire, 107 for now. I'm just thinking of different ways to say things to keep us amused here in the box.
You've got all Bronte on us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that I could wrap this innings up now.
Sarah.
Prithee.
Indeed. Aye. 107 for 9, 8 overs to go. I'm not even sure they'll get to 110 now. I might be doing Nick Potts a huge disservice, but as I say, hit a 6 off the only ball he faced at New Road. Absolutely magnificent effort. Magnificent effort. George Hill thinks he's getting better. I'm not so sure it is, by the way. Here is a shot in Ambols, and that one is turned into the leg side by Potts. They'll scamper through for a quick single.
The things that batsmen tell themselves when they've got to go out there in the middle.
Yeah, unbelievable.
He's flattened out, he says.
What he hasn't factored in there is that currently the bowling at either end is spin, and still the ball is spitting. But apart from that, everything's going fine. That was a leg by, in fact, so Potts remains on 0, 108 for 9. Connors on strike. He remains on 1. Connors is on 0. That one is pushed by Connors out into the offside. There's no run.
Not seen Puffin Billy for a while.
Oh, it'll be here in a minute. Short balls. That one is driven aerially, but low to the ground, really. Shut dives to his right, can't get there. Connors picks up a single. He's off the mark now, 109 for 9.
The driver heard he wanted a 10% pay rise.
Well, that's one of the few trains that's running today, I believe. Billy. It's an attempt to sweep, and he's been given out as Nick Potts, as the ball wraps him on the pads. And that's the end of the Derbyshire innings, and they don't make it to 110. They're 109 all out after 42 overs and 4 balls. And another wicket for Shutt, who finishes with 2 for 5 from 2 overs and 4 balls himself. Nick Potts for 1. As the not-out batsman, he also has 1. And 109 isn't going to be enough, quite frankly, even though the pitch is awful. I think that Yorkshire, with those extra 8 overs, can just take the time, although, as we've said many times during the commentary, almost certainly there's a ball out there with your name on it, so it's going to be tricky nonetheless. Be interested to see how well the Derbyshire bowlers bowl. I thought the Yorkshire bowlers bowled pretty well for the most part. If you want to read the figures, you can. I can't be bothered because it's all on the website. And we're going to take a break, since there's only 2 of us, and we've been working solidly for the last, 3 hours.
Yeah, just saw it again on the replay, and it was absolutely plumb as you like.
Yeah.
So Connors will be feeling pretty chuffed, really. But said of all the batsmen, I was undefeated on one off 6 deliveries.
And the answer to the question, is there a heavy roller, remains yes, but they can't use it between innings because that roller's not going to do anything, quite frankly.
No, it's fairly light. But I will read
Will you?
courtesy the bowler, Yorkshire bowling figures while I write them down.
You do that.
So Ben Code, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15. Matthew Waite, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. Matthew Revis, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. He'll be feeling a bit better about life after Friday.
have to wear two pairs of headphones for this. Welcome back to Queen's Park in Chesterfield as Yorkshire begin their chase of 110 to win this one-day cup match. I say chase. They'll easy do it. What time's your 25 past? No, that's fine. I've just got to wear two pairs of headphones, but that'll be okay. It's all fairly bizarre. We both have updates at 2:30, which is going to make it very interesting to see how we go. But we can do it. We can do it. I think. So it'll be Sam Connors to begin the bowling from the pavilion end. I'm sure that John's just telling everybody that as well. Of course, I don't need that, do I? I can just do it straight from that. That's how we do it. I've worked it out now, everybody. Don't worry. Here is, as if anybody's interested, here is Sam Connors then. First delivery in balls, and it's whipped away down towards long leg for 2 runs. They're going to come back for 2. Matty McKinnon, I think that is in the far distance, doing the fielding. It is. The Yorkshire contingent applauding to our left. They're sitting closest to us on the pavilion. As Connors is on his way in again, and that one is down the leg side and will be signalled wide. So not the start that Derbyshire were looking for necessarily. Will Frayne with a couple and then a wide. Harry Duke is the other of the opening batsmen. 2 slips in place, Mark Watt and Ben Aitchison, I think. Connors is in and bowls. That's driven for 4, straight through the hands of Shan Masood. That one into the ground, but burst through Masood's hands. And away to the boundary, and Yorkshire have made a bit of a sprint start. So this chase of 110, this could be over in a 4. Bat as they have done. It is the same pitch they're playing on, I understand. As Connors is in again, and Frayne pushes this into the leg side, and this time there is no run, which is a blessing from the home side's perspective. 7 without loss. 6 of those runs to Will Frayne and a wide so far. Sun shining brightly here at Queen's Park. Beautiful afternoon now as Connors sets off again. In balls, and that one is allowed to go through to the keeper by Frayne. Still 2 deliveries of this first over to go. Remarkably. Connors walks very slowly back to his mark. I assume that Aitchison will bowl the first over from the lake end. Connors from the pavilion end bowls to Frayne, who gets one off the edge of his bat down towards a wide third man. Potts does the fielding down there in the far distance. And they go through for another single. It's 8 without loss now. 7 of those runs to Frayne. Boundary. A couple and then a single there. And perhaps George Hill was right. It's flattened out. Look at you. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Harry Duke. Final ball of the over. First one he'd faced. And after 1 over, chasing 110 to win Yorkshire 8 without loss. And it will be Ben Aitchison to bowl the first over from the Lake End. The two slips will now change. It'll be Mark Watt and Matty McKiernan. The good news is you can at least hear what's happening. That's good. So it is indeed going to be Ben Aitchison from the Lake End. Here is Ben Aitchison then bowls, and that's left alone by Frayne to go through to the keeper. Brooke Guest. Hey, without loss it remains. Aitchison in again, bowls, and that's crashed away for 4 by Frayne. Yeah, Simon, this is going to be, this is only going one way in all honesty, this match. Derbyshire bowled out for 110, or 109 rather. Really nicely, a couple of boundaries. He's on 11 not out. Harry Duke has only faced the one delivery and he's yet to get off the mark, but they're making it look like a completely different pitch to the one that the Derbyshire batsman batted on. That was a pitch in which there was lots of variable bounce and it was almost impossible to get bat on ball. Well, Frayne has done pretty well so far. He's just left one alone outside the off stump. Yorkshire 12 without loss, chasing 110 to win. I've got a couple of kinks. I couldn't tell you what they were called, though. I couldn't tell you what they were called. But yeah, I don't mind a bit of kinks. What have we got? Lazy sunny afternoon? Oh. Love it. Love it. That last delivery was pushed out into the offside. The tricky update has now been completed, so we should be all right for the rest of the afternoon now. Frayne has 11, Duke yet to get off the mark, 12 without loss with 2 balls of the second over still to be bowled, and Aitchison bowls down the leg side. Did that take a touch off something? Yes, because it's not signalled wide. Fortunately for Ben Aitchison, that was indeed the case. And it remains 12 without loss. They need very few, 98 more runs to win. Aitchison is in, and that one is guided down towards third man, towards Harry Kane by Will Frayne. Picks up another single. He moves to 12 from 11 deliveries, and that is the end of the over. So he pinches the strike as well. I don't think Harry Duke will be too bothered about that. Frayne has got off like a train. He's on 12, 13 without loss. Although it's just gone back down to 11 for some reason. I'm not sure why on the scoreboard. Now he's gone back up to 12 again. That's good news. Here's Connors. Beginning a new over from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Frayne. That's down the leg side and signalled wide. 14 without loss. The third over will have to start again. 14 without loss. Yorkshire can still qualify. Derbyshire can't. We wait to see if there's any further sanction. It was Shan Masood's bat that was too big. Matty McKiernan's bat was too big the other week, and they were docked 2 points. Here's Connors in and bowls. That one is a little aerially pushed up towards mid-on by Frayne, where Lewis Rees does the fielding, and there's no run. 2 men outside the circle. Matty McKiernan down at long leg, and Nick Potts at third man. They are the two fielders allowed outside the circle in the first 10 overs as Puffin Billy goes past once again. Connors on his way in once again. Balls, that's bowled him, kept low, and he could do nothing about it, Will Frayne. He's gone for 12. He's another victim of this terrible pitch, I'm afraid, here at Chesterfield. Frayne goes for 12, and Yorkshire are 14 for 1 in the third over. Still 96 runs to win, and I think no chance with that one. Anyway, Tony Blackburn's coming back in a minute. Here he is. Hey up, lad. Yeah. And we welcome back to commentary Tony Blackburn.
Not all. No, that wouldn't be not half, would it? That'd be more like...
What was Arthur? Arnold, wasn't it? The dog Arnold. Remember that?
Yeah, if it was Tony Blackburn, that would have been kind of... That was the sweet sound of leather on wood as the Derbyshire fast bowler took a wicket.
What are you talking about?
Marvellous.
That kept low, by the way.
It did, didn't it? Very low.
Oh, that kept low. So the new batsman is Finlay Bean.
Or has he?
No, he doesn't.
Could be nicknamed.
That's terrible.
Runner.
String. Left-hander. Connors comes in and bowls to him. That one keeps a little bit low as well.
It's called Finlay Bean, not Vest.
Did you go out to the middle and look at the pitch?
Yes.
Looks all right, doesn't it?
Looks great.
Yeah. It's actually what it does that's the problem, but it looks... Everybody who's been out there has told me, yeah, it looks fine.
It'd been rolled. I mean, I'm just looking at it thinking it's quite grassy, and if you, as you say, there has been some rain around this week. I'm not. There are proper covers here, so you'd think it's been properly covered.
Connors in, and Bean clips that into the leg side, fielded properly by Masood this time.
But you're just thinking of reasons why it might have been unpredictable bounce. So grass on it, maybe a bit of moisture's got in there during the week.
It's quite the slope, and the thing that depite the fact that it's been covered, that the water has gone that way, even when it's gone into the ground, and therefore got underneath it as much as anything.
Maybe just, you know, some of them have bitten, and some of them have just gone the other way, haven't they?
Yeah, no, it's dig it up territory. Here is Connors. Bowling from the pavilion end, bowls to Bean, who turns this one into the leg side. And there is no run again.
So I came out with number 2, Stevie Winwood, 1986, Higher Love. She was playing the modern version of that, which involves a bit of Whitney Houston. And she played out then, did Liz, with Salisbury Hill by Peter Gabriel, which I know I've correctly guessed, but then she said, what year? And I said, I think about 1980, but I'm wrong. It's 1978.
Badly wrong.
77, in fact.
Oh, hopelessly wrong. Here is Connors. In and bowls. That was cut away, but straight to Anuj Dal at backward point. Good bit of fielding by Dal. No run. One run from a wide off the over and a wicket. 14 for 1 after 3. Neither of the two batsmen out there, Duke or Bean, have got a run. The man out was Will Frayne, bowled by Sam Connors, one that kept low for 12. And Yorkshire still need 96 to win.
And as we said, I think earlier on,
I deny
to introduce a new word to this, it was tricky.
It was tricky, wasn't it? Yeah, it was tricky, wasn't it? A vague recollection.
Lindsay Shipp, have you read that tweet? Also watching the live stream, good to see the crowds around the boundary, doing a grand job on commentary. Thank you very much, and we're delighted to welcome back listeners from 5 Sports Extra with the news that Ben Aitchison is bowling another one that just pitches and nearly cuts a few more daisies here in Queen's Park. Harry Duke, this time the man contending with it, and missed. So early wicket for Derbyshire. No great surprise in that when you've seen how the pitch is playing here. They were eventually wrapped up for 109 in their first innings. 2 wickets each for 5 of the 6 Yorkshire bowlers used. Aitchison into Duke, and that one,
Oh dear.
instead of keeping low,
That's
has
got him.
kicked a little bit, and that's hit him.
Yeah, it's got him.
In the unmentionables. Will Frayne, the man to have perished so far for Yorkshire, came in and played positively, a couple of boundaries in his 12, but then he received a delivery by Sam Connors that, well, was just good bowling because he bowled it straight and he let the pitch do the work, and what the pitch did was provide the ball with no bounce, and so Frayne beaten with one that kept low and took his middle and off stumps at the same time. He made 12 off 13 deliveries, and the score has not moved on since. It's still 14 for 1, and Duke again pushing at one, keeping low outside off stump, and he just got to be very, very careful here for any straight ones.
If Bean gets injured, can we have a runner? Thank you to John Looseleaf for that one on Twitter. I liked it. I need cheering up.
Aitchison to Duke, who pulls this one off, flicks it really in front of square on the leg side, and will pick up 4 after just the one bounce. And even though Yorkshire sort of played the whole field, it was power play cricket, didn't it? Out of a very attacking field because the runs weren't flowing.
Oh,
There's got to be a certain number of players inside the circle, and they might just try and get these rubbed off if they can fairly quickly for all sorts of reasons. And he's just tried to pull another one that was short of length, and that has wrapped him on the helmet, I think.
Yeah, it's the grill, was it?
Yep, sort of like something dropped onto the pitch off the helmet. And so we're going to have a stoppage in play, and there we go. We've seen a delivery in the previous over that almost took Will Frayne's bootlaces and did take his wicket. And in this over, Harry Duke has pushed it one wide of off stump that can't have been too far away from off stump, but only about 3 or 4 inches off the ground as it went by. And this time he's received a ball not hugely short of length. It's taken off, and it's taken part of his helmet off as well. So we've got the requisite stoppage, 18 for 1.
Not the first batsman to be hit. I won't be the last in all probability.
No. The Yorkshire batters are just to our left. We can't see them because we've got a marquee, the side of the marquee between us and them, but you might be able to even hear them having a chat. They're literally only feet away. And Fletch referred earlier to sort of gallows humour out there. I'm guessing there's a bit of that. There's probably a few nervous chuckles going on for those sitting at the side at the moment.
Yes, yeah, they're it's nervous chuckling. It's nervous chuckling. Nigel Mallender, we're going to hear from Nigel Mallender at some point. We might have to get him on sooner rather than later, Doidge, because this game could be over in a flash. He's the chairman here at Chesterfield, so yeah, that's the chap. So if you would, I mean, I'll give way.
No, absolutely not. No, I'll just go. I'm going to go on a train and a boat ride as well.
Don't be too long, because I've got an update in 17 minutes.
I'll come back just in time for the denouement.
Excellent. In 17 minutes. It could happen. We'll just have a quick chat with Nigel Mallon. I won't grill him too much about the pitch, because he's only just become the chairman. I don't think that's entirely his responsibility. I'll get him to pop these get him to pop these headphones on, and then pop those on. Nigel Mallender, the chairman, the new chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Good to meet
yeah.
you. Well, we met you earlier, but nice to meet you properly.
Nice to meet you. A pleasure to be here.
That one goes through at a nice height. I won't quiz you too much about the pitch, because I'm sure it's not your responsibility. It's lively out there, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, we didn't expect this. We really didn't.
I've not seen anything like this in my time coming here.
The groundsman's quite upset because he's put a lot of work into it. The 4-day game, we got top marks for the pitch. T20 game too, and he's done absolutely nothing different. But yeah, it's carrying through. There's 1 or 2 popping up and keeping low, and But somebody just said to me through there, Dave, that, well, batsmen have it the wrong way for far too long.
Oh,
don't
mate,
they?
I prefer this. I prefer this by a long way. Connors begins a new over from the pavilion end, ball pushed out into the offside by Bean, no run. Yeah, I prefer this. I just said to somebody around there, I was at Derby for obviously for the game that we saw 3 double centuries. This is much more interesting.
Couldn't agree more.
Much.
As a bowler myself, I think the low-scoring games are always far more
Yes,
entertaining.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a decent crowd in as well. It's a good crowd, isn't it? There aren't too many spare seats knocking about, from what I can see, as Connors comes in the end. Still 2 slips in place, and that's a flash at that one outside the off stump by Bean. Goes through to Brooke Guest, no run.
Yeah, we're really pleased, Dave. I think we've got just over 3,000 people in the ground. Weather's great. I think the forecast changed midweek, and we've got sun shining on Queen's Park, and the train going around the lake over there, as you just heard.
Never stops, Puffin Billy, does he?
He doesn't at all. They've got a new driver, apparently, who's under instructions to toot the horn every time he comes round the cricket ground side.
The next Connors delivery is clipped into the leg side, straight to Shan Masood, though, on this occasion. There's no run.
But yeah, we've got a good crowd, and it's just going to be a bit of a shame that things might sort of peter out a little bit earlier than what they normally would do.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know. Well, I mean, I certainly don't think that if Yorkshire get close, they won't need all 50 overs, will they? But Derbyshire, if they roll Yorkshire, then a lot of people inside the ground will be very happy indeed, won't they? So you're almost win-win here. Connors comes in again and bowls. There's a flash outside the off stump to one that just keeps a little bit low by Finlay Bean. He's yet to get off the mark. He looks like he's quite keen to notch his first run. So, chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, how will we notice any difference?
Oh, there's a question straight away. Thanks very much for that one. We had a terrific guy as chairman, Mike Taylor,
absolutely.
The late great Mike Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. Connors is in, and that one is up and down to third man for a single.
I've said this one a few times, Dave. You don't succeed somebody like Mike Taylor, but I'll do my best to follow him. I think it's fair to say over this last year or two that the club sort of taken some time to recover. Mike's passing left a cloud over the club. We kind of knew it was coming, but when it comes, it's still a hard thing to get through. And like most clubs, the pandemic's been hard to come through as well.
19 for 1. Connors is in again. That one is clipped nicely into mid-wicket. A good tumbling stop by Harry Kane. We can't prevent the single from being taken, but it was a nice piece of fielding. Duke moves on to 5, 20 for 1.
And we had a chap who came on board just after Mike, a guy called John Windle, who took it on at a very difficult time. So credit to him, and we'll always be grateful to John's efforts. Yeah, the guys have been sort of tapping me up to do it for a while, and it just seemed like the right time. I've got a bit of history with the club. My uncle Clive was a former chairman and first team captain about 40 years ago. His great mate Jim Brailsford was another guy who was sort of keen to get me involved for a while.
Aitchison begins a new over, ball pushed up to mid-off by Duke.
And as I say, it just seemed like the right time. So plenty for me to get my teeth into. Really keen to sort of embrace links with the community and make us more of an inclusive club. And to raise awareness of Queen's Park, because I think a lot of people still don't realise that Chesterfield Cricket Club games are free and you can come down and have a day in the sun, hopefully.
It's a great place to watch as Aitchison bowls. That one is in the air and caught. Oh, dropped by Lewis Rees. That is an absolute dolly. It was looped into the air off Duke's bat. And Rees, well, for all money, he was just going to take it. He could have taken it with his eyes closed, but he's put it down, and Yorkshire remain 20 for 1. Yes. He's looking to the sky as Lewis Rees, and I'm not entirely surprised because, professional cricketers have simply got to take catches like that, and he's put it down, and Aitchison's in again, and this one wraps the pad and dribbles down to Matty McKeon, and it could still be a very good game, this, well, it certainly will be if Derbyshire can take the chances.
Yeah, a couple more quick wickets, it'll be a nice tense one.
Yeah, absolutely. So you were a bowler?
I tried. Yeah, I tried. I was a left armer, swing bowler. I did okay. I think I probably made the most of limited ability. Certainly, I hope my effects off the field will be greater than the ones I had on the field.
Aitchison has a shot at the stumps. Reese has a shot at the stumps there as the ball's clipped up to him at mid-on. Misses, single taken. 6 now to Duke, and Yorkshire 21 for 1 in the 6th over.
But yeah, we've got a lot going on with the club. We are trying to raise awareness, more awareness with the community, and encourage people to come down on a Saturday afternoon and sit in front of this historic pavilion and enjoy a drink.
It's listed, isn't it? Now?
It is indeed, yes, it is. So we've always got to be very careful with what we do with it. We're very privileged to have that.
Absolutely. Aitchison's in and bowls to Bean, who clips straight to Nick Potts, who finds himself at mid-wicket.
And we were just saying earlier as well, Dave, that the view of the spire at the moment's got a little bit...
that tree needs lopping, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and I've just been speaking to 1 or 2 people to try and get that underway, to be honest.
No, well, it sounds very simple, doesn't it? But what is Chesterfield most famous for as Aitchison comes in and bowls, and that one is chopped away down towards a wide third man for a single. Who's fielding out there? It's Sam Connors. 1 more to the total. Bean moves on to 2 and pinches the strike, end of the over. 22 for 1, 6 gone. Is the spire, and I've been here in winter when Chesterfield cricket lovers or cricket society, I'm not sure entirely what the correct name is, when you stand on the steps of the pavilion, it's lit up and it looks superb. But of course, in winter it would, because there's no leaves.
Absolutely.
Whereas in summer we know where it is, and when you look that way, you can see it. But it'd been really nice to see it, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And I did say to one of the councillors that I spoke to earlier, I said, don't send your guy down during the winter because they'll wonder what we're moaning about. Send him down during the summer when you can't see the spire.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's
brilliant. Connors begins a new over. That one's driven out into the offside. Came Fields.
But it does look great in the at night time, all lit up. I'm lucky enough. I've got a great view of it from my bedroom window, actually.
Right.
For how much longer with all these new houses going up everywhere? I'm not sure.
The Chesterfield team itself dropped out of the top division, didn't they? You'd obviously, as Connors in again from the pavilion end balls, and that one is cut to Anuj Dal at backward point by Bean. You'd obviously want to see the first team back as high as it can play. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. We'd had a couple of lean years, to be honest, Dave, and I think it had been coming. It was getting relegated. And sometimes these things happen. Obviously, you're very disappointed, but clubs need to regroup and come again. And I think we're at that stage now.
Still 2 slips. I think there will be for the majority of this innings as Connors bowls, and it's pulled straight to Masood. And again, it goes through him. That's twice. He's not showing himself off to his new employers in the best light today with the innings that he played and with the 2 missed fields that he's had so far. They pick up another single, 23 for 1.
But we've got a good new captain, a guy called Harry Wilmot. He was appointed about 6 weeks ago, succeeding a real club stalwart in Alex Hibbert, who'd been captain of the club for 11 years over 2 spells. Led us to the Premier League title, I think, 2008.
Next delivery from Connors is just turned into the leg side by Duke, and there's no run.
And Harry seems to have got the lads playing, encouraging them, and they're going out there with no fear, very relaxed. But we're probably just two or three players off having a good promotion push next year, and obviously that's one of my objectives as chairman, and making sure that we recruit the right kind of people, and overseas, and a club coach, and 1 or 2 local players as well.
I'll ask you about finances and how you raise those in a moment as Connors is in. That one's driven straight back at him. He half stops it. They're going to go through for a single. Billy Coleman has a shot at the stumps from no more than 5 yards away and misses completely. Duke picks up another single. He moves on to 7. And Derbyshire, Yorkshire at 24 for 1 in the 7th over. I mean, cricket clubs are not cheap things to run, are they?
No, they're really not. I think all local cricket clubs rely on a band of volunteers to run them, but I think a club the size of Derbyshire, of Chesterfield, with Derbyshire visits and what have you, we seem to need a few more than most clubs.
Comes around the wicket. Oh, that one takes off. That one really did take off and been through everything at it, but couldn't lay bat on it. 24 for 1, Yorkshire after 7, chasing 110.
And we're very lucky down here. We've got some wonderful people. We reorganised the committee last year, so all the committee people have got a predefined role now where they look after various aspects of the club. Today, you know, we've got guys greeting the sponsors and somebody running the bar and overseeing that, and then we've got Linda Slater's a famous catering crew as well, and catering for an event like this really does take some doing. So
you only need to know how good Linda's catering is by looking at Dave, don't you? I've always said that.
Yeah, you said it.
I've said it to his face. I've said it to his face.
It was a lovely chicken pasta, I know that, Dave.
His H's are getting a new over from the lake end. It's turned into the leg side. Masood runs around the boundary to do the fielding. Keeps them down to a single. That was better from Shan, much better. 25 for 1 now.
But I think one of the things that I'm keen to do as well, Dave, is we've I think still carry this sort of misconception going back sort of maybe 2 or 3 decades where it was almost seen as a bit of a gentleman's club down here at Queen's Park and elitist perhaps as well. But we're far from that. You can tell from the accent I'm very much a Yorkshire boy.
I didn't want to mention it. This next delivery from Aitchison flies. Oh, what a catch that is by Anders Dole. Moving across to his right-hand side, one-handed, plucks it out of the air. That is sensational from clearly Derbyshire's best fielder. And Bean goes for 3, and Yorkshire are 25 for 2 in the 8th over. He is some fielder, Anders Dole. He is sensational. He's got a very good average, as you would expect if he's got 3 centuries. I think a couple of them at least, if not all 3, but certainly 2 of them are not outs, which always helps, of course. And he's taking wickets as well, so he's a genuine all-rounder. Yeah.
I thought he bowled really well at the 4-day game against Middlesex.
Yeah. Well, he bowled down at Worcestershire. He got a century, a half century, and a 5 for.
Right.
Which isn't bad in the county championship.
Not bad at all.
I think I'd have been quite happy if I could have managed anything approaching that. So the games that you have here help raise money for Chesterfield as well, don't they?
They do.
You can do a little bit out of the pavilion and that kind of thing.
We do okay, yeah. We've got a great bar, very well stocked on Derbyshire games, and when the Yorkies come over from Sheffield and down from Leeds, they like spending a bit of money on the beer, that's for sure. So we do well from the bar. We generally have a raffle which Derbyshire support, which is super of them. Ryan Duckett's a great guy to work with. But yeah, we're always looking for new sponsors. We're very lucky. We've just signed a new partnership with the Chesterfield Royal Hospital charity at the start of this season to raise awareness for their charity.
Jason Bowles, the new batsman, is George Hill.
And we're hoping that we can do our part by raising awareness for a splendid charity. We've got their logo emblazoned on all our club shirts and banners up around the ground. And yeah, a real worthwhile cause and a great cause to get involved with.
Good to be, like you say, make the cricket club part of the community properly, as this one is pushed out into the offside by Hill.
And we're very lucky, without me sort of plugging too many of the other companies that sort of sponsor us. But we've got a fabulous IT company on board called Educo, who back us very generously. Brampton Brewery, of course, with their fantastic Golden Bud amongst other pints.
Always happy. Always happy.
And very grateful to Inspire Pack, who sponsored the club for many years.
Aitchison Bowles. That one is turned up towards mid-on. And there's no run. It's a bit like the generation game, when you have to pack so many things in. That's excellent work, excellent work. Because I'm going to have to kick you off in a minute because I've got to go and do an update, and Jonathan will have to come back. But,
pleasure, Dave.
But this looks like a success. I mean, the T20 was a success. It was just a shame that the weather almost conspired to ruin it. And the 4-day game, I know it was over in 3, but I thought it was a terrific game of cricket. As Aitchison's in again, that beats the bat, moves away from Hill. This game's not over, 25 for 2. They could do with a couple more quick wickets, but at the moment it's not over.
No, and I'd agree with you. I think people love coming to Queen's Park, Chesterfield, and long may it continue. We certainly love having the county club here. But yeah, I think I would put a bit of a plug for the club. I'd just say that there's Chesterfield games on here every Saturday. The bar's open. It'd be great to have a few people down here supporting, getting involved. Dare I say, becoming a social member as well. £15 per person, and that's all it is.
Well, it's only a tenner at my cricket club.
Oh,
I'm
is
a
it
social
really
member there, but yeah, it's still good value.
Open
it's
to
still good value.
negotiation.
Sam Connor's been getting you over from the pavilion, and that was a full toss. He was looking for the Yorker, and it was dug out nicely by Duke. Well, listen, I know it's been short, but thanks very much for coming on.
Thanks, Steph.
Brilliant. Nigel Mallender is the newish chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, and the club has a website and all that kind of thing, so you can go find out who's playing and when they're playing and all that kind of thing on the website as well. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much for having me, Dave. Really appreciate it.
Nice to speak to you.
Take care. Cheers. Bye.
Thank you, Nigel Mallender there from Chesterfield Cricket Club, where we are today. That one goes straight through Duke and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and there's no run. It's not that tricky. It's not that tricky. That's the sad thing about it. 25 for 2 in the 9th over. All right.
Just thought I'd fiddle with your volume. I was just told that my last update they could hear you more clearly than me. Which is strange.
That's probably because they wanted to. This one is you can block out things you don't want to hear and listen to the things you do want to hear. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, that's probably...
Good catch by Dal.
It was a great catch by Dell. Well, as described by you, because I just happened to be looking down at the score sheet at the time, so I didn't see it.
It was all right.
But I thought it sounded like the greatest catch of all time from a couple of yards away.
Not quite, but it was sensational.
Well, it was sensationalised.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. I'm going to try and keep everybody listening. Connors is in a ball. That one keeps low. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Frayne could do nothing about the delivery that got rid of him. And I'm afraid that Duke could do nothing about that delivery. Unfortunately for Connors, it wasn't quite on target. 25 for 2 it remains. Over to you.
Over to me, indeed. Brilliant bowling from Yorkshire CC, says.
Connors in again. Bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls. Oh, and that one's looped up into the air, and it's been caught by Lewis Rees, who can catch. We knew he could, and he's taken that catch really well, and Harry Duke has gone now. And Yorkshire are 25 for 3 in the 9th over, and they still need 85 to win. Good catch. Duke has now gone for 8 from 20 deliveries, so it cost just 3 runs, that drop. Connors with his second wicket. There's life in this game yet, mainly because of the pitch, quite frankly. Oh, guitar. One of Dave Grohl's guitars is going to be sold. I might buy it. 30,000 quid. I nearly put a bid in on that guitar till I heard it might make 30,000 quid. 25 for 3 Yorkshire. They're chasing 110 to win. We've just seen 2 wickets fall in very quick succession. Will Frayne was out early, bowled by Sam Connors for 12. And then Harry Duke was dropped by Lewis Rees, an absolute dolly when he was on 5. Well, he's just been dismissed, caught by Lewis Rees off the bowling of Sam Connors, a much trickier catch. He made 8, and in between, Finlay Bean was caught sensationally by Anuj Dal, one-handed, diving away to his right at backward point off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 3. George Hill is yet to get off the mark, and Yorkshire in a spot of bother here. This pitch continues to misbehave. They're 25 for 3. They need a further 85 to win.
And through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. And Yorkshire find themselves in trouble at 25 for 3. They've got a fair bit of batting to come yet, but you'd want to see a partnership of some significance put together at this point. with two of the top half of the order still together.
One of Dave Grohl's guitars is going up for auction. I thought I might put a bid in until I found out that it was expected to fetch £30,000. It's a lot, that, isn't it, for a guitar?
Yeah.
And I can't play the guitar, so it'd be pointless me buying it, really.
No.
But
That's obviously what half a season's BBC Derby.
yeah, exactly. Well, slightly less than that now that I do Burton. Ben Aitchison up the hill from the Lake End. That one goes past the edge of George Hill's bat. Johnny Tattersall and George Hill both on naught at the moment. They haven't faced too many deliveries, in fairness, but it's good to have two batsmen on naught. It's gone slightly quieter on the balcony of the pavilion to our left than it was early on when Will Frayne was smashing the ball to all parts.
For 12.
For 12. I think he had 2 boundaries and they got very excited.
James Green says it's been reported online that Masood has signed for Yorkshire.
Really?
It's interesting. The more changes we make, the less convinced I am with the current management at Yorkshire. He says Fletch may like him. He did well for them this year. Very much doubt that will be repeated next year.
You don't think he'll be able to cope with those First Division attacks, then, is that what you're saying? Here is Aitchison. He's definitely going to Yorkshire. Pushed out into the offside. And fielded by Anuj Dahl. Which bit of online is it? Does it say on the BBC online?
I think it might be Fletch online.
No, it's not me. I don't tweet about stuff like that. Certainly Cricinfo were reporting it earlier today.
Oh, so you don't put it in writing, you just say it?
Yeah. Yeah. I work for a radio station. Next delivery from Aitchison. He's past the edge of the bat. And he throws it in the air, George Hill. He does a full revolution before he catches it by its handle. 25 for 3 it remains.
Because I've forgotten that radio stations don't have websites or
well,
social
they do.
media accounts.
They do, but I neither write for the BBC Sport website because I'm freelance and they don't pay me to write for it. And I don't write for BBC Radio Derby's website because they don't have one. Here is Aitchison in again, and that one is pushed out nicely into the offside, but fielded by Anuj Dahl.
BBC Radio Derby do not have a website.
No, there's no BBC Radio Derby website. There's a Facebook page. There's a Twitter account. There may even be Instagram. Who knows? But I'm not on that, so I wouldn't know. I think that Shan Masood will cope admirably with First Division cricket. Don't worry. If indeed Yorkshire is still in the First Division, that one's turned into the leg side by Hill, and there's no room.
Just to give you an indicator of how quickly things are changing here at Queen's Park today. Lily emailed or tweeted in 9 minutes ago that she was hoping that Harry Duke and Finlay Bean could build a good partnership.
No, it's almost pointless tweeting in stuff about the actual game, isn't it? Because they are changing very rapidly indeed. That's the end of what they call the power play. 25 for 3. Derbyshire were 28 for 2 at the end of the first 10 overs.
Yorkshire already behind in the game. Mighty Mariner says, let's say Yorkshire lose.
Well, I'll say it if you want.
I hope not. Would Derbyshire lose the points for a bad pitch?
They wouldn't. Nah, I can sort of answer that one. Ooh.
Connors to Tattersall. The ball that passes him on the rise past the outside edge. No run.
They would almost certainly not lose them for a bad pitch in this season's competition, which wouldn't help Yorkshire, but they would lose them in next season's competition. And there's also the question of Shan Masood's bat, which was clearly too wide and he had to change it, but they're not sure, certainly in the written bit, and I have no idea about this, whether he'd faced a ball at that time. And if he hadn't faced a ball, they might not face any sanction. Remarkable. It's just complete nonsense, really. But
Connors coming in, and Tattersall turns to leg, and there's no run. Derbyshire clearly resorting to.
This isn't going to end unpleasantly. So I wouldn't go down that road if I was you, because he only started cheating once he'd signed for Yorkshire.
Tactics that that are not in the spirit of the game, preparing a pitch that's a bag of snakes, and also sending players out with bats that are clearly too wide.
Have you seen the way he's been fielding for you? He's let 2 through his hands already. Never seen him field so poorly.
Lovely boy. Is Tattersall in and runs that down to third man. point even, and there's no run.
In all seriousness, and I know this is going to be tricky for both of us, but in all seriousness, it must be very difficult for him to play in this game, knowing all the whispers and rumours that are swirling around and the fact that...
Why?
He's playing against his new club. I know it's a game of cricket, but he's playing against his new club, isn't he? Or his club for next season.
Matthew Waite played against his new club.
Did he take some wickets?
He got wickets. He got a few runs, I think, as well the other week. And that was before any announcement was made officially.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that he's signing for Yorkshire. Shan Masood. We all know. There are a few deniers, but there always are conspiracy theorists online and that kind of thing. But deny as much as you wish, it's happening.
Connors then away from the pavilion end, right arm over. Tattersall tries to get away a drive, times it quite nicely actually to Godalmon, who whips it in over the top of the stumps down there to Brooke Guest. No run. Still a very subdued sort of atmosphere. It sort of almost feels like, well, we've paid today, so we might as well stop.
Yeah, but we're not enjoying it. We've seen the pitch. We're not enjoying it.
We've paid our money. 25 for 3. Yorkshire trying to get 110 runs in total to win this match and keep their hopes of qualification for the quarter-finals of the RL50 alive. Dot ball to complete the over. Yorkshire, of course, qualified for the quarter-finals last year. At the time, they looked dead and buried and out of the comp, and then they had a good sort of end to the group games and got through to the quarter-finals and duly got beaten by Essex at Chelmsford. But you've got to look at these things on the bright side, Fletch. It was an extra day's pay for a freelancer.
And the good thing this year is that you can't go to Canterbury or Essex or Hampshire.
No.
Because they're all in the same group as Derbyshire and Yorkshire, aren't they?
You may have to do in the semi-finals.
Aitchison in, I don't know. Oh, he almost feathers that through to Brooke Guest, does George Hill.
There must be a possibility you can meet the side you've already played in the semis.
I don't know how that's going. Well, there must be, because if the team finishing second and third in this group, which is Group B, I think, both get through, then yes. Yeah. So he could go to Hampshire. Sorry. Here's Aitchison in, and that one is to the keeper.
I'm fine with going to Hampshire. I'm not like you. I don't just take the money. You know, I take this job seriously, and I'm happy to travel out anywhere.
Yeah, I just think it's quite a long way to go to see a team get smashed. I went to Taunton earlier this season.
I'd like to travel to Barbados. I mean, can we arrange some RL50 matches over there? Somewhere like that?
Don't give the ECB ideas, Jonathan. Do not give the ECB ideas.
I'm running a campaign for that next season.
Aitchison's in, and that one is pushed up towards mid-on. They're going through for a quick single. Rees will get there and have a half-hearted shy at the stumps, and that's a good run. Hill is off the mark. And Yorkshire get their first run for some time. 26 for 3 in the 12th over.
The Mail on Sunday says James Green have run the Shan Masood story.
Oh, it might not be true then. I wouldn't believe everything you read in the papers, but that just happens to be true. They'll have lifted it from ESPN Cricket Info, because that's what the Mail website does, doesn't it? 6 paragraphs of the story and then reports the other website that it's pinched it from.
Leeds United 2, Chelsea 0, by the way, is an excellent start to the...
Aitchison bowls. That's pushed out backward a square on the offside by Tattersall, who'll pick up a single. Hakeem does the fielding, 27 for 3.
But then again, they did hold a 2-0 lead against Southampton last week and blew it.
Good luck trying to find it.
Yeah, trying to find any reference to Shan Masood on the Mail.
I think county cricket will be quite a long way down. Next delivery is of an inside edge of Hill's bat out into the leg side. Masood does the fielding.
Oh, I found it. Top story.
Top story.
Masood reputed to have signed by BBC Derbyshire commentator, but not confirmed by anybody.
With lots of quotes from me.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll be charging them later. Aitchison. Oh, that one takes off. Dear, oh dear, you've got absolutely no chance of playing that, George Hill. And he did well not to get an edge on it as it flew through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest to end a reasonably good over. 2 runs from it, 27 for 3 after 12. They need a further 83 to win. Still not found it. I'm not surprised.
It's clearly not true. It's not in the Mail on Sunday.
Yeah, there is that.
There is a cricket story. Stuart Broad, I was too tentative in the first test, but it won't happen in the next showdown against South Africa.
We're going to have a showdown, are they?
Showdown.
I do like a bit of country dancing.
Hold down.
Nick
Change of bowling.
Nick Potts, he's coming up. Yeah, Nick Potts, he's sharp. Could enjoy this pitch. Oh dear. Youngster, Burton upon Trent born.
Really? Is he an Albion fan?
No idea. I interviewed him for the first time last week, actually, when he was shoved out of the changing room after the washout against Kent. And he was very, very good, 20 years of age.
Let's find out how good he is. He's bowling here to the Yorkshire captain, Jonathan Tattersall, who gets a delivery down the leg side. He's not that good because he just bowled a wide first up.
It's quick, though. That's a quick wide.
Quick wide, yeah.
Yeah, it's a quick wide. Yeah. Cut him some slack, I think. I think he's got a very good prospect.
Hugh Oxborough says anybody playing any English domestic games overseas is a crackpot idea. Why does nobody care about global warming?
Shan Masood signs a deal with Yorkshire to become one of their overseas players for 2023 after the... It's a great headline, by the way.
Here is Potts again. Tattersall has a flashing drive at this one, misses. And
I'd only
goes
got
down
halfway
on
through that headline
hands.
there. It says, after the prolific batsman rejected multiple offers from his current club, Derbyshire. And then 3 lines which basically repeat the first line. And then the intro, which is pretty much the headline, but in smaller writing. And Yorkshire are known to be delighted with the acquisition of not only an outstanding player, but a, quotes, top bloke. That's just what they need, who has impressed with his leadership skills on the county scene. I'll go into that in a moment.
Here's Potts driven by Tattersall. Nicely played. That will be 4 through extra cover. And a welcome boundary for Yorkshire. A bit of light relief in a tense situation. 32 for 5. That's 3. Has a cardiac arrest.
And then we're just into quotes that were on the press release that Derbyshire released. His leadership qualities.
You said he was a reluctant leader, is that right?
That's what I've heard.
Potts to Tattersall, who gets a full toss and probably could have done a bit better with that, but he hit it straight to the man at mid-on. No run.
He skipper the side in the T20, was always going to do that, I think, but when he was asked to skipper the side on his return in the Royal London, which he did for 2 matches, told he may have taken some persuading to do it, and he's never captained the side in the Championship. In fact, Lewis Deploy captained the side in Billy Godleman's. Has he captained the side in the Championship? Perhaps he has. He might have done. Twice.
Here he is again. Potts wide of off stump, and Tattersall leaves it.
But he's a fairly quiet sort of character. Not massively demonstrative. I wish him all the best, clearly. And I hope he has a terrific season or 2 at Headingley.
That was said.
I can't grit these teeth anymore.
Sincerity.
I can't grit them anymore.
Potts again, coming into bowl to Tattersall, who's got one wide of off stump that he can leave once again.
Just move me crisps.
You just do that, yeah. So our two batters out there at the moment, Jonathan Tattersall and George Hill, having a good old look at this. They've got all the time in the world. We're kind of hoping that they don't take it, but George has got 1 from 15 and Tattersall 5 from 12 to date.
A strike rate of 6.67. It could take a while.
Yeah, Tattersall waits. He's flicked this one to leg, but that's twice he's found the field in this over, as well as the boundary he did get. So, completion of over number 13 of this Yorkshire response to Derbyshire's 109 all out, and they are 32 for 3.
Yeah, just another 78. I say just another 78. Harry Kane looks like he's going off for a moment here as Archie Harrison comes on in his place.
Oh, Archie.
No, Archie. Made his debut in the Royal London One Day Cup. Well,
have you ever been as slim as that in your life?
No, I don't think so. Yeah. He's a decent bowler as well, Archie. Here comes Aitchison. The one who's pushed out into the offside. Potts does the fielding. There's no run. Hill back on strike.
When
he fills
like
out,
that, yeah. He'll not be like that for life, will he? When he discovers pizza and things like that.
Yeah.
Flapjack.
They can probably run pizza off better than me, though. It's Aitchison bowls on a swing and a miss from Hill. That was a horrible looking shot.
You need to get yourself on the boat, like on a pedalo, and burn off some calories. In fact, if you start now and probably finish at about the end of next season, you might look like
That's if I don't eat
Archie Harrison
and do the exercise as well. There's Aitchison again from the lake, and that one lifts off a length and goes through to Brooke Guest. It's good to see the pitchers continue to misbehave anyway. Made it a slightly fairer contest. I think Yorkshire still remain favourites to win this one, but while ever the pitch is misbehaving, Derbyshire have got half a chance. I would think that 350 plays 351 is far less interesting than 109 plays 110. That's when he's guided by Hill down towards Harrison, who very watchfully waits for the ball to arrive and does the fielding. Single taken, 33 for 3 in the 14th over. Hill moves on to 2. Tattersall has 5. So poor old Mitch Wagstaff was asked to do all the 12th man duties, and Archie's come on for the glory. Fielding at third man. This one is pulled into the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. There's nobody there. That's Ben Aitchison is a good bowler, but he thinks he's quicker than he is.
You can't roll it down this pitch.
No.
I know it's been.
Don't smash it halfway down when you're not quick enough to do it. Would be my advice to a man who's playing professional sport, of course. I'm in no position to offer him any advice at all. But that would be my feeling about it, is that he's just not quite quick enough to bowl it halfway down. See what his response is. He's actually sent Shan Masood out to the mid-wicket boundary as Aitchison, and he's in and bowls. Tattersall gets a leading edge and is caught and bowled brilliantly by Aitchison. And, well, Tattersall almost smashed his stumps down there in frustration. That is a terrific catch by Aitchison. Again, it's the pitch, though, a leading edge. And a good low catch by the bowler at the end of his follow-through means that Yorkshire are 37 for 4 now.
16 was it?
Yeah.
Last.
I think. It could be 15. Could
Last
be
ball of the 14th over.
16, yeah. 2 4s. So 2 wickets apiece for Ben Aitchison and Simon Connors. As you say, at the end of 14 overs, and they still need 73 to win with 6 wickets in hand. They're going to win by 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare here. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Following a reasonably similar pattern to the Derbyshire innings, they were 55 for 4 when Brooke Guest was out for 12. Derbyshire had 2 players into double figures by that point, but that's nothing to shout about, really. Just the 1 double figure score so far for Yorkshire.
Yep. So Matthew Waite has walked out to the middle, sporting number 6 and batting at the same position in the order, but he's at the non-striking end. And it's going to be George Hill. And somebody's going to need to make a contribution of note pretty soon, as Nick Potts works his way in from the pavilion end to bowl to George Hill, who is pushing at one. Then he misses past the outside edge.
You've got to put those to the back of your mind, haven't you? You've got to think, right, that's gone. Score off the next one. Right, that's gone. Because there's so much time.
Well, George himself stood in front of us, and I asked him if he fancied batting on this pitch, and he said, yeah, it's...
He looked like he was keen to bat.
Flatter.
Keen to bat, yeah.
Potts again then. Bowling to Hill, who's pushing forward into the offside. No run. Lily said, hey up, JD and Dave. Yorkshire in trouble. Still think they'll win, though.
Yeah, I do.
Looking forward to Scarbados on Tuesday. And Russell...
Is that the last trip of the season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Russell Walker says, Ellen Rose rocking Jonathan. Back to cricket. Big chance for George to work a good innings today. Moving the feet on this wicket is essential, forward preferably. Yeah. Potts bowling to said Hill. Have they got a nick on this one? They're all celebrating a wicket, but George is standing firm, and more to the point, umpire Surendiran Shanmugam says not out. Second shot at this, yeah, it looks like it comfortably beats the inside edge.
Yeah.
You can see why there's been some appeal in the sense that the ball has moved off the straight down that way, and it did go past the inside edge, but looks to me like it comfortably beat it. Hill waits, stands tall, and this time gets a full length delivery on leg stump and works it in that general direction for a single.
Thanks to John Millard, who's been in touch. He says from what he saw, the umpire checked Shan's bat when he was at the non-striker's end and before he'd faced a ball. He also says that the sound level on the replays on the stream are twice as high as the live pictures. I got to the bottom of it during the interval. It was entirely not our fault, as we imagined.
Case closed.
Indeed. And it was all sorted. It was something to do with a rogue camera.
Here's Potts making his way in at pace. Matthew Waite punches nicely off the back foot there. He's got that away through point for 4 runs, taking Yorkshire into the 40s. 42 now for the loss of 4 wickets. George Hill on 3. Matthew Waite field on the offside. 2 slips in place. Obviously keen, they know they're going to have to bowl Yorkshire out if they're going to win this. Men set back on the leg side at long leg and deep backward square, plus a mid-on as Waite opens the face and runs this one quite firmly down to third man, who fires it over the top to Brooke Guest, and they get another one. 43 for the loss of 4 wickets, so 6 runs from that Potts over. 43 for 4 after 15.
Yes. Still in it. Derbyshire just about clinging on by their fingertips.
At the same stage, they'd only lost 3 wickets, but there were 30 on the board. I think runs are immaterial. It's just a matter of...
Yeah. Well, if they don't bowl...
Well, they're not immaterial because they need to score 110 of them to win the match. But.
No, but if they bat for 50 overs, they will win the game. If they don't lose 10 wickets, they will win the game, Yorkshire. Derbyshire left a few deliveries out there as well, didn't they? As Aitchison begins a new over from the lake end and is cut away for 4 runs by Matthew Waite. Nice shot. 2 wide from Aitchison. And do no more than jog and allow
before he got Tattersall. It was just a pretty ordinary delivery, that wasn't it? Short and wide.
What's his response? It's a slightly better delivery that's turned into the leg side by Waite for a single, fielded by Lewis Rees. Waite moves on to 10, 48 for 4. All yours.
I think Yorkshire supporters will be pleased to see Matthew Waite playing positively here. He's faced just 4 deliveries now for his 10, without taking any major.
Jason's in again and bowls. That one is cut away and nicely fielded by Anujdal at backward point. Remains 48 for 4, 62 runs required at less than 2 and over from here. Aitchison is in again, and that one is defended by Hill out into the offside, no run. Aitchison in and bowls edge down to third man. That was a genuine edge, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Past the where a 4th slip would have been, really. Slightly fortuitous. But George Hill, but 4 runs nonetheless. Hill 7, Waite 10, 15 off 11 balls, this partnership. Aitchison is on his way in again, and this time it goes straight through Hill, straight through him, and it's the end of the over. 9 off it, that's the problem. 6 off the previous over, 9 off this one. Hill has 7, Waite has 10. 52 for 4. Yeah, perfect time to come to me, Simon, as you can imagine. Derbyshire doing all right here. 52 for 4, Yorkshire. They're chasing 110 to win, so they did another 58, but they have lost another wicket. Johnny Tattersall caught ball by Ben Aitchison. Really nice catch, low down, diving forward, just slightly to his left as well off his own bowling. Never easy, those. But at the moment, there's a counter-attack being launched, as you might be able to hear from the Yorkshire players to my left on the pavilion. George Hill on 7, and Matthew Wade just moved on to 14. He's very nice boundary. From 19 off, there's 14 balls. At the moment, chasing 110. Yorkshire are 56 for 4. They need 54 more.
Boundaries. And in comes Potts once again. What's he going to put up as a riposte? He tries to York him this time, and Matthew Waite watches it well and digs it out into the onside. Still to come for Yorkshire. You wouldn't say on the face of it that it's packed the tail, but Matthew Revis next can certainly bat. Haven't seen enough still of Harry Sullivan to tell you, to give you, if you like, an informed opinion on that. Tom Loughton can play. Ben Code capable of getting a few, and Jack Shutt bringing up the rear by the looks of things. 56 for the loss of 4 wickets as Potts comes in again to Waite, who has a flick at one that passes him on the rise outside off stump, and then replays the shot as if he was trying to get it away through point for 4, but he missed out.
They're the ones you've got to try and leave alone, aren't they? The ones that are going to get you. A bit of extra bounce, but the temptation is always there just to punch it away.
Yeah. The BBC Derbyshire listening public feeling all the better for your few words, are they?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, I've completed several Sunday afternoons, I'm sure, as Potts comes in again. It's short and doesn't get up at all. Tell you what, Matthew Waite can't have been too far from being bowled there.
No.
Trying to play the pull shot. And it barely gets above stump height. Just there's the danger. So when you get those offerings, as Waite's had one or two, you've got to take full toll on the bad balls. And so far, so good in that respect from him. 14 off 8. As Potts makes his way back to his mark, we're just looking at that again. Goodness me, that was close to the top of off stump. Can he find that sort of range again? Short ball this time does bounce. Matthew Waite does get his hands through it and pulls it to cowshot corner. And that is another 4 runs, and every single one of those is being greeted with very warm applause.
I just called it a balcony, even though it's not.
Not, yeah. So 60 for 4 at the end of the 17th over. Another 8 runs from that one.
This is something that Shan does a lot. He's off.
So 50 needed.
See some spin from
Where's he going?
Mark Watt.
Shan's off. Where's he going?
Don't know. He leaves the field a lot, though. Not necessarily what you want from your skipper. 60 for 4, and the Scotland international Mark Watt, left arm spin into the attack. Doesn't spin the ball an awful lot. It's all about his variety of length and pace as much as anything. He's on his way in around the wicket now and bowls, and that was pushed out into the offside by Hill. No run. Get a message out there to him just in case Hibs are winning. Can't imagine they will be. If they're playing Celtic, never an easy game in Scotland. As Watt is in again around the wicket and using his feet, he clips it up into the Hill. Clips it up to mid-on. To mid-off, rather. No, mid-on. I'm laughing because Lewis Rees had a shy at the stumps there, which was about as bad a shy at the stumps as I've seen for a long time. I shouldn't laugh.
I am. Leeds United 3, Chelsea 0.
3-0 now, is it?
Says Lily.
Hearts losing by a goal to 0, so nobody tell him.
There's never an easy game in Scotland.
No, apart from all the others, apart from Celtic and Rangers. That one is pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Matty McKinnon.
Russell Walker also confirmed. I'm going to find out then. I know you don't want to know.
Wait. Oh, he's been stumped, has he? No, the bails were whipped off. His back foot stayed firmly in the ground, fortunately for him. Good bit of work by Brooke Guest.
Brandon Aronson got the first goal on 33.
Mexican, is he? In comes Watt and bowls. Oh, that bounces off the bat down towards third man. It evaded both the wicketkeeper and the slip. In fact, it's Byes. Blimey, how did that get there from Byes? 4 byes, doesn't matter how they come really.
And Jack Harrison got third on 69.
Derby County women are drawing 2-2 with Burnley. I've just heard that on the radio. Which is the 3rd tier, I think, of women's football. Watt around the wicket again, bowls, and Waite just cuts it into the offside. Potts runs around to do the fielding, single taken. End of the over, so that means that 18 have gone now. 66 for 4, Yorkshire. They need 44 more runs to win. Derbyshire need to take 6 wickets. The former seems more likely than the latter.
Well, they have at least been positive. So for the last
yes, oh no,
overs,
absolutely.
They've got
45 runs in the 33 runs in the last 5 overs.
There you go. That's a better way of saying it than I was going to break it down.
At 6.6 and over. So It's been a proper counter-attack, hasn't it? 28 off 23 balls, these two.
Yeah, and no real sort of risky shots in and among either.
No.
They've been pretty good shots, so they're just taking toll on the worst deliveries
Samuel's coming back.
rather than the better ones. Sam Connors.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Recently made his Lions debut. They spelt his name wrong on the back of his shirt. It's only the ECB, they can't get anything right, can they? How can you spell a player's name wrong on the back of his England shirt?
Here we go anyway with Connors goes short, punched into the offside by Waite. Half stopped, and that was enough by
Mitch Wagstaff,
Mitch
sorry.
Wagstaff,
yes,
number
yeah.
22. Okay, looking for him on the team sheet. Tall figure of Mitch Wagstaff. Yeah, it's not great, is it?
Well,
It's a
Connors,
bit like when you
Connors wrote a
colleagues
letter
don't know your
to
surname.
he wrote a letter to Ben Stokes and said, "Look, it's not on, son."
A bit like when your colleagues don't know your surname. I can't pronounce your surname properly.
What, Deutsch?
Yeah.
It's easy enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Connors in, pulled by Matthew Waite. 4 more, and that boundary makes Matthew Waite the highest scorer in the match, 23.
Well, they said somebody was going to have to make a contribution. He's edging Yorkshire closer to victory here at Chesterfield.
Connors in again. Oh, he's bowled him. So he became the highest scorer in the match, but then has lost his off stump with the very next delivery. That's twice we've seen that in this innings. A Yorkshire player striking a boundary and being out the next ball. But he played well there, Matthew Waite. That was an invaluable knock as far as this innings is concerned, but they wouldn't want to lose a couple more. 70 for the loss of 5 now, needing 40 more runs to win this. It's still looking, I'm going to use a new word here, tricky.
Yeah, 23 off 17 balls. But it was the manner in which he went about it. 5 fours. I don't think anybody else has hit 5 fours. Derbyshire may not have hit 5 fours in the entire innings. It just sort of swung the game, the whole momentum of the game in Derbyshire's favour. In Yorkshire's favour. And Sam Connors looked particularly pleased to see the back of him, as will the rest of the bowlers be.
33 for that 5th wicket, the highest partnership of the match. Tells you plenty if you've just joined us in recent moments.
Tells you everything, doesn't it? Everything.
So Matthew Revis at number 7, wearing 77. In 7th heaven out there. Queen's Park, playing for Yorkshire.
Indeed.
70 for 5. Connors. What's my name? He may have said as he turned to the supporters there.
Points to the name on the back of his shirt.
It was that Ali, wasn't it? What's my name? Connors coming in then to bowl here. First up to Revis, who's over the top of that and dropping it into the offside. And there is no run.
Currently career best figures for Sam Connors, 3 for 17, his current figures.
Matthew Revis, meanwhile, highest score of 58 in this form of the game. Average is 21, that would be handy at this moment in time. Has scored 231 runs in 13 knocks in List A cricket. Just that 1/2 century to his name. He waits here and in comes Connors, and he's playing that into the offside, I think, and it goes square on the leg side. Dot ball. His haul in this competition so far this season as follows: 3, 14, 12 not out, 8, 5 and 3. So it's a good time, would be a good time for him to come up with his best score of the RL50 this year. He's had half centuries in red ball cricket. And he's on strike facing Connors. here, driving him up towards Billy Godalman, who runs to his left at mid-off to do the fielding, and they get a single. So Revis off the mark, and Yorkshire finished that Connors over, having lost another wicket and scored 5 runs from it. 71 for 5 after 19.
Yes, this game's going to be over considerably quicker than any of the other games going on this afternoon. Hampshire in this group against Essex need 191 from another 35 and a half overs. Essex making 257 for 8 at Southampton. The other 2 games in the other group, Gloucestershire 197 from 39 and a half overs.
I guess Yorkshire supporters will be willing Hampshire on to win that because they're already out clear.
Yeah.
And they have been finding ways to win matches where they've looked like they've been in a bit of a mess at times.
Mark Watt begins a new over from the lake and drags that one down a bit, but gets away with it as it's pushed out into the offside by Revis.
If you say them both, you'll get it right.
Yes. I knew what I was doing. It's Revis. Watt bowls to Revis. Ooh, that one keeps a bit low and he cuts it away out into the offside, fielded by Potts, picks up a single, moves to 2. 72 for 5. I think the game that they beat Derbyshire a week or so ago was their 20th in 22 matches, their 20th victory in 22 matches in all formats, which is absolutely staggering. And Kevin James said that they've been in trouble in a few of those games. This one is driven out into the offside by Hill, who's been there forever. 30th delivery he's faced that. 1 boundary, he's on 8 not out. Nice bit of fielding by Matty McKinnon there. He waits now, does Hill. What bowls to him and he drives it up to Billy Godalman. He's going to shy at the stumps and misses. He'll have to get the dive out. Whether he'd have been out or not, I've absolutely no idea, but he had to get the dive out. Godalman couldn't dislodge the bails. 73 for 5.
Bit of pressure, you see, isn't it? When you're chasing a low score, you've already lost the 5 wickets. Trying to grab every little run, and also the pressure of, well, you're just not getting that many yourself.
Long on's gone out for Revis, and Watt bowls to him. He goes back into his stumps and pushes it back to Watt. Yeah.
I just looked at the replay of it, and unfortunately, I think the cameraman was following Puffin Billy at the time, and just moved at the wrong moment. So, or maybe it was on one of the catamarans in the boating lane.
Revis waits. That one is clipped up towards the man at mid-wicket. That's a good half stop by Anuj Dal, diving to his left.
Sorry, camera person.
It is a man.
Camera operative.
I think cameraman's all right. And that's the end of the over. 74 for 5. 9 to Hill, 2 to Revis. Partnership 3 off 8. Puffin Billy's. It's a very small track, that. He's round every 30 seconds.
Getting his steps in today.
Isn't he?
Do trains have
Steps.
wheel turns or revolutions? They're getting revolutions in today. His old Billy. So, meanwhile, back at the cricket, Matthew Revis facing Connors here, who pushes into the offside and there's no run. I'm pleased to say that, unlike his namesake Jimmy, not quite the same spelling, I don't think either, but he doesn't grunt as he delivers the ball. Good play though, wasn't it, Jimmy? Used to be good to watch.
Yeah.
Connors turns and leaves us behind. And he's driven past Billy Godalman this time. They might have the legs. Godalman's chasing it down. Who's going to win? The ball just gets there before Billy does. And so 4 runs to Matthew Revis. Another welcome boundary for the Viking. Takes them on 7-8 to the
It's a pretty good equation.
Bent Nielsen says a bit shaky batting. No doubt the wicket is difficult. Come on, Yorkshire. It certainly is very difficult. And Connors from this pavilion end. Sun out, probably about as nice as it's been all day at the moment. Fair bit of blue overhead. It's wide of off stump, and Revis Decides to have a cut at that one and misses. 78-45 remain to score. A bit of tension here. Not much tension, I don't think, from Derbyshire's point of view, given that if there was a second division of this, they would have been on their way to it. Fletch. But they're just going to have to settle with.
Just commentate,
probably
George. Commentate, mate. Edged.
That's a wicket here. And that is Matthew Revis driving at one wide of off stump by Connors. And you've got to give him credit there for, again, getting the ball in the right areas. Matthew Revis felt the need to chase one, which he could have left, I think, would have missed his stumps. So, sixth wicket has fallen. 78 now, a loss of 6 wickets. Who will walk out there next and try and make a contribution? Revis made some contribution, but he's had a series of fairly low scores by his standards in this comp so far, and he's driven at that one and was caught at first slip by Mark Watt. A fourth, in fact, wicket for Connors in this one, so very much his best figures in List A cricket.
Makes himself the prime candidate to interview, whether they win or lose.
And Revis 7 off 10 there, so 78 for 6, just 8 runs added for that 6th wicket.
11.
11.
7 off 11.
7 for 11, thank you.
I'd hate your records.
It said 10 on the stream, that one. Then it changed to 11, actually. You're right. Yeah. So Tom Loughton would, I would say probably Yorkshire's last recognised batter. He did bat up the order when he made his debut at Edgbaston in a red ball game 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was either opened or batted at 3. So that was the sort of responsibility they charged him with then, and he's now coming in at number 8 here.
I think an old Pockling-Tonin is exactly what you need in these circumstances.
Yeah, he's had a few runs in the comp so far. Certainly got past 30 on at least one occasion. Not played every game. He waits, and in comes Connors. It's wide of off stump, and he's able to shoulder arms to that first delivery. Tom Loughton.
I dare say he didn't get those runs on a pitch like this, though.
He didn't get those runs on a pitch like this because I haven't seen a pitch like this in the 4 years I've been doing the commentary. I've got to say.
I think I have.
32 not out. He made against York, made against Lancashire even at York in the second match. Didn't bat against Northampton in the opening game. Didn't bat at Scarborough against Worcestershire. Got 6 against Glamorgan at Cardiff, and didn't bat against Kent on Friday at Canterbury. They're the previous 5 he's played in the tournament. He's pushing out into the offside. So 38 runs for 1 wicket. Loughton in the comp so far. That was the final ball of another wicket-taking Connors over. So 21 of those now complete in this Yorkshire innings, and still in a bit of trouble here. 78 for 6, and it's a match that they very definitely would not want to lose. They're only one of the 2 teams here with an interest in possible quarter-final qualification, but if they lost this, you'd fear the worst, given that Hampshire are the visitors to Scarborough on Tuesday. And I guess not only Yorkshire supporters, but particularly Scarborough CC would want to see them win this to ensure that they get a crowd on Tuesday.
People will turn up, don't worry. Mark Watt begins a new over from the Lake End. Bowls, that one's cut away out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by Harry Kane. George Hill goes into double figures now. It's only taken him 32 balls, but he's still there. And that's probably the most important thing now.
Annie Shave says that she's enjoying the commentary. Shall we just put it that way? Please can he continue once the game's over to keep me happy? To which Nick Scribbler says, have they cheered up a bit since this morning then?
Well, Nick's on about. In comes Watt. I'll give you my hourly rate, Annie, as that one's pushed out into the offside by... oh, I've just knocked your Watsy off.
Pardon?
I've just knocked your lead off.
All
Sorry.
right.
I'll put it back. There was no run. This is a big appeal for leg before wicket this time. Not out, says umpire Shaughnessy. O'Shaughnessy. No idea if it was out or not. Makes no difference because the umpire said it wasn't.
Martin Rowe says, are you old enough to remember 77 Sunset Strip, Jonathan?
No. In comes what, again, around the wicket, bowls a quite quick, flat delivery. The real shame, there's no run off it. The real shame about commentator from here is you can't see Mark Watt's 24-yarder from here. Let's just drop the ball because I've no idea where he's bowling from. He's in again. Bowls. That one is pushed back to him. Fields with his left hand. This next one could be a 24-yarder because when he feels the ball off his own bowling, he likes to try to catch the batsman out. Well, he's usually a bit quicker than that. Don't think it is. He's around the wicket again, and that one just bounces a little bit on Loughton. And he pushes it out into the offside. 1 run from the over. 79 for 6 after 22. Yorkshire need 31 more runs from 28 overs. Derbyshire need 4 more wickets. If they don't get the wickets, Yorkshire will win. Simple. Relatively.
So, Connors to continue at the pavilion end, bowling to George Hill, who has had 100 in this competition already this season at Scarborough.
Not get one today.
In comes Connors, bangs it in short. Hill tries the pull, which he's usually good at, but he's through the shot about 3 balls before the actual delivery got to him and missed.
Yeah, a bit early on the shot. About a week.
A few words from Billy as he walks back to his mark here, Sam. Beautiful sunny afternoon. Perfect conditions for a drive back up the M1 as Connors comes in. And that's dropped into the offside by George Hill this time. Anuj Dal doing the fielding.
It is one of the delights that I have is that I go across to Chapel on the Frith and that way across the tops, and it's beautiful. Unless you're stuck behind a tractor, when it can be slightly irritating.
Yeah. Don't get too many of those on the M1, fortunately.
I don't get many trips where I don't travel on the motorway, especially the M6. Blimey.
Connors to Hill, driving forward to Godalming. Didn't get the full shilling on it, but I think that probably helped him get the run a little more easily than had he nailed it. So 80 now for 6, and I reckon that means that Yorkshire need 30 to win this.
Yeah, about that.
Roughly, as Loughton takes strike and George Hill goes for a word with him. I think he just said, country fouls on at 7. Let's make sure we get these because I want to be back home in time.
You're not taped it.
Tape. Connors in. It's wide of off stump and Loughton shoulders arms. And there's no run.
You don't call it taping things anymore, then?
No. I don't have the facility for that anymore, David.
I've got a machine that will burn DVDs from videos. Never use it.
I think my gran blew it up years ago. She always said that if she touched the video recorder, it'd blow up, and I think she must have done once. Connors in, and it's wide of off stump. And Loughton watches it by. God rest her soul. Actually, it was 28 years to the day yesterday, I think, since the said lady, lovely lady who loved her cricket.
Since you blew up the video?
Yeah. Touched the video recorder for the last time. On that note as well, I have a bit of information. Not on that particular note of my gran, but Connors is in and Loughton pushing out into the offside to complete that over at 80 for 6. Tony Chalk, who you may have broadcast with before, Tony messaged me. He messaged me a little while ago to tell me about the sad passing of Stan Dawson recently.
Oh, yes.
Stan, I think I'm right in saying, was from Derbyshire.
Was he?
I think I'm right. I may be wrong, but I think he did used to talk about Borrowash, Victoria quite a bit.
Yeah, which is just outside Derby.
Anyway, right or wrong on that front, Stan's funeral, Tuesday the 6th of September, 1:45 p.m. at Lawnswood Crematorium up there in Leeds, not that far from Headingley. I won't be able to go, sadly, as I would go pay my respects to Stan.
The new over begins from Mark Watt. He's lifted out over long off for 4 runs. That was a glorious shot from George Hill. Completely out of character. He moves on to 15 and Yorkshire 24-6.
So yeah, Tuesday 6. Tend that I passed those details on as promised.
What bowls again? That one's in the air out into the offside, bit of a leading edge. It's dropped short of Nick Potts.
And Stan, we should add, because we don't tend to read anybody's funeral details out on our cricket broadcasts, was a former BBC Radio Leeds, in particular, broadcaster,
Yes,
weekend broadcaster in particular, rugby league, local cricket, that sort of thing.
One's pushed backward of square on the offside.
Good at it, but also just a thoroughly top
Nice
bloke.
bloke.
Absolute sporting anorak. Facts, you know, you just spout facts at you. You knew all the latest scores, all the ones from years ago. Much nicer than you as well, Fletch.
What's in and balls? That one is whipped up towards mid-on. I don't doubt that.
And he certainly had enthusiasm in spades. You heard of that enthusiasm?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. Ben Aitchison's warming up, or was. Now, Billy Godalman's having a word with Mark Watt, which isn't going to help me at all as I approach my next update.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I do.
You do that. 84 for 6, so 15 on the board to George Hill, who has been...
Watt in and bowls to Hill, who pushes that out into the offside. There's no run. .84 for 6. Watt on his way in. Left arm around the wicket. In and bowls, and that one keeps low, and he gets some bat on it. And it's a good job he did. If he hadn't, he'd have been leg before wicket. 4 runs off the over. 84 for 6 after 24 as we approach the halfway point. There's Sam Connors then. 2 slips in place on his way into bowl to Tom Lowton, and it's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out. Well, Derbyshire just about clinging on in this match. Yorkshire need 26 more runs. They've got 25 overs in which to get them, so that's not going to be a problem. They've just scored 4 more, so they need 22. Derbyshire have got them 6 down now, though. Matthew Revis, the latest to go, caught but slipped by Mark Watt off the bowling of Sam Connors. His 4th wicket of the innings, with 100 wickets taken in all formats for Derbyshire. The young man. George Hill has 15, and Yorkshire were in the 25th over now, so almost at the halfway stage. Need 26 to win from 25 overs and 4 balls. Derbyshire need 4 wickets.
1-6 struck, and that was from a full toss. And that's disappeared off into the crowd on the the car park side of the ground. Got it back, and Connors then turns. Tries to redress the balance with a ball short of length that's pushed into the offside by the open face of Loughton, and there's no run. Random Female says, it's brilliant. I'm hoping to hear Jonathan's commentary on Dave in a pedalo. One day cricket on the radio on a Sunday was one of my mother's favourite things. She got me into this fabulous game and should have enjoyed the pedalo commentary too. Yeah. And Cambridge is sinking. Cambridge is sinking.
It's Cambridge in the lead. No, it's Oxford. No, it's one of them.
If Fletch gets on one, that's the result. Here's Connors. Oh, bowled him. He has bowled Tom Loughton through the gate, and a 7th Yorkshire wicket has gone down, and this is now getting very serious. 22 runs needed, 3 wickets remaining, and they continue to fall steadily here, and Tom Loughton has played that one scoring shot, has been bowled.
Was it from Loughton?
I think I said through the gate, just looking at the replay, this is the difficult thing about this angle. It looks like actually he got an inside edge onto it.
Okay.
So apologies to Tom for saying he'd been bowled through the gate when he hadn't.
Still doesn't look like a great shot
from here.
Anyway,
it was wide of Austin, would have missed.
Yeah. The old Pocklingtonian has gone. Shame. 88 for 7. And as you rightly say, Sam Connors now with the remarkable figures of 5 for 27. With 2 balls of his 10th over to go. That is one thing in Yorkshire's favour, that Sam Connors has only got 2 more deliveries as Ben Code comes out of the pavilion away to our left-hand side. With 3 more wickets needed by Derbyshire and 22 more runs needed by Yorkshire. We're in for another nipper. They always have good games here, don't we? Generally.
Well, good games for Derbyshire, yeah.
Well, they're tight games. Games where you think, well, a certain team can't lose this one and blow me down. They go and lose it.
Yeah, well, it certainly could go either way now. Down to Ben Code, Harry Sullivan and Jack Shutt. Yorkshire's last 2 will be just to the side of this.
They'll not be worried at all, will they? Wouldn't have thought.
No. Very confident, you would have thought, at this stage. So, 88 for 7. Connors on fire, but just as Fletch says, with 2 deliveries left. I wonder if the 2 batters out there realise that.
Yeah, there's no real way of finding out on the field, is there?
Apart from the umpire, presumably must have some sort of record. And dear me, Ben Code gets one first up that he doesn't move his feet to at all. And he's left flailing as the ball does not bounce at the expected height. It just pitches and shoots through just around about top of stump height, when you would have thought there was going to be at least another 6 inches or so bounce in it. Last ball of Connor's spell. His little skip after a few strides, he comes in and bowls, and Code has managed to get bat on that and divert it down to 3rd man for a single. Continuing to live dangerously. 89 for the loss of 7 wickets now. Yorkshire 5 from the over, and Sam Connors finishes with
10 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 28.
Well bowled, sir.
Yeah, not bad. Career best figures for Sam Connors. That'll be why Ben Aitchison was warming up. He'll get more applause as he goes down the field on the mid-wicket boundary as well in a moment, in front of the bank away to our left, and there they go. 1 or 2 standing up to applaud him as well. He'll enjoy that, Sam Connors. When he got his 4th wicket, it was the 100th wicket he'd taken in all formats for Derbyshire. So it's been a good day for him. It could be a day made even better if Derbyshire can mop up these last 3 wickets and force an unlikely victory, having been bowled out for 109. The umpire is having a word. That's Steve O'Shaughnessy having a word with Mark Watt, because Mark Watt has to bowl in front of the umpire. He can bowl anywhere in front of the umpire. He's on his way in now to bowl to Ben Code, who pushes that one out into the offside. I got excited because of the reaction of Brooke Guest, who leapt in the air. I can't see through Ben Aitchison as to what the ball is doing or how the batsman. Oh, now then he's lifted that one, Code, right down the ground for 6. That's a big shot. Right, landed just inside the boundary, actually. And it did. I thought that had gone all the way for 6, but it just landed inside the boundary. It was straight back over Mark Watt's head.
Benny!
To win. Code has decided a couple of lusty blows is the way forward, and he may well be right. They're going to win this one, Yorkshire, if they do win it, with the thick end of half an innings to spare. But it's not been without its worries. 93 for 7. Watt is in and bowls. That was pushed out into the offside, fielded by McKinnon. And there's no run.
I don't know what Ben Coe's record is like against spin, really, because even though I've seen him bat a lot, he doesn't tend to be batting when spinners are on.
We like that first delivery, and he's turned this next one into the leg side, either off a bat or a pad. It's fielded by Shan Masood.
Tends to be when he walks out to bat that it's often the openers get brought back in to fire out the
We need
tail.
to finish this off now. Billy Godman having a quiet word with Mark Watt about something. And jogs on or off. The long on and the long off are both back. They're tempting him. Next delivery is pushed up towards long off. That's exactly the way to play it when the long on and long off is back. If you've already got a boundary off the over, push it down the ground for a single. They don't need, at the moment, a run and over.
No, it's a strange tactic.
Yeah.
You've got to say.
You want everybody up, saving the one, don't you?
Yeah.
If he's going to hit over the top, then fair enough,
Yeah.
but he could miscue it. Hill back on strike, 15 to him. Watt bowls to him, and he chips this up towards Lewis Rees, who doesn't field it cleanly initially. The ball is eventually thrown back to Watt. No run off the final ball of the over. 94 for 7 then. Yorkshire after 26 overs. Code has 6, Hill has 15. They need 16 to win.
I should say at this juncture, by the way, because it could come into the equation, that the tie is purely on runs rather than how many wickets you've lost. One of those sort of tie things. It's, if they finish level on scores, no matter how many wickets.
Well, they'd both be all out, wouldn't they, for a start?
Well, not necessarily.
What do you mean Yorkshire are going to bat out the remaining 24 overs and only get 16 runs?
It may happen. It's a possibility, David. You have to recognise that it's a possibility.
I refuse to recognise that as a possibility.
So, scores level is a point apiece. 101 for 9.
So Derby should come out of this with -1 if...
109 for 9 would not mean that Yorkshire win on fewer wickets lost.
No, but they'd have to bat for another 24 overs and get 15 runs.
Well, we saw a massive run drought, didn't we?
Well, for 50 overs, virtually.
Derbyshire's innings. Anyway, here's a change of bowling. Ben Aitchison bowling to Ben Code, who's playing and missing at one.
Was it Code who sent down a couple of... Was it Waite? It was Waite, I think. Was it sent down a few bouncers to Ben Aitchison? Can't remember. It was one or the other. They got lower and lower, the bouncers, and Aitchison got lower and lower himself and managed to avoid all of them, but I'm not entirely sure how. You'll not open that without me touching it.
Aitchison in, and Code playing and missing at one, wraps him on the pad and causes him to flex the thigh a little. Just going to make sure. Oh, maybe it was the volume that was down last time, because I was told that I could barely be heard.
Yeah, we
put
pushed that one up
well.
a bit, yeah. There you go.
We'll see what happens next time, eh?
Lovely stuff.
It's not for a while yet.
Well, the game will have finished by
20
the time
minutes.
you go on.
Aitchison, in he comes. Ben Code trying to hit that one over the top of the clubhouse off the first tee and misses.
He's not going to die wondering, is he, here?
No, he tends not to, if he scores any runs, tends not to die wondering. There'll be a few boundaries, or maybe he might not be there for that long. He's currently on 6, and his team are on 94 for 7, and he's pushed one into the offside. Now then, thought there might have been a possibility of a 2, but Shan Masood's round there to do the fielding. brilliantly fielded as well. Looks like he'd do a job in the outfield for a
First division side.
another club. That was definitely first division fielding. 95 for the loss of 7.
That's happening eventually.
This time next year, eh?
We're millionaires.
I said this time next year we're millionaires.
Well, Shan might be.
And we could have been, Fletch. We could have been.
Could have been contenders, couldn't we?
Here comes Aitchison again. Bowling this time to Hill, who's not seen much strike the last couple of overs. He's worked one off his legs. They've got 1. They're coming back for 2. Are they going to get there? Yes, is the answer to that. And that is good running by George Hill. Going to the danger end. Gets a little bit of a clap hand on bat from Code at the other end. So 97 for 7. 13 needed. Chipping away at it at the moment. It's much tighter than Yorkshire would have wanted, and they may still not get there. Who knows? Oh, nicely driven, firmly driven by Hill. Code turns to go back to the non-striking end and then gets himself down to the striking end to help out George Hill, who picks up a single from it. Hill on to 18, and Yorkshire complete that over on 98 for 7.
12 to win from 23 overs. But remember, if the scores are level,
Yep. After 23.
after the next 23 overs, it's a tie. These two have put on 10. That 33-run fifth wicket stand between Matthew Waite and George Hill looks to be the crucial one. Biggest partnership of the match. Disappointingly. But those who came here expecting a run fest. Mark Watt bowls a 24-yarder, and that one is cut away nicely. There's a chase on here for Nick Potts. They've run 2. I think 2's all they'll get. It is. And Hill moves on to 20. But he tried to surprise Hill. 100's up for Yorkshire, 100 for 7 in the 28th over. A couple of people are now chanting Yorkshire. They're getting confident out there now. This one is pushed out into the offside by Hill. There's no run. What turns? Up comes Lewis Rees from long on. There is no point in having people out on the boundary now. There is a man out on the cover boundary and on the mid-wicket boundary. But I don't know why. What is in and bowls? Oh, keeps low. When I say keeps low, I mean rolls along the floor after pitching. And Hill does well to get a single from it, chopping it out to Harry Kame on the cover boundary.
I think that the worm population is several fewer.
That was very low. 9 to him. 101 for 7. Almost at the point where I can put my feet up. In comes Watt again. He floats this one up and it's driven as far as Lewis Rees, who moves across to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run.
You can't put your feet up.
Why?
You're professional, you need to go away, listen back to the commentary, study it.
No, I mean, when it gets close enough for Yorkshire to win, I'm not saying anything.
Work out where you've gone wrong. I mean, I can tell you that.
Watt bowls, flatter delivery, pushed out into the offside, on the bounce. 101 for 7 it remains. Taken by Matty McKeon and an extra cover.
Fletcher all about constantly striving to improve with every broadcast.
Are we on air? 101 for 7. Watt bowls. And that's not entirely sure. Not entirely sure what Ben Code was hoping to achieve from that particular shot. It went down into the ground off the edge of his bat. But it could only really have ended in disaster. 101 for 7 at the end of the over. Just the 9 runs to win now. Derbyshire have to take a wicket very early in this Ben Aitchison over if they're going to have any chance. I would suggest. Respectfully.
That is That is out of character. Anything to do with respect coming from you. So 22 overs to get 9 runs. Or we could be in for a tie scenario. Aitchison, that slightly crouched start to his run-up. He comes right arm over. Oh, George Hill has had a flick at that one, and he's been caught behind. And that, in the outcome of this game, could be decisive. Yorkshire with the tail to come. And Hill flicks his bat round in his hand. He's gone for 21. Chances of winning
I might have agreed with you, but I'm not entirely sure.
There you go.
I think you said that, didn't you?
21.
Yeah.
21 off 48.
Yeah.
And the
He's taking his time to get off here. Come on, George, it'll be dark soon, son. He's very disappointed, obviously, and he's going to get good applause from his teammates to our left as Harry Sullivan goes out, and George Hill, who's just played a poor shot and got himself out, is giving him advice. I'm not sure that's wise. What you need to do is the opposite of what I've just done. Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's a nipper, as they say.
It is, very much. And I used that phrase on the radio the other week, and the presenter, Simon, I think he was on today, you'll have to explain what a nipper is. I said, right, I'll see what I can do. Nip and tuck was as good as I could get. So 2 of Derbyshire's many 12 men come back off the field with the drinks. Now, a wicket off this next delivery would make it interesting, wouldn't it?
It's just interesting anyway, I think.
Hat trick to win the game for Derbyshire.
Yeah. Harry Sullivan said we haven't seen much of him with the bat. His contributions so far in this tournament in 3 matches have been did not bat, 12 against Lancashire, and did not bat. The 12 would be handy.
Well, that would do it.
Could reproduce something like that. Still 2 slips in place. Left-handed Harry Sullivan. Aitchison bowling to him, and he's right over the top of that one, very confidently punching it square on the offside. And Dal doing the fielding. Can the Yorkies find the 9 runs to keep their qualification hopes seriously alive? They could still qualify if they lose and results go their way elsewhere. And, of course, they would need to win that last game against Hampshire at Scarborough on Tuesday. This next Aitchison delivery wide of off stump, and Sullivan leaving that one be. Incidentally, on the Hampshire front, they need a further 146 runs to win from 25 overs, so that's definitely gettable with 8 wickets in hand on their home patch against Essex, who made 257 for 8.
No, but just imagine those people using all 100 overs in a day. What's the point? Eh? What is the point?
Maybe there'll be refunds here at Queen's Park as Aitchison wide of off stump and Sullivan leaves.
One more wicket and Aitchison would have career best figures. Currently 4 for 39. He's on 3 for 32 with 3 deliveries left of his 10 overs. It's about this time that Connor's got his 5th.
So switch to round the wicket by Aitchison for the first time at Sullivan, who's asked to drive one here. There's a big appeal. It felt like he might have got some bat on that. I don't know about you.
It was entirely bat.
Was it entirely bat?
Well, that was what I thought.
That's about 62.
It was a full delivery, wasn't it? But I think it was bat. And a couple of wides, and it makes it a bit easier for Yorkshire. So it was a good delivery, but this is...
Yeah, it just looks like it might have been bat onto pad and then ballooned out into the offside, but it certainly was bat. Aitchison in, bowling again. This one shorter of length, and Sullivan is off the mark by running one down to third man for a single. 102 for 8 at the end of that 29th over. Ben Code at number 9, Harry Sullivan at number 10, and Jack Shutt, the only Yorkshire batter so far who's not seen action out there in the middle with bat in hand.
And we still haven't seen a duck in the entire match, when we've seen, what, 211 runs scored in total, and there hasn't been a single duck.
I think you'll find that's 210, actually.
Sorry, yes, I was looking at the wrong... I was looking at the 110 rather than the 109. You're absolutely right. Remarkable, though, isn't it?
Good, that Pox school, wasn't it?
It was expensive, as I understand it, but I don't know if it was any good.
Leeds United, by the way, won 3-0.
About 4 hours ago.
That was
Chelsea were down to 10 men, though. It's always easy to beat 10 men, isn't it?
Yeah, they were down to 10 men for the last 6 minutes, yeah.
Mark Watt over the wicket to the left-handed Sullivan, who goes forward and pushes it back to the Scotland international. Aitchison, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. Between them, Aitchison and Connors have got all the wickets.
Is that where you had elocution lessons at Pox school?
No. This next one is turned into the leg side by Sullivan. Why, what did I say wrong?
No, just asking if you did.
No. What in again? Sullivan goes back into his crease. There's a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket.
You don't speak with that sort of East Yorkshire-ish.
I'm not from East Yorkshire,
accent.
that's why.
Yeah, but Pock, you know, you're getting out east between York and Hull, aren't you?
But I'm not from there. I'm not from there.
Oh, I thought you were from there.
No, I grew up there, but I'm not from there.
You still spent time there and would have had a chance to speak with that sort of twang.
Driven off the toe end of Sullivan's bat. And there's no run.
8 to get, and frankly, it can't come quickly enough.
No, so 4 minutes will be handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What balls, flatter delivery, turn into the leg side. Single taken, Potts with the fielding, but they get through comfortably enough and now require 7. 7 overs and 5 balls for 19 runs, Mark Watt. Really economical. Economical isn't what Derbyshire require at the moment. Penetrative would be far better for everybody. Potts is going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end, I fancy, if there is a next over. I mean, there almost certainly will, because they need 7 to win and there's only 1 ball left. And if Mark Watt oversteps, that would be something. And then I'll have to put my other set of headphones on, so I'll get them ready. Going to go double headphone again. Billy Godwin in deep conversation with Mark Watt at the moment. The conversation has now come to an end. Final ball of Watt's 7th over. Bowls to Ben Code, who goes back and pushes this straight to the man at extra cover. Matty McKinnon, end of the over. 7 to win, 20 overs to which to get them. Derbyshire need 2 wickets. Step forward, Nick Potts. Good luck, son. The 20-year-old is going to be entrusted with taking the final 2 wickets that Derbyshire require. Either that, or he could go for a few. If he goes for a few, well, it won't last very long.
It will only be a few.
Will only be 7 or 8. 7 to win.
Trying to just put the Yorkshire batters in a little bit more of a pickle late on in the piece. 7 to win it, as Fletch says. Yorkshire with an all Yorkshire-born side today, of course.
Really?
Yep, all Yorkshire-born.
That is impressive.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's very impressive.
So it's going to be the left-handed Sullivan on strike. He's on 2. He's run a couple of singles. Ben Code at the non-striking end on 7. Yorkshire trying to press this one home. Derbyshire doing the same. Potts in down the leg side, and that'll be handier wide as far as the Vikings are concerned. Leg side wide, 104 for 8, 6 to win. As some form of bug creeps along my laptop. That's nice. Trying to get a Twitter handle itself. Perhaps. Man with large hat says, loving the Bill Lorry and Tony Gregg banter. He revived from the 12th man tapes. Marvellous, marvellous, marvellous. As Potts is in, good delivery, and he's got 4 here. He had the beating, really, of Harry Sullivan, who's driven at that, has got an inside edge. And that could be that little bit of luck that you need in a tight one like this.
From Doncaster today, Boone.
Doidgy, stop it. There's 19 overs and 4 balls to go.
I'm talking about the all-out tie, though. They'll just want to get make sure they get one more on the board to at least get a point out of this.
There's no point in having anybody on a boundary anywhere now. And have another slip.
They decided to go with fine leg still.
Don't forget your time.
No, 33 I think I'm due to go.
Oh, okay.
Potts in, flick to leg. That will be the tie because Sullivan has got through for 1. And if you can make a quick adjustment with the headset as well.
Yeah, go on, I'll talk for a minute, if you want. So, scores level, and it won't be long before Yorkshire have won this one. By 1 or 2 wickets, you would expect. Take something remarkable from Nick Potts now, who unfortunately in the 2 legitimate deliveries and the wide has gone for 6 runs so far in this over.
So Potts bowling then to Ben Code with everybody.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. My fault. I'm juggling 2 sets of headphones and 2 sets of microphones at the moment because my colleague is about to do his update on Radio Leeds. You arrive just as Yorkshire are about to win this game, I fancy. The scores are level at the moment, 109 for 8 are Yorkshire. Sam Connors has taken career best figures of 5 for 28. Ben Aitchison has got 3 for 33, but they've bowled out. And the youngster Nick Potts is bowling from the pavilion end here at Chesterfield. And if one run is required, I thought they were going to get it there as a play and a miss. The ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. So the scores are level. Yorkshire will almost certainly win this one now, Simon, no question about it. Derbyshire having been bowled out for 109 in their innings. Matty McKiernan top scoring. Matthew Waite with 23 and George Hill with 21. Have been the 2 batsmen who've done the damage as far as Yorkshire are concerned. And the pitch has been the dominant feature, really, because there's been a lot of variable bounce throughout the course of the day. And still, the odd ball is keeping very, very low, which is causing the batsmen all sorts of problems at the moment. Ben Code is surrounded by fielders, and he's hit the one straight to Anishdale. We're not going to get the winning runs. Scores are level. Yorkshire will win, and Derbyshire will have 1 game left in the one-day cup. They go to Northampton on Tuesday. Yeah, so a bit of a ham salad. There was salad on the sandwich, which is never ideal, is it? There was certainly cucumber there. There was tomato, which I didn't mind too much. Ham and cheese, and a bit of lettuce. But I always think lettuce is a complete and utter waste of time. What is the point of it? What is the? It doesn't taste of anything, does it? It's just pointless. Next delivery is bowled him. Now then, we've got a game on our hands here now, Simon, because Nick Potts has just bowled Ben Code. The scores remain level, and we've got 1 run required by Yorkshire. Could be a fascinating finish to this game. I'll let you know. I'll send you a message about that. Remember, is on the the back of them, they had 3 letters, and it was either an A or a D, and it went AAD or ADD, and it was to do with analog recordings and digital recordings and all that kind of thing. They don't exist anymore, obviously. But sometimes it was just basically the original recording put onto a CD, so nothing had changed, where, of course, nowadays it's all digitally enhanced and all the rest of it, isn't it? But I genuinely can't remember the first CD that I got. Could have been S Club 7, now you mention it. Now you mention it.
That is a strange one. You'll know Dave Fletcher, I'm sure, from previous broadcasts. It's been yeah. Okay. Well, apologies for that. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but you look like you're on full beam, as it were, on the phone that he. No, we're still waiting because that was the last ball of an over, and so they're 109 for 9. Following that Nick Potts over, there's going to be a little bit of a delay, I would think, Liz, before this next delivery, because Derbyshire, they've got to try and obviously keep Yorkshire on this score and take a wicket, and so they've got to think carefully about where they're going to position the fielders before the next ball, which is from yes, it is.
And while Jonathan's talking to BBC Radio Leeds, I'll just take over on the stream. It's going to be Mark Watt who will bowl what will almost certainly be the final over of this game. He's going to be bowling to Harry Sullivan. Jack Shutt is at the non-striker's end. It would have been nice if he'd have had one go at him, to be honest. But he didn't. All the fielders are being brought up. A big heave at this one from Sullivan could end in disaster, and this game could end in a tie. Mark Watt is on his way in now and bowls, and he plays and misses outside the off stump. A big ooh from the crowd. Terrific stuff. If Simon's still listening, he can come back to me any time he wants, of course, in the next couple of minutes. He won't be. Mark Watt in again to bowl to Sullivan, and Sullivan pushes this one forward, and there is no run. Wow. A little bit of tension at the end of this game. Watt is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside. There's no run. $109 for 9 it remains. Time not an issue. Scores level. Back into his crease goes Sullivan, pushes it out into the onside, fielded by McKiernan. Scores remain level. Watt on his way in, bowls, and Sullivan drives, and there it is. They scamper through for a single, and Yorkshire have won by 1 wicket. 110 for 9. They finish up on Sullivan unbeaten on 8. And Shutt, naught, not out. 5 wickets, though, for Sam Connors, 3 for Ben Aitchison. So that's it as far as the stream, the Derbyshire stream is concerned. Thanks very much for watching throughout the course of the day. Well done to the boys, because I know it's a logistical nightmare to get the stream going at an outground. And we've got it going, or they've got it going. I had nothing to do with it. We merely provided the commentary along with the BBC Sport website. And Yorkshire have won this one with plenty to spare, 18.1 overs. So in terms of time, Very comfortable indeed. But in terms of the excitement, well, there was a little bit of excitement at the end of it. And ultimately, defeat for Derbyshire as the batsmen and the fielders and the umpires leave the field of play. Thanks very much for watching on the Yorkshire stream, and we'll see you next time. No worries, mate. You can talk to me now. What is it? What is it anyway? ABBA? Yeah, is it ABBA? Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, what a great song that is. Yeah.